2025 Strategic Planning and Budget Retreat for the town of Aberdeen. Welcome everyone that's here. Anna, thank you for being here. We've got a long session today and there's a lot of things to talk about. We need to get started. So the first thing would be general budget information. Who is that? Is that you?
That's me, Mayor. So again, board, welcome to our planning and budget retreat. Same format we've used in the past. It's worked, I think, pretty well for us. And you got the schedule, which we'll do our best to stay on this year. We got a few new, not new people, but new presenters as part of, especially on the admin side. We're going to hear from both, of course, Butch, Regina, and we're also going to hear from Dean on the IT side of things for a few minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my part in the beginning a little bit short, since you're pretty familiar with that. And then later we're going to hear from Timmy. Toward the end, right before fire or with fire, we'll hear from facilities, kind of a summary of everything we've got, since we've kind of departmentalized that whole effort. We're just going to hear a little bit of a summary of kind of where things are, what some expected costs will be for those. Now, whether it's next year, the year after that, that's yet to be decided. But just kind of a layout, and a really good layout. And Timmy's put that together for us to give us an idea of these costs for all these facilities that we run. But before we get started with the admin, just general budget things. If you look at the second page on the agenda, you'll see our budget schedule, and you'll see obviously today, March 7th, we're at the retreat portion, and then you can see the next steps after we get some input from the board today. The first draft of the budget from our department heads will come to Butch and myself. We'll take a look at those, get those in shape, and it may or may not be balanced at that next version. But that's the version on April 14th at our work session that we'll present to the board as a budget draft. And if you recall, that's really one of the bigger, one of the more important meetings. It's really the first time we've seen the budget request in the form of, hey, here's what we need, here's an estimate of the money, and they may not match just yet, but it's a first really big effort at that. We try to get as close as we can even on that first round. But it's a good kind of, it's called a first draft, but in our view, it's probably the 6th or 8th draft by the time we get there that you get. And that's a really important time for the board to give us feedback on, hey, where's this project? Are we doing this, or what's this project you're asking for? If there's a new request for staffing, which we're talking about today, that'll be in there, and see how we can afford what we can afford on the capital side. And then after the 14th, you see we've got about a month after we get the board's input to get you another another revised draft on May 12th. That'll be at the next, or the month later, the work session in May. And again, that's another pretty important meeting, because then we've made some changes based on your direction. And again, this is really the first real balanced budget that you'll get. And you'll have your budget notebooks a few days before then to take a look at it. But again, that's an important meeting, and although we're going out, that's the one that we'll really take a hard look at, and we'll set the ad based on that one for the adoption in a few weeks. But again, that's another opportunity for the board to give input, make some of those final changes before we go into the budget meeting, which would be about 2 weeks later. And that's what will be advertised and have the public hearing on that final draft. And again, but there is an opportunity to make a few changes at that work session in May, which again, and traditionally has always been a few little balancing items, maybe a final decision on a capital item here and there. But I think you're all familiar with that process. So if you have any questions about that, we can certainly talk about that today or anytime during the process. So before I go through and start the admin, any questions about that? Good? Okay. Well, I'm going to go up front. Bring my coffee. which is good. So again, another year, we've used a similar format with departments, with our budget. So I'm gonna go through the, just the general administration side, and like I said, we'll roll into, the different little sub portions of admin. As you know, we do a little bit of everything. And, you know, our HR and our finance are extremely important. And then we've got Dean on some IT. We just figured it'd be a good year to kind of give you a little bit more of a deeper dive on some of the IT needs. That again, some may happen in the next budget year, some may happen over the next couple of years, but I think, just a good look at that will be helpful. So again, you know, you've got the year in review. Again, you know, some key hires, a lot of transition on capital projects, which you've heard about. So none of this is new to you. The Sportsplex, of course, Old Aberdeen School. Again, we're moving forward there. There's a lot of work going on up there. We're just waiting for that final closing on our side. You know, I'd like to be paid, and then hopefully the developer will be off and running, you know, once that occurs. As you recall, we were paid for the first half of the deal, you know, back, it's been over a year now. And we're waiting for the second half of the deal to be paid. And I think you know he's made some changes. And before you, several months ago, the end of last year or fall, and now he's back. He's going to actually cut down on those towers. If you remember talking about those, he's actually, because of his financing, he's going through SBA. He's actually going to cut down that and make them more like 1 or 2 story buildings. Which, if you remember, I think we spent, what, Mayor, 75% of the meeting talking about the height of those things. So here we are back to something a little bit more, I think, palatable to everyone. So that's a good thing. He's doing it because of financing. So he's lost some density, not because of us, but just because of the financing. They were like, look, the SBA is like, we want to keep this simple, so let's keep it simple, not go too high rise. Now, in theory, he can still do it down the road, but I don't think it will happen. But the modifications, and Pam can give you more detail on that when she's up. But they went through the planning board without any problems, I think just last Thursday. So that went well, so it was received very well. Not a major change, but just the guts of it was that kind of reduced density really, and a few changes on the shape of the buildings. Of course, the new look, yes.
Okay, so, speaking about the old Aberdeen Elementary School moving forward, so is it our goal, for this coming near, once, Block Corp has bought the facility, taken ownership of everything, that then we're going to really then invest in the other 2 properties that we own?
Sure, and we can do that now, and that may come up a little bit during the facilities discussion, which we can talk about, because there are some needs we can do now, and we do not have to wait.
Okay.
In my mind, I'm kind of like money in, then money out. I'm kind of waiting for that last money to come in, and then some goes out. But we've got some pretty substantial HVAC and some heating needs over there that, you know, a big cost. There's still some roofing additions on the auditorium side, and we'll talk about those during the facilities side. So we can start on that as early as this year. And budget, or Butch may mention that depending on how our budget goes this year, we might actually have some funds that were allocated to one capital project that's not going to happen, that we could redirect. And we do have money in the school budget, but in addition to that, we could redirect to go ahead and knock off, which I would like to do if possible, one of those big HVAC units or something like that at the school, just to get the ball rolling a little bit more. So we can't start as early as this year we're in right now, and if not, then obviously you'll see what the budget is requesting for next year.
Okay.
In the project ordinances, separate from our regular budget. So you got 2 funds of money there, which is good.
But I'm just saying, can we, will we have to create some type of a task force or a budget item like Butch does to improve those 2 facilities and have a plan like we have with the other things that we've been working on? Or is it just kind of do it as, because I'm having some people approach me about it and I can't really talk to them because it's no shape for anybody to really use at this point.
Right. Well, we have our project ordinance, so that's been there for 3 years. So that's really the organizing document for that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we can do it however we want. We've just been trying to schedule it. Again, like, I like to have money in the bank before we spend it.
Okay, and that's what my question was, and once
we
we
have
have
some,
that, then we can say, yes, we're gonna install this in the auditorium, we're gonna upgrade this, because they're like I'm saying, people have asked me, and I'm saying, well, you can't use it as it is right now. There's not even any sound equipment or lights or anything of that nature. Okay, thank you.
And, well, back, the new, and the library, of course, we talked about, and some good news there. You know about the contract, you know the work has been going forward very quickly, but just as of yesterday, you may have heard us talk about the Friends of the Library has been making applications to different grants, where they were awarded another very substantial grant of $100,000 yesterday from the Cannon Foundation. Again, something we've been working on for a while. I know the mayor and I did a letter, it's been a month or so ago on that, and they did make that award for general improvements. And that award actually, it's awarded to the town. We were actually technically the applicant on it, although, you know, I want to give full credit to the Friends of the Library and all their hard work on that. But that was awarded. So really, we just got to factor in, you know, where that goes exactly. We've got money we've already allocated for the $700 and I think it's $2,000 for the contract. So this is actually on top of that, or could use to supplement additional interior build outs for that. So we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get there, but it's all good news. So it's a good chunk of funds. And the Cannon Foundation, when they came out and visited it, they saw the progress and what was going on. They're like, oh yeah, this is a real deal. The town's committed. And I think that was really the last act that allowed them to commit the funds. So fund balance, again, we've got our available fund balance of over 49%, and again, it's higher than it was last year. Again, so it's been in that range of around 40 to 50% for some time now, which I think is an extremely healthy range, and so very happy with where we are there. Again, in this budget year, well, really last year for the retention bonus, but we were able to pay out a $2,500 retention bonus and also a 5% COLA. We converted to our monthly billing about a year ago now. It's been great, just phenomenal with the consistency of the monthly billing versus every 2 months. So that's just been a big change, and really it makes our just where are we, how are we doing forecast much more accurate and much easier to handle month to month. New healthcare provider. So we did that last year, and actually it's been a very good change. Aetna's been a really good provider. There's always a few bumps here and there, but they've actually done a good job. We'll talk about what's going to happen this year. No, I'm not going to start, Regina. I'm going to let you handle that. There'll be some changes again next year possibly, so we'll cross that bridge. And again, the other special project ordinances that we report on, just still won't move on those, including the old school. Goals, objectives, kind of very similar here. The online meters, commercial stuff, all these are nearly complete. Joe will have a little bit more on those, but made good progress. Special projects, the same. Wages, workplace, we're good. There'll be some comments about that. You may have heard some of the different pay increases, especially in the sheriff's department around the county, that we're going to have to keep up with to a certain extent. So that'll come up. Other completions, sportsplex. I'm going to always probably use the term 99% for Tim's benefit, so he knows we're not done, but we're pretty much done. So there's always something else to go out there. So, let's see. Those safety workplace training opportunities. I think we're doing a great job on that. I think we always have. It's the only battle I'd say is we've got to make things available. Department heads have to do their best to encourage employees to do things that are more internally oriented, where they have to have a desire to do it, as opposed to you must do this to keep your certification. Those are pretty easy. It's the other ones that get better training where you just need something. Sometimes that's a little bit of a struggle, but I think the department heads are doing a good job with that, encouraging our employees, and we do fund the most reasonable request in that regard. So it's a good program if employees want to take advantage of it, and many of them do. But once in a while, we've got to kind of beat the horn a little bit to get them moving in that direction. And the capital plan, again, with facilities, I think we're in really good shape. And again, you'll hear a lot more about that as the day unfolds. Short-term goals, again, hiring retention issues. Hear about that in more detail in a second. Employee programs, again, with our primary and secondary benefit, again, kind of there will be a changeover this year. So we'll talk about that and tell you what the environment in the state looks like in that area. It's pretty much the rug was put out from a lot of people about a week and a half ago. And so, we are ahead of the game, which I'm proud to say, in terms of replacing those, but we'll see how it goes. Again, project ordinances, town library are still high on the list, for this year, early year. Again, we hope to be finished with the library, by late summer, early fall, and that's earlier than it's scheduled. It's scheduled to be in November, so that's really good to have, and there'll be things. But now, when I say completed, I mean with the physical structure. It'll take months to get the interior done, get all that done before it's up and open for use, and I hesitate to even give you a date for when the doors might be open. We've got some requests on that with the county. There's gonna be another presentation, but we have sent a letter requesting support for at least one, if not 1.5 to 2 employees to be funded with the library and the regional library system. So that has been made. It was made several weeks ago. And they've said, great, you're on the list. And then they want probably somebody from the library to make a presentation or to come talk to them at their budget meeting at the appropriate time, which is late March, early April. So we're kind of on their schedule. So, but we have kind of put our placeholder in place for those funds. We feel pretty good about it, but you never know until
You say two people?
Well, we have one now, so an
Right.
additional 1 to 1.5. So yeah, one's there. So this would be
Full-time?
part-time.
Yeah, I thought
So
that was
yeah,
part-time.
that's true. One part-time is there, so we're looking for an additional 1 to 1.5.
Okay,
I would love to have 1.5, which would give us 2,
yeah.
if the employee or the full-time FTE analysis works for you. So I think 2 would be, honestly, I think we need 2 minimum to run that
Right.
new facility.
Um,
So.
and that's, they're gonna pay for that, is what you're saying?
Yes. Well, no, we've asked for them to pay for it, so we can pay for it.
Right, and I'm
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. You'll hear more today about the downtown projects, like the Talbot Street, some the railroad crossings in those areas. And if you remember, and I know Pam's kind of new to it, so maybe she's got some more information on it. But if you remember the big project on the corner of South and Sycamore, so that's still there, but really DOT has kind of got it, got the money, then kind of crawled back into their dark building wherever they are, and we haven't heard from them in some time, but we did hear from them a few weeks ago. I was like, hey, what's going on there? They're like, hey, you're still good, we're working on it, doing some planning on it. So I think that's good news. It hasn't disappeared, but sometimes you worry about, money coming from another entity or government when it's been very quiet, and that's where we were, but they've said, no worries, you're in good shape, so we're hoping that's gonna keep going forward. But that is entirely, if you recall, it's a big number of projects, like $2.5 million that they're paying for. Our commitment was to do some of the landscaping and road improvements on that end-to-end part of Sycamore, which we would still do, but we're just trying to get that timed out properly.
And they seem to be so concerned about the safety of that, that's why I'm just shocked they haven't moved on that yet.
Yeah, it's a big project for them, so they do engineer stuff a lot. I mean, it is DOT, so say no more. So I won't spend much time here. This is just kind of a starting, what we might do for capital, but you'll see for the admin side, nothing really too different. There is some money put aside for possibly a partial use or an admin vehicle that we're looking at, depending on what we have and what's available. If there's nothing surplus wise or another partial car use, because really we've kind of shared cars between us, building inspections and planning, and so we're trying to get that settled out. So we're going to kind of look at that hard, but that's just kind of a placeholder for now. The rest of them are pretty standard that we ask for every year, and some of those are they're capital, but they're really more annual budget items, if the truth be told. So finance. So before we move on and Butch comes up, any questions about our general projects? And again, I know a lot of that was, hey, we're talking about this, what's gonna come up later. That's where it is, but I'll just say, financially, and you'll hear, HR wise, and even IT wise, we've got a few moving targets on IT, but we are in terrific shape. I mean, I just think the board should be proud of where we are and how stable things are for us. And we are extremely stable. There's some good money surprises that will come out later in the budget, not today, but we'll roll those out to you at the appropriate time when we talk about our money. And if you remember, and I know we're gonna talk about money a lot today, and I tell all the department heads, but the first thing they always do is they go to money, ask them for stuff, which is okay. That's why they're department heads, and that's why we love them. But, you know, today is really as much about, hey, how is your department doing? You know, is your department functioning? Did it function well last year? Where were your struggles? Where were your successes? And hey, what do you feel like as a department, not necessarily with regard to money, but how are you operating? Hey, Chief Chavis, are we safe in the streets? How are the car break-ins going on, which has been kind of a moving target here and there? How's speeding on the streets going? Those things, without regard to, I need a new vehicle or I need to do that. That will come soon enough, trust me. And you'll see parts of it today. But please, those are the questions, I think, because how often do we get to really do this, except when there's somebody breathing down the neck about something, or something's happened, or there's been something that hasn't worked, and we're trying to respond to an emergency. We don't really want to be there. We want to be there where we're looking at stuff in an environment where we can make good, rational decisions and make those changes, as we need to in advance, and try to avoid as many of those surprises as possible. And honestly, I think our department heads do a great job with that, and that's why you don't often get these big, horrible surprises. Oh God, Paul's sent me a text over the weekend, this can't be good. And it happens once in a while, but usually it's a fire or something like that that's out of our control. But most everything else works out pretty well. And again, I would give all the credit to our department heads for preparing their staff and their department for that. So if there are no questions, Butch, I'll let you take the floor. And this is working great too, by the way.
Okay, which one is that?
The one's all worn out, but they're used to being everywhere. So he's not gonna go forward, and we'll go back. You got it?
Morning, Mayor, Board, everybody, going okay this morning? Always take a couple hours up here. Go on. I'll be about 10 minutes, that's it, about 10 minutes. The mission statement for the finance department, which includes utility billing and collections, that we are stewards of the public trust, committed to providing superior service, courteous, customer contact, progressive, sound fiscal management, and meet the needs and concerns of our citizens and the public today and tomorrow. So that's not what, it's been that way since I've been here. Next one, some of our goals and objectives, and it's kind of like, it's a ongoing, these are all ongoing and converting and achieve continuous online billing. In 2021, it was 27%, in 22 was 33%, 23, 45%, last year 74%, now it's 97% online billing. So that's a 70% increase in 4 years. So we probably never get 100%, but we hope to. Converting to remote sewer meters, we're technically 100% complete, except for the large meters, and Paul will talk about that a little bit, and Joe probably talked about that as well. Last year we were at 99.99%. A couple years ago we were 96.5%. Improved cash management reporting, we achieved that, but it's always continuous, and I'll talk about that in slide number 6. Financial functions, significant continuing improvements, ongoing staff, utility billing collections. You think you got a stable staff and somebody leaves, part-timer, that's just the way it goes. We posted a position yesterday, so we'll start doing some more interviews in the next few weeks on one of those positions. Cash handling for the government employee, for public treasury. I like for all my employees to go through this webinar. It's put on by a certain group, a public treasury group, and it is something for water and sewer billing, as well as other town employees that are eligible that handle money like park and recreation and so forth. And then the last one, positive pay, is something we did this past fall, and the reason we did it, most units of government are doing it, as well as a lot of businesses. We had a fraudulent check this year that somebody created, and it's somebody, I think, that used to be a water and sewer customer many years ago, and somehow or another captured our ABA number, account number, and called the check come through. Truist called me, stopped it. So now I've instituted the positive pay. I went through the training and all that, so we upload every time we run checks with the check register, it goes in. So if the name is not exactly the same that's on that check, it sends me an email or a notice, and then I can go in and say, it's okay, like if you get something, Tim, and it's got your name reversed, I say it's okay to pay, or whatever. So that's something we've instituted recently, so it's, we're trying to get all the kinks worked out, because our system sometimes runs checks as the DBA number, or sometimes it picks the legal name, so we've gotta make sure that it's picking up the right thing there. But that's a very good thing, that we haven't had any more problem with checks that come through at all. And I know before I got here, and before Sharon had left, she had told me some years back, they had to completely open a new account number, and that is a nightmare, because everything is tied to that entertainment. So we didn't wanna have that to happen again. Revenues through the end of February compared to last year, this year we're 18,990,914, last year we're 16,827,326. That's all general fund, water, sewer, all the capital projects and everything together. The expenditures, this year we're 15,730,916,57, last year 14,430,128. That's a difference of the two revenue expenditure of $3,259,000 as that time to the positive. Next one is the system development fee, was created in 2018 range in the General Assembly, and so you'll see the smaller amount for 4818 at the top. That was a partial year, because that's when it was instituted. Then since then, we've collected those money through the end of February, so we've collected $1,270,000 in water system development fees, and sewer fees $471,000. Some of the things it's been used for is $117,000 for well number 28 about 3 to 4 years ago, and there's some meter installations at well sites, booster stations, so forth for $91,000. Joe is always looking, when he does projects, we can use some of that money instead of using the town money. So that's something we are always looking at. We just can't use it yet to follow what the statute allows you to use. Now this one is hard to read, but I'll go over it some. Yes.
On the water and system, the development fees, I know over the years they've changed what you can use that money for. They keep adding stuff. Do you foresee any new changes coming down the pipeline on what that money can be used for? Any additional changes?
The legislature's subject to do anything, Brian.
Thank you.
That's all I can say, and I hope it's a positive thing. That's all I can say. I mean, I would like for them to be able to use it for water line, like for existing lines, not just new lines. And hopefully that will be something, that'd be great to use some of that money. So, this is a long session this year, Brian, so we will see. If you have any ideas, let us know, and you can tell your senators or, representatives. So this is the sales tax, and I'll talk a little bit about it. I've shortened it a little bit so it won't be quite as wide, but going back to 19 to 20, that was the year that COVID hit, right? The second week of March. Well, that's the week I came, but I remember. So it was up 28%, and the statute changed that year where you started a month. It started basically that online sales, they could collect it. So that's why that went up. Then the next year it's boomed. Then it's kind of started to stabilize. Now, we expect it to be somewhere, I think next year will be 4 or 5%. I'm just guessing for next year, based on what the economy does. So we continued on, and for this current year, somewhere around $200,000 gain for sales tax over what we budgeted number. And this teacher's percentages is, one is budget actual, or budget what, and this is compared to the prior year collections to that number. So that's why we always gotta follow where they are and see how close you're on the budgeting side. So that's a positive. A lot of the units of government in the large metropolitan areas, they're below budget right now. They're not collecting any much. So that's a good thing. Next one is, I like to look at various different ratios this number for the next year went up to the 8,372,000. And so, obviously, we've been paying ever since on that. And then our assessed value has gone up and it's been revalued like twice since I've been here. So if you take a look at these last two numbers, you notice that our debt to assessed value ratio is 0.45%, I'll come back to that in a moment. Debt service expense ratio is 7.22. The state looks at it, if you're below 1, you're great. Below 1%, anything below 1%, you're great. Debt service expense ratio, if you're below 15%, you're great. And some of the number that S&P and Moody's does, their number's a little bit higher, but in North Carolina, that's how we look at it. So we're in great shape for how much we spend on debt and what our assessed valuation is to debt that we have. So any questions on that? Okay? And then the last slide, investment earnings is always, sometimes it's really hard to know what to budget for that, based on what the rates are gonna be doing. So you can see, back this year, budget 18,000, that was done in 19, year in 19, and then it was going up, those rates have gone up. And this year we budgeted 386,000, we collected 344,016 through the end of February. It's above the budget number as of yesterday. I do know that. And next year, it's at to be determined. We just don't know quite yet. The market rate and the capital management trust and other things you're seeing are tending to flow down some. And we can't just invest money anywhere per general statute. One other thing back on that I won't be sending out a request for proposal next few weeks for about 185,000 for something the board's already approved in this year's budget where we reimburse ourselves for money we spent. So you'll be seeing that that will be added as debt, but we'll spread it over like a 3-year period as well. And right now the rates are probably between 5 and 6% for taxes and rates for that purpose. Any questions on this or anything else? I'm gonna turn it over to Regina.
Well, I'm gonna piggyback to start with off of what Paul was mentioned earlier, which is the stability we have in Aberdeen. And I think there's a couple of factors that really create that stability. One is gonna be your revenues and expenses, obviously, but another is gonna be your staffing. And I think that's something that we are very proud of here. We've got a great staff. So we're gonna talk more about our human resources area. These are just a couple of pictures from our Safety and Health Day we had last May. It's an event we do every year that our staff really enjoys. I think a couple of you have had a chance to attend. If you haven't before, or even if you have before, we're gonna be doing it again this year. And hope you'll be able to join us. So there'll be more information about that in the weekly report, and I hope you guys can join us for that. So this is just a quick snapshot of our employees. So we have 118 full-time employees. And what you can see from this little chart here is police and fire make up about 54% of our staff. So we've got 32 staff members in police, we have 32 in fire, 7 in parks and rec, 3 in facilities, 5 in admin, 4.5 in finance and billing and collections, because we do have 3 part-time employees that would equivalent to 1.5 full-time employees. And then we have 29 in public works, and we have 7 in planning. One thing I would mention is that our salaries and benefits are a big part of our budget. However, you know, in 2023, we were sitting around 49% salaries and benefits of total budget. 2024, a little under 50%. So a small increase, but still a very manageable number. And the generally accepted threshold of salaries and benefits of total budget is somewhere between 55 and 60%. So we're running much lower than what that generally accepted number is. So we do a lot with what we have.
Virginia, how many did you say were in park and recs?
We have 7 full-time employees. And they have 2 part-time employees that work at the front desk. So really we split that full-time position into 2 part-time positions, and they each work 22.5 hours each week. And they get retirement 401k, but not the other benefits.
So take here, we add on here and there, so that's good, I'm glad you can.
Yes, about 118, well, actually, 118 full-time, and then we have a few dozen part-time employees. So we've got our volunteer firefighters, we have a lot of part-time staff members through Parks and Rec, because they have to have, referees and field and gym supervisors, they have part-time rental attendants that work there at the desk for the rentals. So we've got a host of part-time employees as well. Thought you guys might like to see turnover rates, because I know we talk about this a lot, and I thought this would be some, good information for you guys to see. And I will tell you, prior to 2018, you might would have found even more interesting, because our turnover rates were in single digits. We did not have a lot of turnover. And then, I don't know, things have just changed. The world has changed, and you'll notice in 2020, though, we saw a reduction. That was because of COVID. People stayed where they were. They were afraid to change jobs. But we are on a steady incline when it comes to turnover rates. This is very standard. When I check with other HR directors here in the county, these numbers we're seeing, that's exactly what they're seeing in their jurisdictions as well.
So 1 in 5 employees is leaving every year, is that right?
Well, glad you asked me that. So right now, we have 52 employees in this town out of 118 that have less than 2 years of service.
Wow.
If that gives you any indication.
Wow.
On an average month, when I'm doing new employee orientation, I probably have 5 to 6 new employees in that session.
So we're giving retention bonuses, is it the old timers who are staying and the short timers that are leaving? Or?
We have an assortment. If we did not have the retention bonus, these numbers would be much higher. That is a tool that has greatly helped us in retaining people. We're gonna talk about that here in just a minute, but it's something that employees get really excited about, and it creates some stability for them in their life, to have that little bit of extra money. And the retention bonus we fund through dollars we saved in turnover during that previous year. So it's not even a funded benefit that we put in the budget, it's something we pay for with money we saved.
So is it between the 16% and the 20, the retention bonus that made the difference, or you wanted more detail of it? What year
Well,
did we instituted it, 23 or 22?
I know you asked me last year, how has that helped?
Yeah.
And it's a very difficult thing to measure. But what I can tell you is these numbers would be much higher. Right now, instead of seeing 20% for 2024, we'd probably see closer to, 22 or 23% would be my guess.
Well, it's more of a safety net going forward necessarily, not necessarily that we did it. The data shows that it changed dramatically from the year before. So,
Right.
and that's fine. I was just
Yeah.
curious if there's, comparative data there. I think
People
it's-
are looking for more money. That's what they're looking for. It's not about benefits. It's about money in their pocket every time they get paid. That's what they're looking for.
And I get asked that sometimes. I mean, sometimes other municipalities may say, y'all lose many people, or what are y'all doing, so that's good. That's good that, it's working for us.
And others have looked to us when it comes to this retention bonus. I get calls regularly, and they're asking us how we, set this up and how we're able to fund it, and they think it's genius. So I think it's a great way for us to reinvest those dollars we've saved into our staff that helps give us that stability we have here in Aberdeen.
And it promotes good climate.
It
Work-
does, and
work
it lets
relationships,
employees know we
climate.
care about them.
So how do you determine who gets what and how much?
But we'll talk about that. That'll be on the slide after this, if you guys can hang with me for just a minute here. So yeah, staff size is continuing to grow. In order to be competitive in our market, we have to keep up with salaries and benefits with other local governments, or we will fall behind. We are struggling to keep up. I know I probably say this every year, but we are behind where you might see some other local governments around us, especially Southern Pines and Pinehurst, and even the county in some positions as well. So we want to remain competitive, so we're not losing people to agencies around us. So inflation factor, we're expecting to see, again, I've been calling around, checking with other HR departments, between cost of living increases and merits, we're expecting to see the average between 5% and 8% again this year for local governments around us. And that's important to us, because if that's what we're seeing other places do, we have to keep up. We're already behind, and if we fall further behind, we're gonna be in trouble. So what we're gonna be recommending for this upcoming budget year is a 6% COLA. Some places you're gonna see, you know, cause I've done a lot of research here recently, you might see a 3% COLA and you might see a 3% merit. We're recommending a 6% COLA. So that's gonna be combined into that one category. We're also looking to do focused market pay adjustments. This year, we're gonna focus primarily on the police department. What we're seeing is that we have the lowest starting pay, we believe, for a police officer in Moore County. Chief Chavis, would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had a fellow, HR director call me the other day and say, Regina, tell me why you guys pay the lowest for a police officer of anybody in Moore County. And I said, well, let's talk about it. Let's compare apples to apples. It's not all about starting pay. You know, the retention bonus is a piece of it. There are other things we offer that some other local governments may not offer. But starting pay is important, and we're not going to attract those new officers coming out of ELET unless we have a competitive starting pay. So that's something we'll look to hopefully tackle this budget year. We have a very robust career development program. It's something we're gonna continue to really engage our employees in and hope they take advantage of that, because there's real opportunity for them to develop their skills, get certification, get extra money, all through this program that we already have in place. And above all, we're gonna continue efforts to maintain a positive culture in our workplace that focuses on caring for the well-being of our staff. And we do that through programs we do each year. Right now, we have a weight loss competition going on, Commit to be Fit. Yeah. In fact, we have our first place team member, Tim, back here in the back. He's doing really great. You know, we have a lot of employees that are, you know, very competitive in this program. They're losing weight, they're feeling better about themselves. We spend a very small amount of money on this program, but it creates a lot of goodwill. Things like that matter to employees. So back to retention bonus. You know, this is another solution that we would like to be able to use to help combat these rising numbers we're seeing from local governments around us for pay. So again, this year, you're gonna see that we're gonna ask for your consideration for approval Monday night work session for this. The cost to implement this would be about $320,000, and the bonuses would be structured the exact same way as last year. So they would range from $800 to $2,500, depending on what type of tier the employee is.
But just to be clear on that, I mean, full-time is 2,500.
Correct.
Yeah, so whatever the number is, I mean, it's 90-something% is getting the full. The other one is we're trying to have a fairness for, you know, part-time employees, so they don't get the same amount as a full-time, but they still get something for their job. So it's not like one full-time employee will get less than another one. If you're full-time, you get the full amount. Just wanna make sure everybody understands that.
And not everybody accepts it. So, you guys will see in your packet materials for the work session, you know, there's a form that an employee has to sign before they're able to receive this check. And they either accept or decline the retention bonus. Last year, we had 10 out of 111 people who were eligible who did not accept it. So just because I show you this number of $320,000 doesn't mean that's what we'll end up spending. And then we get payback. So if people leave, they have to pay back all or a portion of that retention bonus. And last year, we got back a little over $26,000. Say last year, this current year we're in, we've gotten back about 26,000 of it. There is no gray area. If they leave, they pay back what that portion is.
You think that's the main reason they don't accept it, or is it like people that are retired?
People who are already planning to leave.
Okay.
So it gives us insight. So as we're budgeting for the new year, it gives us really good insight on who's planning to move forward with us. And that helps us budget accordingly in our proposed budget. But you can see here the money that we've saved already this year. So we're already sitting at, this was the end of February, which, $506,485. That's what we've saved in dollars that are budgeted in salaries and benefits for this current fiscal year.
Right. That's awesome.
And that's gonna continue to grow. So by the time we get to the end of June, there's gonna still be an even larger amount that we've saved and that can go back and be used for other areas within the town. So other things to talk about would be health insurance. insurance is gonna be a very big thing for us to tackle this budget year. As Paul mentioned earlier, the League of Municipalities no longer is gonna be offering a medical insurance pool, which we are currently a part of. That's been really beneficial for us because we've had very high claims history for the last 3 years, maybe even 4 now. And what they have been able to provide us is stability and rate increases. Without being part of a pool, you're gonna pay based on your claims history. That's gonna probably cost us money. The good news is, I mean, good and bad, we pay the lowest premium of any other local government in Moore County. Cause I've been researching other municipalities over the past couple weeks, and we have the lowest premium, but that's gonna likely increase. But we're investigating every option possible. We're looking at InChip with this, it's the North Carolina Health Insurance Pool. We're looking at the Hill Group, which is a group that the league has endorsed. They're planning to create their own pool. So we're looking to see if we can get a rate proposal from them. We're working closely with our broker, and we are basically quoting out to every carrier out there to see what numbers we can get back. So we're looking at Blue Cross, we're looking at Cigna, Aetna. Even though we have Aetna now, we're part of a pooled group. So we would have to get an individual quote from Aetna if we were gonna continue with them. We're even looking at something different now, where we could be part of a captive group. It's some new thing out there in the health insurance industry. But we're really just looking for every option that's available to see what we can afford. And we will share more information as we get it.
Why is the law enforcement rate higher than the general employee rate?
Cause they tend to cost more, right? I don't know, that's a really good question. Rich, would you know more about that?
Tim, many years ago, I think they set it up in the legislature that the public safety, law enforcement, they have a higher liability for them of what they do. And that's the only thing that I've ever heard. So that's why it's always been, just been a tad higher.
I would think the fire department would be in there too. They agree.
Yeah. All right, so on the workers' comp and property and liability side, what I'll tell you is we don't have numbers yet on what those renewals are gonna look like, but we've had a really good year. We've had very low claims history, nothing really crazy expensive. Our employees have been very safe and very minimal accidents. So we're hoping those numbers are gonna be really low. We're actually meeting with our broker that handles those coverages next week. So we'll learn more and share that with you as we know what those numbers will look like. And then as Tim just mentioned, you know, we do have these rate increases for the local governmental employees retirement system as well. These are standard. Unfortunately, we see these year to year. This year's a little bit more than previous years. They're automatic. We can't control these rates, and these are across the whole state. But they contribute to us having probably one of the most stable retirement systems in the country, which gives us all some comfort, because most of us that are still here that have been here a long time, we're here for the retirement. You know, along with some of the public, but what, you know, the retirement is really it's a driving force of why we stay in local government, and we wanna know that there's gonna be a benefit there one day for us to enjoy.
Sure.
All right, so that's what I have. Any questions on the HR side? You might be wondering if we're requesting any new positions this year, and the answer is yes. We're gonna be requesting one new full-time position, which is gonna be in the planning department. They are very overloaded with work in their area, and so we're looking to add a planning technician, which would work there at their front desk area in the planning building and support the planning staff with a multitude of things. So Pam will probably share more about that during her presentation. That will be the only new position that we are requesting though for the upcoming budget year. All right, next up is Dean. He's gonna tell you guys a little bit about some proposals he has for the upcoming year. And he loves to present, so stare at him really hard.
table and present a little bit to you guys. Yes, I'm very uncomfortable giving a speech. I know I'm a talker, but this is different here. And before I start on my end, I will sign for my $2,500 bonus if you guys agree to that this year. I will. Thank y'all. So, a little bit of IT stuff. The biggest thing in IT is always security. Whether that means securing your data, securing your network, securing your people, that's where we're at. And over the last 5.5 years that I've been here, our IT infrastructure has grown fairly substantially, including a lot of pretty new laptops that we're seeing around today. And some of you guys need to get with me and set an appointment up to get your new laptops. I have them ready for you. But we're going to start with data backups. We need to look at a way to extend our backup system here for the town. Right now, we're doing data backup. We have one here at the PD who's got their own network and one at the town hall for the rest of the town. There's a backup device in the server room in both of those locations. My fear is, should a worst case scenario happen, let's say a fire and it burns the building down and you lose the whole server room, the data you've backed up is burnt down with your servers. And you're starting at ground zero at a total loss of data, rebuilding from the ground up. And I can tell you right now, this lady over here would be yelling at me. She would not be happy because there's a lot of data that's being backed up every night in this town. We need to do a cloud backup, which gives us what they call an air gap security. It's pulled from these backup devices we have, stored in a place in the cloud. Actually, this company, Comtech, that we work with regularly, has a storage location in Graham, North Carolina. The great thing about that is, versus some of the other systems, is our data is still in North Carolina. I can drive there in just over an hour and pick it up if I have to, versus waiting for hours or days for it to download across the internet. That would get us back online much faster. My biggest concern for us is the natural disaster side of this. I mean, all of those are worries, hardware failures, but we still have the backup in-house. But should a natural disaster or a fire or something of that nature happen, that's where our loss would be catastrophic. Also, Comtech offers loaner servers. So if our server's destroyed and I call them and say, we lost our server, we lost our backup, they're immediately going to start setting up a server on their workbench in Graham, North Carolina. And when it gets within a couple hours of being ready, they're going to call me, whether it's today or tomorrow, but it would happen reasonably fast. I just drive up there and pick that server up and bring it back and get us back online in some form fairly quickly. As opposed to where if I just use a cloud backup system and we lose our server, I've got to order a new server, wait for it to come in, wait for the data to download to it. It could possibly be a week or more before we're back online, which is going to be highly disruptive to the day-to-day operations of our town. That's enough about cloud backup, but we really need to look at doing that. The second thing I've been looking at, and this has come from a lot of my friends that work in IT up in the western part of the state. When they got hit by the hurricane and they lost everything, the only way they could get their emergency centers back online, their towns back online, temporarily was through Starlink satellite internet service. It was a lifesaver for them. Without it, they would have been down for weeks or even potentially months. They had no cellular, they had no internet, they had no nothing. They went to bought Starlink satellite systems, and they were able to get emergency centers back online. They were able to get their servers back up and operational. While the rest of town might have been destroyed, the government was operating, so they could start trying to get the services that everybody needed back online. For the cost of these systems, it's really cheap for what they offer us. We don't have to sign any kind of long-term contract with them. You can literally buy it by the month as you need it. So when you have an emergency happen, you turn it on for the month. You get through the emergency and you can turn it back off. There's no recurring. The upfront cost is $1,049, and I'm asking for 3 systems for that total price upfront. That would give us one for town hall, which would cover fire, public works, planning, obviously town hall, parks and rec. Then we need one for the police department. They're on their own standalone system here, so they would need a Starlink. And fire station number 2, where the air care is at, because they're so far out, they're on a separate network, and that would help get them back online and the air care potentially back online too. So, and then I'm asking for 6 months worth of service, which is basically 2 months at each location. I think it would be a huge benefit for us to have that fallback plan should everything go south. Last slide. Cyber armor service, this is cybersecurity. We really need to start thinking about how to lock down our network a little tighter than we're doing. We're doing things, we've grown so much in the last 5 years, and we're doing so much more than we were, but the bad actors in the world are getting better. They're state funded. I mean, they just charged a dozen Chinese nationals with hacking US services. And they were sponsored by the Chinese government. This is a very robust system. It would help secure with our emails. It would secure our accounts. It would offer retention logs that we have to have by law. There's a lot of things this does for us. And this service has been in effect for 5 years now. They've got multiple customers using it, and they have not had a cyber event at any of the customers that are using it. It would take 3 to 5 different vendors to put together a similar package, and we'd be working with 3 to 5 different entities trying to do something of this nature to have one company handle it for us all, so I have one contact. It would
It's
be
our
about-
same contact we use now.
It is. I've shopped around quite extensively, and I just can't find
That's
anything.
fine, I was just.
Yeah, no, I can't find anything that's better than this for the price, to be honest with you. By the time you buy 4 or 5 different services, it's gonna be beyond this, because every one of them's a little more expensive for that individual service.
Well, I wondered what type of protection we had, cause you'll get some data breach, and it's like, if we were to ever have a data breach, all these folks that we've employed, their social security numbers, their.
There is a fear of that. We do some things with some of our other vendors that we have that we're using to manage that data with, that offers what they call air gap. It's not sitting on our servers, but in the big picture of things, it's a risk that we run every day we operate. I spend a lot of my time trying to keep us secure.
Would this prevent these emails too for coming in, like when we get these odd emails?
Prevent might be a strong word, but it's definitely gonna help filter a lot of them. In the cybersecurity world, it's a reactionary world. You're never sure which part of the fence the guy's cutting through next, and you're always trying to patch where he came through and make it more secure there. There's never a 100% guarantee, but for a company to sit there and tell me that they've gone for 5 years with this system and none of the customers they have that run this system have had a cyber event, that's a massive statement in the world today. It's really not a matter of if you're gonna get hacked anymore, it's almost when that you have to think about it. I spend a lot of nights not sleeping well thinking about it. It's my job.
D-Man said this while I stepped out, but Mecklenburg County, City of Durham, and Henderson County got hacked.
Mm-hmm.
And Dean and I talked about that, because I knew some people with these places. It was not a pretty picture.
Pittsburgh got hit too, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the list goes on.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could go on for days.
So this is less than $8,000 a year. We're well protected.
No, that's.
Combined.
Well, that's a month.
That's a month on that one.
That's a month.
Oh, that's a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still, it's for the money, it's still a very, I mean, you have to view security like an onion, it's in layers. So that when they get to the first layer, they've got another layer they've got to, you make it so hard that the average, even high-tech hacker is just not worth their effort. They just can't reach it. So that's the plan here, is I'm trying to build this onion out and make it stronger and better for us. But that's the extent of my request. Any questions?
Do you remember when the hospital got hacked?
I do. I don't know if everybody here knows it, but, what is it, the,
First radiology.
radiology just recently got hacked and went out of business over it.
Yeah.
They lost all their data, customer data was hacked and
All of the scans, like all the ladies that had gone and had mammograms, they're all just gone.
gone.
They're
They have
gone.
no access to it. They couldn't afford to pay the ransom and they shut down.
And one of the things we can't do by state law, we can't pay a ransom.
It's not even an option.
It's not an option for us.
Neither me nor Paul wanna go to jail for that, so.
The ransom is, held by the person that acted,
Mm.
and they will reach out and say, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
They want
yeah.
digital currency from you, so,
Yeah.
Bitcoins or something of that nature, so
Did
it's
they find out who
untraceable.
it was? Was it a Chinese?
It was out of country and they can't track them. I mean, they can tell you what country it came from, but if that country doesn't offer extradition and help, then there's not much you can do beyond that. And that's really where they're all at.
Yeah.
It's just a different world that
It
we're living
is.
in now, yeah.
It is. Any more questions? All right, well, that was it for me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Okay, so, any general questions about admin before we move on? Anybody? Alright, so next up is gonna be Parks and Rec. I think Adam's over there hiding a little bit. Yes, yeah, you gonna show him, Regina?
Yeah.
Just so we can find it. He's got it there.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Doing all right. And I don't think I will mention China at all. So, yeah, should be good. How's everybody doing? All right, trying to get through this quickly. Appreciate being a little earlier in the day. Paul usually puts me late and you guys have eaten and sleeping a little bit, so. We'll get you picked up here a little bit. How's it, Parks and Rec? Lots of fun pictures. I'll try to make this one a little bit more fun as we are the fun department. We are still kind of going through our projects for this year. A lot of times when we get to this time of year, we're kind of done, but this year we're still kind of going through our stuff. We are in the process of completing the 10-year comprehensive Parks and Recreation Plan. That's kind of an all fiscal year, a lot of information. We are dumping all sorts of data and information to the engineering firm that we're working with, McAdams. We just put together our focus groups that we're gonna be holding. You each should have gotten, I apologize for spamming you with, I think, 4 emails, but that's 3 invites to our 3 different focus groups. And then the 4th one was just to kind of explain our overarching look at adaptability and inclusiveness with our programming. I don't know if anybody got the mailed out survey from the firm that's, a couple of you got it. So one of the biggest pieces of information that we've gotten back from that so far is an interest in inclusiveness, adaptability, access. One of the things I did notice when I first got here, accessibility to a lot of our parks was limited. We worked on a few of those projects, kind of the handicap parking at the Aberdeen Lake Park, connecting it to the shelter, connecting it to the playground with the sidewalk. Things along those lines to try to make our facilities more accessible. But also programming is one of the things that we're gonna be looking at as well. So the 4th group that was invited to our focus groups is focusing on that. Wendy Carter, who's with the ARC, we have sent the invites to all of the families who are in EC classrooms in our elementary schools. And we've invited them to all of those focus groups so we can get some feedback from our families. What can we do facility-wise, program-wise? What can we do to make our programs more accessible? When we get requests from parents for children who have disabilities, we make our programs more adaptable. So we work with families to try to make sure that children can take part in all of our programs. But we really haven't gotten larger requests. We are currently working with one parent at the community college to see if we can start up some camps, kids with disabilities, to do some sports camps. But that's really the only request that we've gotten so far. But the fear is that there are perhaps those needs, and that's what we're hearing from the survey, but we're not getting those requests. They're just out there waiting or hoping that we will get it. So that's kind of why we're looking at that overarching theme of all the focus groups is what can we do to be a little bit more accessible. There are ADA standards that we have to follow, 4-foot trail. But if you go further beyond that and you talk to families who have children perhaps in wheelchairs, 6-foot trail allows 2 wheelchairs to pass. Where are we not quite hitting the mark? What do we need to do to try to make sure that our programs and facilities are more accessible and feasible for everybody in our community? So that's the 4th email that I sent you. That's kind of one of the things that we're looking at for all the focus groups. So that's where we are in the process of the plan. We are getting ready to begin the Raise Mill project. Bruce McFadden Homes is going to be our contractor on that. We spoke in February. He said give him a month to kind of wrap up what he's been doing. We're just a little past a month since we spoke. Obviously we've had some snow, we've had some weather. So within the next week or so, we're going to touch base and just make sure we're still tracking on that. I don't think that project's really going to take us more than a couple of months max. And again, that's where we're going to work on a couple of spots on the trail there at Raise Mill that are currently puddling. We're going to kind of re-level those. And then we're going to add a trail into the woods, kind of give us a figure-8 trail out there. We're also going to add the crush and run parking area and lead it down to a boat ramp so that we can give better access for watercraft into Right now, what we have is if people don't carry it down, they're driving across our trail, they're driving across our grass, our irrigation system, so we wanna give a better access point, for that. I think it really will be a cool addition and something that people will appreciate, so we should be getting started on that very soon. We renovated the recreation center outdoor restrooms, did that just the very, end of, or beginning of summer. They were in need of a refresh anyway, but it has also, made them more durable, easier to clean, which staff appreciates. Before, if you went in there and really tried to douse those bathrooms down, water pushed under the floor, came into room 104, 107, really created a mess. We have sealed those floors now, we've sealed the walls, you can go in there and really give them a good cleaning, if necessary. Outdoor public bathrooms, they have their moments. We have replaced, 2 more of the HVAC units, at the recreation center. Unfortunately, 2 hit us at the same time, and one of them being one of our larger ones, so that was, quite an expense. But luckily, we're down to 1. We're down to 1 in room 126. That's our last one that has significant age on it. The building was 08, so we're, sitting at, or, yeah, it's 08. So that, it's got 17. 17 years. That's why we go to Parks and Recreation. We leave math to finance. We don't do math. And that's honestly, we've had our monies on it. I mean, 17 years on an HVAC unit, especially on a building like that. But we just had our PM, preventive maintenance, inspection, and they have said, hey, 126, that one it's running harder than it's supposed to. So, it is in our 5-year CIP. It's in next year. We've got the money in there to budget for it, but luckily 1 more to go. And we've expanded our park maintenance roles and scope. We've got the 3 staff now. We are getting at the parks at a better rate, a better way. We are on top of the trail a lot better than we have been. So those 3 are really working well together. And we have just informed our contractor who maintains the Mountain Blue Farm, this time next year, we're gonna take that over, end that contract, and manage that facility in-house. Talk with staff to come up with a plan, to be able to pull that in-house, which will save us, quite a bit of money on that contract and taking that out.
Explain that. Mountain Blue.
The Mountain Blue Farm? So the Mountain Blue Farm, currently we contract the maintenance of that facility.
Okay, grass and, or, what does that entail? With the maintenance?
So that they go out there, they do all the mowing, the blowing, all of the groundwork, of the facility, the parking areas, everything. They are in charge of all of that. Our staff will go out from time to time when there's an issue and we'll get on top of things. But when we first took that farm over, when I got here, we had 1 park maintenance employee. So the deal all along was that it was not going to be maintained by the Parks and Recreation Department. We've had a couple of different, processes there. But for the past, probably at least 5 or 6 years, we have contracted with a contractor to do that work. It's costing us anywhere between $730 to up to maybe $1,500 a month to have that contract. Spoken with Tito and our staff, and they feel they can keep on top of that. Luckily, the farm isn't a fine maintenance. We're not edging. It's not to that level. We're really just keeping the grass down, stick some pine cones up.
Natural. I mean, it's supposed to look like old timey farm.
Right, yeah, it's not supposed to look finely manicured. Now, there are deeper dives that we don't go into it around Mountain Blue Festival time, egg hunt time. There are areas that we use, so we get in a little deeper on those. But for the most part, staff should be able to get out there with 3 staff, 3 mowers, get the blowers, get the weed eaters out there. We should be able to get on top of that and keep that regularly again. So that's one of the advantages that we spoke about, bringing in that 3rd staff person, and we feel we're ready to do that at this time.
And does anybody ever do anything like inside the house, like do they prepare, like that, does anybody ever have to take time of year to dust really good or take
We
care
have
of the?
just started with a cleaning service, and we're having her now go in quarterly,
Yeah.
and hit the house, hit the museum, hit the pack house, the concession stand and the restrooms.
That's good.
The idea was initially we were gonna do that with our custodial service, but our custodial service is already pulled so thin. So we are contracting that one, but we are doing it a little more regularly now, cause if you don't, especially with those facilities, when you do go in there, it's well past time. And we wanna make sure that we're staying on top of that. So we just started using her. she did a fantastic job. We've been kind of picking and choosing times before, right before, special events. But now she's gone in, she did a really, really good job the first time. We're excited about having her out there. It's probably the first time we've done a really good deep dive into the cleaning. And we'll just maintain it at that point. But it is important to get into those facilities and keep it.
I know, Mrs. Kenny, one time you mentioned that people were just going out there, walking their dogs and letting their dogs
I saw that,
do
actually,
their
I actually
business,
saw
so
that
to
yesterday.
speak, and I didn't know if that's a concern at all, or do you need to put any kind of signage or anything to
We
show that it does belong to the town, it's not
We
just,
have a couple of signs, and honestly, we have signs at all of our parks, and we deal with this at all of our parks.
you know,
Yeah.
Honestly, our biggest issue is Colonial Heights. People in the neighborhood like to let their dogs into the fences of the ball fields and just let them run. So you have an outfield that, 4 to 6 year olds are getting ready to play baseball on, and their dog does their business, digs up our grass, digs up the infield. They're on the bleachers on their phone, and then they call their dog and leave. So it's a dog park, but it's a ball field with like the nicest grass that we're trying to maintain in areas where kids play. So, and we have all sorts of signs up there that also say, no dogs on field. I wish people would be cognizant of it. We have spoken to the neighbors that we know have the dogs, but they're not really.
Yeah, we're
concerned.
still having a problem in our neighborhood, and I'm up there at the farm for dogs off a leash.
Sure.
I witnessed that yesterday.
I'm sure. And unfortunately, they even get to know when staff's gonna be there. We have people who learn what the staff schedules are and when they can go out and when they can't. And we've seen it at both places where staff is there. You'll see somebody heading towards the property with the dog, they'll see the staff car, and then all of a sudden they're walking their dog down the road instead of heading towards our property. So people know, they don't care what challenges that is.
what just worries me though is if there's people walking out there on the farm without, an event taking place, it is very old and there's fragile things there, it could be, damaged if, I was just concerned about it, that's all.
Obviously, the biggest concern for us, the biggest concern is of course safety. A dog
Right,
off of a leash.
exactly, they could go and get hurt too.
And we'll get people periodically who come into the recreation center, they're out at Lake Park and somebody has a dog off a leash, and they're concerned and they don't feel safe, and we certainly are worried about those concerns. And then obviously not picking up after your animal creates issues, to varying degrees. Out at the farm, it's potentially, a disgusting surprise for somebody out there.
Well, I wasn't saying just necessarily the dog excrement, I'm just thinking more like the actual kids playing on the porch or, some old breaking off, it's old farm equipment or something like that, that's what I was thinking.
Most of the time, I don't think the loose dogs really are as much of an issue to the facilities or the equipment, and you're not really getting, but they are running loose. We do have people
I
that
don't
go.
mean the dogs, but I mean the families, if there's more than it's fine. My concern is, you wouldn't see that happening at a museum, I would hope, like the Austin House or somewhere where people just take their family and let the kids play day and just jump on the porch and run their dogs, because it's a historical place, and I just wouldn't want anybody to be there that shouldn't be there during hours that's not open. But I don't know how you stop that, unless Brian runs up there every time to see somebody.
You want a new job? And obviously, you'll see PD does their ride-throughs and they check the
That's good.
facilities. And,
Yeah.
most people that go out there off hours are really just intrigued in the property. And we do quite a few tours. Bob Martin does a lot of tours, several a week for us, that we run through there. And most people are just interested in the property. And we encourage people to go out and check it out and schedule a time with us where they can get into the facilities. It is a unique space, so I understand people's curiosity. Any other questions on what we've been up to this year?
Do you have anybody call to go into the museum?
We do. Several people reach out to us, reach out to us on Facebook. So when Bob goes out to do a tour, he takes them to the museum, he takes them to the house. We're really lucky to have Bob. Bob knows the history. He's never met a stranger. He's the perfect person to go out there and discuss anything, everything with people. And he couldn't be happier to do it, so we provide those at no cost. So we do get several requests. I would say usually at least 1 or 2 a week
Oh, that many?
Yes.
Yeah, there was one there this week.
So apparently that was, Holly Springs Parks and Recreation Department was in the area and they brought their out to the farm.
I know it's on the Civil War Trail. I don't know if that's still advertised.
I don't know that we've really had anybody speak, or reach out to us specifically regarding that. I do know it was on the trail. And then we were also we got on a farm group as well, people looking to tour farms. Obviously ours is not a working farm, so
Yeah.
there's kind of a different level there to what people are looking for. But we do have several groups go out and tour and get in and see the house.
We have a garden out there.
But
Bob had a garden out there. It is a working farm.
Chickens, so yeah,
And there's chickens too.
I'm gonna stop at working farm, but hey, we do have some features.
He plants corn every year and other vegetables and stuff, so.
Bob is great. Bob goes out and he piddles around and he fixes some things. We love Bob. He is the farm's best friend. Any other questions? Again, just a little smattering about what we've been up to throughout the year. These numbers have already changed, but you'll see, we are kind of at the point now where we're kind of steady, some rises, some falls, half of these are up, half of them are down a little bit, but really kind of staying steady. The only one of note, I will say, volleyball was down a little bit. We were wondering what that was gonna look like. Pinehurst Parks and Recreation Department decided to start a fall girls volleyball league as well. We kind of gently suggested that maybe they do the spring instead of the fall. We've had requests for a spring league as well, but we haven't had the time to get on top of it. They decided they wanted to do the fall. So we did see a little bit of a dip there. Unfortunately, we ended up with some girls on the waiting lists after we had already made teams and schedules. I think we may have been able to get a few more in if the timing had worked out. So I'm hoping this year with it being aggressive on registration, I'm hoping those volleyball numbers kind of pop right back up. Hopefully Pinehurst can have some success as well. You know, high tide floats all boats, hopefully. I have just sent a letter to Southern Pines because they now talked about starting a fall volleyball, and I've a little more strongly suggested that they look at the spring. We all share borders, and my favorite phrase is we like to complement, not compete. When it calls for it and their numbers are there, great, let's all do it, but when it doesn't, let's try to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes. So hopefully we see, continued positivity there. As I mentioned, kickball was already up another 2 yesterday, so we're actually up 1 this year instead of down 1, and actually there's several more that are gonna come in. So kickball will probably get up even closer, maybe to 190 or above. So we'll probably be pushing that 1,000 number by the time that's all said and done. Kickball starts up next week.
Is the flag football and kickball, is that done at the Sportsplex?
Flag is at the Sportsplex. Kickball is at Colonial Heights. So coach pitch, T-ball, and kickball and kid pitch are all at Colonial Heights. We do our youth basketball at elementary school, and then flag football is at the Sportsplex. So fall is actually somewhat hectic for our athletics. T-ball is out at Colonial. Basketball is getting ready to start at the elementary school. Flags out at Sportsplex, and that's volleyball is going on at the school as well. So Clayton is hopping all over the place in the fall.
So we don't use our gym for any basketball at this point yet?
We're not currently, no.
Not yet.
And we'll get into CIP. That's one of the areas that I've asked McAdams to look at with this 10-year comprehensive plan. Asked them to get into the facility, we toured it. So we've got a little placeholder in the 5-year CIP to hopefully maybe put some money and get after those facilities. I think there are areas of the facility that we really could turn into cool facilities that people would be excited. There's not a lot you can do with the structure of the gym, but if we updated it and refreshed it, it could be a source of community pride and we could utilize it. I coached my son in 4 to 6-year-old basketball there, and half my team ran off the field across 4 to 6. The team just walks off the field or court in the middle of a game. They all ran into the bathroom, but luckily they all ran right back out because none of them wanted to use that. So, but if we steer into the unique nature of that facility and turn it into a source of community pride, then yes, I think people would be happy to go out there and utilize it. Honestly, the auditorium, I think more of a refresh sound, lights, that's really what we need to get after. But other than that, I mean, kind of the joy of that facility is you kind of walk back in time. I swear I performed on that stage at a school in New York when I was a kid. They all kind of look the same from that era, and it's kind of cool to walk in there and that nostalgia. So I think honestly, the upstairs of the auditorium is more of a refresh and kind of hit lights, sound, maybe curtain, but the rest of it is really just kind of patching up. The area under the auditorium, I think, could be huge for our community. I think that could be an area where we really could utilize for camps, but it's going to take updating and refurb to turn it into an inviting area where you're going to feel comfortable leaving your kids. But it's an incredible space that if we manage to do that, it would be a great place to be able to put camps and leave it for camps. The challenge right now of the recreation center is we set it up for camps, and by Friday evening we got to tear it completely down so that it can be utilized for rentals. And then Monday morning we got to set it right back up for camp. You know, it's kind of this dance that we do. It would be much better suited up to the facility. So yeah, that's one of the things that we want to look at and definitely get to.
Have you been contacted by anyone about a fundraiser to replace the floor in the gym, put the wood floor back in?
Nobody has contacted us about it. But that is obviously one of the things that we would love to do is put a.
I've been contacted twice. I know who these people are. They're old alumni,
Oh, okay.
and they're talking about doing something about a fundraiser to replace the wooden, the floor that's in there, put the wooden floor back. And I said, well, you need to talk to
Sure.
you, and evidently they haven't called you.
We-
But I've been contacted twice about this.
Okay. Well, and obviously those are areas that would, when we do decide what we're gonna do and money in the budget, then, you know, if people wanna hop on that, we'd never turn that
Didn't
down.
somebody put a laminate floor in there or something?
AC Sandhills got
Yeah, it's like a,
sport court type.
I'm not sure what it is, like, these
Kinda
square
like cork
tiles
or
that
something.
snap together.
Yeah.
It was actually the volleyball, the club volleyball, and they use the gym more than anybody right now. They did it at their own cost, so it didn't cost us a dime. And of course, but it can be used, I mean, AC, the indoor soccer during the winter, we'll use it for that. It works pretty good for both of those surfaces. You know, it's a color, it's actually kind of Aberdeen colors and stuff, so it's better than, cause you remember, the old floors there was some sort of old laminate thing that was on top of an old wood floor, I think.
The wood floor's gone.
Yeah, I don't know if they took it up or whatever, but
It was
whatever.
tile. It's like a kitchen
Tile
tile.
Yeah.
at one time.
Well, I was gonna say that,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if they covered it up or if it was in there somewhere, if it was just peeled up when they did it. But I mean, that was a long time ago. So that floor was really slippery and hard to use, and so
Yeah.
this is something you see, again, a lot of volleyball clubs use it, got a little bit of grip on it, but it works pretty well. I think basketball, I think it works fine too. I haven't really bounced the ball to see how well it works, but it's usable, but, you know, I mean, it's not wood, but, you know, it looks a lot better than it did. Yeah, I mean, and, you know, plan was to try to get some, maybe get it painted some this year with some of our specific money in the project ordinance for, you know, the gym and auditorium, and kind of see, as I said earlier, about, is there anything we can do this year? But I'm thinking this year more mechanical stuff as opposed to the finishes.
The kid pitch, is that, spring or fall?
So that is spring. It's late spring, early summer.
What age?
It's 9 to 12.
Does that not compete with Optimus?
We come in right behind Optimus.
Oh.
So my son specifically played Optimus last year, and then we dove right into the kid pitch here. So we timed that up. It is a more recreation level than I would say Optimus. There are a handful of kids that play both, but we get a lot of kids in that kid pitch who have not played before or have played minimally. So it's definitely, I would say, more of a beginner league. But that's the reason I have those shifted, because obviously we haven't even started kid pitch registration for the most part. We're getting a few in because the program guides went out. So I shift those numbers up a year just to kind of give the comparison, because obviously we haven't really seen this year's numbers yet. As I said, kickball even now is still ticking up a little bit. So, like I said, I think it was 186 yesterday, and we've had a few more reach out to us today. So I think that number will get up closer to about 190 probably by the time we start next week.
The first year you did kickball, how many people did you have?
When I got here, it was around the same number. I don't know when they first started it. I say this every year because I find it funny. I was in Pinehurst running honestly, that 4 to 6 year old age group, it's a perfect sport to start them with. They can all go out there and kick, they can all run. I coach that one too, and coaching 4 to 6 year olds is herding cats, but the kids have a lot of fun, and it's a sport they can play. They don't have to hit a ball, they don't have to get a ball up to a hoop. Like, it is really a great sport to start your kids out in. And that 11 to 15 year old age group, it's a big gap, but it's kids that aren't gonna play other sports. It just really is. This is the league that they participate in, and it's great that they have this opportunity to get out, exercise, be a part of a team, you know, all the things that we talk about, kids learning in athletics, teamwork, and, they get it still. So it really is it's a good league. I feel bad for laughing way back
Do
in
you
the day.
form like teams within these, like, okay, so like flag football, would you have, how many teams would you have in there?
Correct, so the flag football is actually, 2 different age groups. We've got a 7 to 10 age group, and we've got let me remember this if I'm doing this off the top of my head, or 8 to 10, and 11 to 12, 11, 12, 11, 13, I'm trying to remember. So that is your total number, within the league, and then within those age groups, you've got, a certain number of teams.
And with that, do you form teams?
Correct, yes.
Is it the same team every time they play?
It
Or do you guys just,
It can be, and some of these are handled a little bit differently. So basketball in the older age groups, we do a draft. As they get a little older, so that we make sure that the teams are competitive, we'll have an evaluation night for all the kids in that age group, and then the coaches come out, they evaluate the kids, and then we hold a draft, and they pick their teams. Younger age groups, we generally just put the teams
I mean,
together.
I'm just trying, like,
Sure.
the sports I grew up with, and I guess Brian too, they had sponsors, so it was like recreation sports, but then you had like, you know, like a Burlington Mill.
Sure.
And they buy their shirts
And we
or
still do
something.
that. We still reach out to sponsors, and try to have team sponsors. With kickball, we've got a league sponsor, the Kiwanis Club of the Sandhills sponsors that league. Names go back on the back of the shirts. That's how we help to, if you remember, residents pay $15 to play our youth sports. So the way that we, overcome that cost is sponsors.
But
So
do you guys buy the shirts for the teams?
we buy all the uniforms, and then
Okay.
sponsors pay us, and that
Okay.
helps offset the costs. So yes, our staff looks for sponsors, for all of our leagues. But yeah, so like youth basketball, we have ages 4 to 6, we have ages 6 to 8, we have, boys 9 to 12, girls 9 to 12, and then we have a 13 to 15. So those numbers are broken up into those age groups, and then those age groups are broken up into teams.
And your staff has to organize all that.
Correct, oh yeah, I mean Clayton's been down there this week.
Wow,
Put
that's
together.
I mean, that sounds like a lot to,
That's
get
one of those times
organized
when,
and
as an
balance
athletic director,
everything.
you close your door. You close the door, you don't answer the phone, you're putting together, 20 teams, you're putting together the scheduling is always the biggest one. And there are online schedule makers, but they don't do as well as we would like to see them do. We balance out the number of times your team is gonna be out there at 5:45, 6:30, 7:15, and make that even. Balance the number of nights that you're gonna be there, balance, which field you're gonna be. We make it even across the board, so that everybody has the same experience. 5:45 may not work for a lot of teams, so you're only gonna have that 3 times. You're gonna have 6:30 3 times, you're gonna have 7:15 3 times. We balance it across the board. Those online schedulers don't do that, so we do it by hand. And luckily, most of our leagues are 4, 6, 8, 10 teams, so it's not the worst thing in the world. It takes a little while to learn to do it. It's one of the biggest things I teach athletic directors is how to do a schedule. And the first year or so, it's a challenge, but eventually you kind of get and then eventually when you've put together a 14, 16, you kind of got that mold,
Yeah.
and you can kind of just play off of that each
I
year.
spoke at a school over here, a couple of classes at, Academy at Moore, and the kids that were 5th graders, they asked me, could you add hockey next
Hockey?
time I talk to you, yeah.
It's interesting, we ran inline hockey in Pinehurst. I ran that league for several years, and that one's just kind of dwindled for some reason. I think because Dean stopped coaching. Dean, I used to hand Dean
Anyway,
like
they
5
asked me,
teams a
they
year
said,
over
next
there.
time you talk to your recreation director, could you ask him to add hockey?
They
I
want
said,
ice
all I can do
hockey?
is ask. I
We could put an
honestly-
ice rink in the budget. Let's say,
I don't
it's only
know.
a few million.
I don't know where you'd rent an ice hockey rink to practice, but still.
Fayetteville's got, that's where all our kids went over there. Ice time's fun, starting at about 4 o'clock in the
Seems
morning.
like it's a growing sport, I guess, now, compared to what,
There's a strong, it's one of those
what was
sports.
before.
It's lacrosse, hockey, they are core sports that people who are involved with them are involved with them. That is what they do. They are hardcore about that sport. you know, the other sports, sometimes they're a little bit more casual. Your regular, your basketballs, your footballs, your baseballs, kids play them because that's what we do. Hockey, lacrosse, some of these other that they eat, breathe.
Well, it could be because, you know, with our military presence, kids are moving here from other parts of the United States, that maybe they were accustomed to having a hockey team someplace.
That
I don't
was,
know.
that's what we saw with lacrosse. When I was running programs in Pinehurst, we got this request for lacrosse, because we had a lot of parents from New York, New Jersey, the north, they were used to lacrosse, they wanted to see it. So I put some camps together. I even got rid of body checks. So we made it a tamed down version of lacrosse, and I still had every parent who's not familiar with lacrosse just staring at me in just horror as their children were being hit with sticks. Why are you letting them? That's lacrosse. Like, that's what lacrosse. That's why you have the longer stick, so you can hit people from behind with the stick. We even took out the body check. So, yeah, the people who were used to it were like, yeah, let's go. And, you know, others were not quite as familiar. But yeah, the more you get people from other areas, the more you get interested in some of these sports, and they've all grown.
Well, maybe your survey will share some more
Oh,
insight
absolutely.
into what people really are maybe looking more up than what they already have.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one of the ones that we've already seen on there was dog park. Was one of the biggest ones that dog park and splash pad.
Farm.
I got a future goal for you. They have a 4 baseball field complex with a tower in the middle and turn Colonial Heights into the dog park.
Okay.
That's a thought.
I like it. We could use, I mean, obviously, we could certainly use the wagon wheel facility. I mean, that would certainly allow us to grow things more. I mean, if you go out right now and watch a lot of these coach pitch t-ball, we got teams practicing in the outfield. When it comes time to practice, we got them tucked in the outfields, 1 on the infield, 2 in the outfields on each field. So certainly could use the space.
We buy some more land from Bernie's.
Yeah.
He's got any for sale.
Yeah, we definitely need
Look at
some
the
adult
size
stuff.
of the soccer goal.
Well, and yes, our fields are youth size.
Yep.
If we really go, and if that 11 to 12-year-old, if our 11 and 12-year-olds in kid pitch were more competitive, we would just about be outsized at Colonial, especially the front field. We've added a little bit of distance on Farrell, but that front,
Farrell, who's that named after?
I'd have to do some research.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Tyndall's a short field. It is definitely a short field. So they are definitely youth-sized fields. Any other questions on quick numbers? All right. Obviously, the main goals that we tie ourselves into, increase program participation. That's the bread and butter of the recreation side of Parks and Recreation. And obviously, improve park facilities, secure future parkland. That's the other half of what we do with parks. And then obviously, as Regina touched on, train and develop staff. We are in a really good place staff-wise. Our 3 park guys really do a fantastic job, and that has taken a lot off of us, keeping those facilities where we want them to be and where the community needs them. Casey coming back and running our programs and special events, she has done a fantastic job. And you know, I would not be surprised if she's eventually sitting in my seat. And then Clayton is young, but he's learning and getting into the athletic side of things. Athletics is a challenge. It's a grind. It's nights, it's weekends, it's constant. Those schedules that we talked about, putting those teams together, it's a lot. But he's now learning to keep his eyes more forward, knowing what's coming up next, and that's part of the job and part of the growth. So he's coming along and developing well. Short-term goals, Lake Park improvements. We've talked about this for several years now, but we want to get out that trail. We want to asphalt that trail. When we talk about being more accessible, we talk about ADA, we talk about people with different abilities being able to utilize our facilities. That trail and getting that asphalted is one of the biggest things that we can do out there at the park. Some of the things that we've looked at adding to that project, extend the sidewalk from the gazebo to the dam. If you walk that trail, you know at this point, once you get in front of the gazebo, you hit a sidewalk and it just stops. And then you just walk through the grass to get back to the dam, which is where the trail picks back up. So we would like to finish that sidewalk, bring it on down to the dam so we finish that. One of the other things that that's gonna do is that secondary spillway. I know Brian knows it well, if you are in that lower parking lot, that area between the parking lot and the lake is a little bit of a raised, it's the secondary spillway. So if the spillway is not handling the level of the lake, that secondary spillway is where it's supposed to run off to. If anybody was around, 15 was Matthew, when that lower portion of the park flooded, that was the area that it flows off to. I think from erosion and just from traffic, that area just continues to wear. We put some more fill, we put some more grass in it, it's kind of right back to where it was before. If we can run that sidewalk on top of it, we can kind of get at both of those problems a little bit, and just manicure and make that area a little bit better, finishes off the trail as well. What we'd also like to do is install a couple of pads, concrete pads along that behind the building, putting in some swinging bridges. We think that would be a really nice addition. We have a lot of people who go out and sit on the benches and just look at the lake, watch the wildlife. The swinging benches would add to that. And then replacement of the gazebo. We have sanded it, we have painted it, we have sanded it, we have painted it, we have replaced spindles. There's not much left to it to repair. So what we would look to do is, in my mind, I think maybe update it and put it in a new structure. Really what it gets utilized more than anything, rental-wise, are weddings. So maybe something along the lines of a pergola, run some power out there, run some lights to it, make it a little bit more updated, and I think it would be utilized a little bit more by coming generations. So that's kind of the lake park improvements that we're looking at. Solidify engineer plans for Aberdeen Lake Park Bridge replacement. We've talked about this for several years. We do finally, we have a contract with McAdams, who is currently doing our 10-year comprehensive plan. They have given us a number to go out and inspect that bridge and give us replacement options, so that I can come before you guys and say, hey, here's the Yugo version, here's the Cadillac version, here are our options and budget numbers that we can plug into our 5-year CIP to see what option we want to go with to replace that bridge. But we need to replace that bridge. We have timed that plan. It was an extra $20,000 that we didn't have in the budget this year for the 10-year plan. So what Paul and I asked them to do was push it into next fiscal year. So when they finish up the 10-year plan, they'll kind of start this plan, and we'll be able to get at it in the next fiscal year. But that'll give us the numbers that we need to get that solidified in our CIP. Improve outfield conditions for Farrell Field.
Where's that? Where's Farrell Field?
Colonial Heights.
At Colonial
So if
Heights,
you've been at
okay.
Colonial Heights, that front field is
Yeah.
Tyndall,
I know.
that back field is Farrell Field.
Tyndall and
We
Farrell.
did those improvements to those ball fields several years back. We regraded the outfields, we put in irrigation, we put in sod. It looked beautiful. Tyndall has taken and looks great. For whatever reason, Farrell is struggling. Maybe it's that dog that lives across the street that's going out there and tearing it up. So we have asked Colonial, who's the contractor that does the Mountain Blue Farm for us, I have asked him to get out there and get on top of that field. Our folks are great at mowing and keeping things down, but it needs help. So Gareth is gonna get out there over the next couple of years, and in full plan, we're aerating, we're top dressing, we're treating, we're spraying out weeds. We are feeding that grass, and we're gonna get on top of it and get that outfield back the way it needs to look. So it has not repaired, and now we need to get after it a little bit better. Obviously finished the recreation center HVAC replacement. I have no doubt that at some point in the next fiscal year, we're gonna be changing that one out. And as we always do, continue to increase in food programming and participation. Any question on the short term?
Do you have irrigation out there at Tyndall and Farrell?
We do, yes.
Okay.
Have you thought about just digging it up and resizing it?
My fear is if we do that without figuring out what's going on and getting on top of it, it's just gonna do it again.
This is sort of,
It's
the dark.
I'm pretty sure it's probably
Fungus or something in it?
fungus, or it just has
Or
no
sand.
nutrients whatsoever.
Just saying.
So when they pull the
It's
cores and
extra
figure out
hard.
what it is and figure out what treatments they need to do out there, it'll help us get on top of what the treatment plan is. It may ultimately be, hey, we gotta just come back in here, take off the top layer, put down a decent layer and put more sod out there, but I don't wanna do that without giving this one a chance and figuring out what we're actually dealing with. It's really interesting that those two fields done the same way, same not even like we got a bad batch of grass, it was all from the same. It's interesting that they did so poorly. As a matter of fact, USGA they're running classes for field turf management, and they contacted me about coming out and letting their students kind of do a field test. So we brought them out to Colonial. I said, here's your perfect opportunity.
Yeah,
Mm.
sure. Science project.
What? Here you go. Here's a field, and there's a field. And that was their project, was coming out to Colonial. I sat in and helped grade their project.
Tyndall gets more sun than Farrell, doesn't it, because of the trees?
I would imagine Tyndall probably has a little bit more exposure, especially now.
Yeah.
If you've been out there recently, when you pull into the park, there's a lot more of a view looking down towards Sand Pit. But that grass, honestly, that tip tuff is drought resistant.
Okay.
So it really should hold up
I'm just
well.
wondering if why one may be doing better than the other because it's getting more sunlight.
I think the soil is really what
Okay.
we're gonna be looking at. The fields obviously were completed at very different times. Tyndall was built with, that was a project from the
That was a private project.
factory that was
Yeah.
done
Bill Hill
fifties.
in the fifties.
And then obviously Farrell Field was nineties.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we're probably looking at more than anything.
An estimate, if you had a flat piece of property, what would a adult-sized baseball field cost you? If you fenced and backstop, just top of your head. Guess,
I mean,
if you had the property.
if you had the property, you're talking lighting, you're talking fencing, you're talking, I mean, the lighting alone is gonna run you $250. That project there, 500-ish would be my, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not,
You're close, according to Google.
is that, okay?
Yeah, they're saying between 420 to 1.2.
So Tim, if you did 4, you'd have $2 million.
Well, we say 500,000.
That's right.
I mean,
That's right.
You know, and obviously that's not any kind of storage, maintenance
Yeah.
facility, that's not concessions, that's not bathrooms, it's not, you know, your
Parking lot.
infrastructure, parking.
Well, what did your survey show? Did it show anything for the citizens? They felt like there's a need for
I have not seen
another
that.
field,
Now,
or,
what we
I mean,
have
'cause that
so,
would drive whether you,
yeah, what we have so
even
far
if-
from, McAdams is really just kind of initial finding, we haven't gotten the full survey yet, so when we get the full survey back,
okay,
we'll
cause
be
I
able to
remember
really.
helping my husband, he was feeling, he filled his out, cause I never met with the people, I still wanted to meet with them, but, it asks you a lot of things
Oh,
on
it's a
there.
lot, yeah.
What would you like to see more of? What sports do you want more of? So when you said that with special needs kids, I thought, well, was that the only thing that really stuck out, or is that just where you're tackling right now?
That was one that was up in the top 5, that kind of caught me off guard. Dog park wasn't a surprise. Splash pad, we could have
Yeah.
saved a lot of money if that's all. We were wondering if people wanted a splash pad. I was actually surprised no pickleball and tennis so far, but we'll get the full report and see where that is in there. But that was one that kind of caught me by surprise. We haven't really gotten a whole lot of requests, but obviously when a survey comes back, and it's a statistically valid survey.
Okay, it's just to have got the results of the survey.
Right, so
Okay.
that's one of those things that, hey, we wanna dig into that a little bit more. And that's one of the reasons for the statistically valid survey is to see, hey, where do we really need to focus?
Mhm.
And that's why we kinda came up with the focus groups that we did. And I'm gonna stop saying statistically valid survey because it's hurting my mouth. Any other questions? Alright. Long-term goals, obviously replace that Lake Park Bridge, that's why we're trying to get on top of that number. Bring the maintenance of Mountain Blue Farm in-house. We've got a plan to do that next year. Improve parking at Lake Park in Berkeley. It's time for the parking at Lake Park to be redone, so we've got a budget number for that. One of the things we also want to get after in that, and I've asked them to put that in the overall number, that boat ramp area that right now is kind of a mix of broken asphalt and dirt and boat ramp. We've got that into that number, so we want to kind of encapsulate that area as well, turn it into a more feasible and better parking area. Department vehicle replacement plan, we've just got a couple of older vehicles. Replace Colonial Heights Park Playground. That playground was put in about the same time as Lake Parks was. It hasn't taken as much wear and tear, it hasn't gotten as much sun damage, so it's in better shape than that one was, but it's something to start looking at. And replace replace the Colonial Heights ball field lights. I literally just got that number, emailed to me this morning, for the estimate, so we can now put that into the CIP. But those, ball field lights, Musco was able to tell us, they put those lights in, you know the year?
Not to know.
1988.
I was gonna say they were incandescent lights.
Yeah, oh, they are, yeah. Getting a hold of bulbs for those lights, getting those things replaced. The lighting level, it's not to start losing those. So that's kind of where we've got everything placed, into our 5-year CIP. So we do have that ball field, light number now. The estimate is 525 to 550, to do both fields. So it's a little higher than I was hoping it was gonna be. But what that's gonna do is really bring up your lighting level of both fields. It's gonna get your lights on, steel poles instead of wood poles, so they're not gonna warp. It's gonna get those lights onto a, link system, where now we can decide when they turn on, when they turn off. So no more phone calls in the middle of the night, hey, your coaches forgot to turn the ball field lights off. We don't have to give coaches access to our breaker panels anymore to turn them on, turn them off. So that's obviously a huge advantage. And then it would also, in that quote, also gave us access to make the bathroom doors remote lock and unlock as well. So we could actually have the ability to have those bathrooms unlocked during activities. Relock, again, don't have to rely on coaches to go out there with keys, don't have to give coaches keys to do that. We obviously have staff out there every time we run programs, but when Optimus goes out there, it's on their coaches. So we're handing bathroom keys out to Optimus coaches, we're giving them codes to get into the lights. It's not the most ideal situation. So this would give us a chance to get on top of all of that as well as upgrading a lighting system that's older than most of my staff. So we do have that number now, so we'll get that plugged in. As I said, 27, 28, where we've got Lake Park Bridge, we're hoping to have that number early next fiscal year. And then 29, 30 is kind of just where we put that placeholder for. Do we want to get it after elementary school auditorium? Honestly, got that in there as a placeholder. We'll see when we decide we want to get on top of that. Any questions on that?
What was your thoughts on development of Sharp Park on 2930?
Right now, we don't have an overall plan of what to do with Sharp. That's one of the things that also we're trying to get after with this 10-year comprehensive plan, is what do we want to do with Sharp Park? What do we want to turn that into? One of the best suggestions that I heard, obviously the bike ped plan, one of the things that we wanted to do is make sure all of the parks were connected on that greenway system, essentially. One of the best ideas I heard was outdoor exercise equipment. If you've been on any trails, you've probably seen these areas where you have equipment where you can kind of stop and exercise. What I like about that for Sharp, I think it's a cool idea. The nice thing about it being Sharp is very shaded, so it's actually a nice place if you're gonna stop and exercise outside. It also kind of relieves one of the issues that we have with that property is right now the parking is very, very limited and not ideal. So if that facility turns into more of a walk-run-in facility that you utilize and then you walk-run out, that really helps mitigate one of the issues that we're having with it. So I like that idea. I have shared it with McAdams. But that's one of the things, again, that we're hoping to get after on that 10-year plan is what's the best use of that property.
Adam, I know it gets kicked around a lot. You mentioned pickleball earlier, which I'm kind of surprised that hasn't shown up more because honestly, we hear it. I know the mayor does virtually every week, not every month, I guess, about a need for pickleball courts. And of course, right now we have 0 tennis courts.
Absolutely.
And 0 pickleball courts anywhere in town. I mean, I've walked around Sharp Park a little bit. I know it well enough. It may not be perfect, but I mean, could it work as a, like, say, double pickleball court? I think any more than 2 would be a push, but 2 is better than nothing.
Sure.
And I know parking is an issue. I agree 100%, but
There is that
if you've been
overflow
around
parking.
enough, you can park
It's over there.
on that front area, and you've
Yeah.
got that parallel parking on the church side. And it's not like you need 20 cars to play pickleball. And then you could also, to your point about, which I love, the exercise thing, you could have enough room to have that kind of around it. So you kind of got a dual facility there. But I don't know, I mean, I'm just, we hear that a lot, and I know, we can always, we can buy new land, but we got that part, it's known. The shade is actually kinda nice for it, maybe get some leaves on the court, but, I don't know, I don't know if that's something that,
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, those magnolias are,
Yep.
they're fun,
yeah.
maintenance wise.
If I never saw
Aren't they
magnolia
though?
again, I would not be unhappy, yeah.
But what
And some would have to go, but if you look at it,
Yeah.
it's got the trees on the side, there's one or two in the middle, but it's funny because it's more perimeter, the trees.
I think if we graded it, I agree, my first initial thought is you could probably put 2 courts in there. Now, whether
Yeah.
that's 2 multi-use courts, or you put 2 of the same. We did have a plan put together of a parking area on the property.
Mhm.
I think that would be great.
Obviously, we didn't move forward with it because we moved all the playground equipment over to Main Street, but we did have an initial idea of essentially kind of that lower portion closest to the railroad. We had a plan put together of how to put in, there's a handful of parking spots.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you've got 2 courts out there, you don't really need a ton of spots. So it's certainly a possibility. Again, the shaded aspect of it makes it a really nice piece of property for certain activities.
Yeah, I think if you put the 2 pickleball courts there, you wouldn't have to cut any of the trees down. You could probably work them around the trees,
Well, especially
build it up a little
pickleball,
bit.
because pickleball's small.
Yeah, there was one or two that would kinda, but they weren't even like the bigger one, there were 1 or 2 right there that you just, I don't know, I mean,
And
I
then-
stepped it off and stuff, and 2 fit pretty well,
Depending on how you orient, you
Yeah.
could
Yeah.
potentially even put 3 pickleball.
Yeah.
yeah, you could.
And we could,
Two
could we
tennis
enter
court
with an
possibly.
agreement with the church, maybe to use
Well,
their
there's
parking?
that extra
There's no-
parking at the Artist League that says extra park for Sharp Park, and the
That,
sign's still
that
there.
belongs to Aberdeen Rockfish Railroad.
Right, we don't always have that access.
That belongs
They
to.
could stop that at any time.
Well, there's
It's
no
not our
ditch,
property.
That land,
Yeah,
It's
that's
not our
problem.
property.
okay.
Yeah,
there's not a ditch on North Pine Street, so we could make
Well, put that
angle
sign
parking
there.
along
It's
there.
an additional
Right.
park.
I
It,
think
it
you're right
doesn't
about
matter, it
parking
belongs
there.
to the railroad.
Parallel,
No, I'm
We
thinking,
might
It
take
doesn't
it apart, is what I'm saying.
Well, go take it down.
because we could pay,
No matter what you
Take
do.
it down here, because park's gone.
yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. but-
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking right there to my right, you could have 6 or 8, just
Yeah.
pull off the road parallel parking spaces
Yeah.
and be done. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, you might have room to pull in, you can see, I mean, you always make it work.
And access from that spot was challenging. You've got the trees right there. It is not an even, but that's something that we could work on from an access standpoint. That was one of the ones that jumped out initially. Like, that park was not accessible in any stretch of imagination. But that was something that, obviously, if we're gonna rework that parking, we could work an accessible route into the facility.
Tuesday, Paul and I were at a meeting, and I believe it was Robbins, wasn't it? They're putting in pickleball courts in Robbins.
Right.
It's huge. I
It
mean,
is,
It is
and I
absolutely
mean, they're
enormous.
gonna
We're putting in 6 at those lakes, so it's really big.
They're gonna put them in Robbins, we ought to have some in Aberdeen.
I thought for sure it was gonna pop, and it may still, like I said, I haven't gotten the full results, I'm surprised it wasn't listed in the initial findings, but,
It's big.
it is huge everywhere. I make the
It
joke
is-
all the time,
It
that
is huge everywhere.
there's an old joke that says, how do you make a room full of older ladies curse, yell bingo? I kinda say the same thing, how do you make a room full of Parks and Recreation directors curse? Say pickleball. It is huge, it is everywhere, it is demanding, so it is nationwide, a huge growing sport.
Adam, I got 3 questions on your, HVAC for the next year.
Yes.
At 15,000, that's still a good number.
Yes, so, it is one of the smaller units, so it's not one of the big, massive units that we have in room 104, 107. And that's up a little bit from the one we just replaced this year. I think the one we replaced this year was in that 12 to 13 range.
Right.
So I've added a little bit to that number,
Okay.
unless something crazy happened. The interesting thing, Tim, we talked last time about the number on units. That size unit didn't go up much from when we replaced it before, but the larger unit went through the roof. That one was $25,000. That one was
Wow.
massive. But it's one of the smaller units that we've got, so that should be a good number unless something crazy happens.
And the lighting in 28, 29, you talking about the light,
Yes,
is that must go still? Is this much?
we got Musco to quote it, so that 525 to 550 is a Musco quote on both ball fields. Now, obviously, we will bid that out and see who can Moscow is a great company to work with. They are nationally renowned. They're kind of known as the best. But obviously, if somebody can come in and give us a comparable product and give us a better price, then we'll go that route.
And then the last question, any of your stuff qualify for part of grants?
All of it qualifies for part of. So any one of these larger items, we can obviously go for part of. And the further we get away from the development of Ray's Mill, the better. That's one of the things they look at during part of applications is when's the last time you got it? They try to space it out. But that's been since 14, I think, when we got that. So that should kind of fall off our ledger at this point and give us a better chance.
Okay.
But any one of these,
Is that a matching grant, or how does that grant work?
part of it is matching.
Okay.
The second field at Colonial Heights was a part of grant.
That's right. There's actually been several. Lake Park received part of grant way back in time. Farrell Field, obviously Ray's Mill. But yes, any one of these would qualify.
Okay.
I have learned through the process of going through a few of the part of grants, the more exciting the project is, the better chance you have. The commission is, they're humans, and when they see something exciting and, flashy, they're drawn to it more. We've been through the process a couple times, and ours was a little bit more practical, and we didn't seem to really get a lot of traction. So obviously, the more exciting the project that we kind of put to them, probably the better chance we have of getting.
The Parks and Rec Advisory Committee is the one that got that grant for Colonial Heights. It wasn't the town, it was the, the volunteers on the Parks and Rec actually wrote that grant. They got a grant writer. And lo and behold, here came the money.
Which, what I've learned from that story is just go out and get grants, and then I can force the town to give me the rest of the money because I get the grant.
That's how we did it the first time.
And the last thing up there, on 2930, the renovation of the old gym, we
Yeah.
just talked about that earlier. So that could actually be moved up if we,
Obviously, all
If
of
we
these can
decide
be.
that and
all
the
of these can move.
auditorium or whatever, it gets to a point where we want to invest more into.
Absolutely, yeah. All of this is flexible. Obviously, some of the things we put a little bit earlier, because we feel like there are things that we need to get after now.
That's the pressing things.
Lake Park Bridge, I mean, the engineer gets out there and says, hey,
It looks good.
that
I
thing
don't
needs to
need
get replaced in the next year, then we may end up having to slide it forward. But yeah, any of this can be moved around. What I've tried to do more than anything else throughout the years with CIP is just try to keep that bottom number as stable as possible. Now the cost of everything's going up, so those numbers have creeped up. But I've tried to keep each year comparable instead of kind of hitting. That ball field lighting will be a big number, so we may have to kind of look at where that fits in here.
You don't have to replace the poles, do you?
We would replace the poles. Yeah. They are old warped wood poles. You don't want to put nice fancy new systems on poles that are just going to end up twisting and moving. Then you have to get up there and readjust consistently.
Could you use the same type of lighting that's at the sportsplex? Or is that a different type?
No, you wanna get LED for those ones.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I didn't know if they could quote you based on what we put
No,
out.
you just have to get different quotes. I mean, you'd wanna definitely get LED.
Because those are
for
really
Colonial
nice.
Park,
And they're very
and
bright.
You can, but there are other vendors besides Musco who can do it. You just gotta make sure they can do the whole package. Musco just comes with the turnkey. They have everything, and with the prices, everything too.
Who did the
So,
sportsplex? Same truck?
No,
Different?
no, we had a individual, homes.
Same people that did NC State and everything else, did it for
Wow.
$75,000 a field.
Which the funny thing is we did.
How much?
75.
But they weren't LED, so, but you can get them. So, you got some trade-offs. If you get the steel poles and stuff, it goes up. You get the LED, which I would strongly recommend you get. But there's other ways to do it and still get the quality, but, you just gotta bid it, basically.
And it's gonna be a local contractor who puts it in anyway. Holmes is the one that put in our ball field lights in Pinehurst when I did that project.
Yeah.
And it was a Musco system, but Holmes is the one that came
Right.
up with it.
Holmes does 90% of this area.
So your install is gonna be done by somebody local. It's just what's the equipment that you're bringing. And again, Musco has the name, it has the equipment, and you gotta be careful because if you spec it out too specifically, then Musco's the only one that can actually meet your demands. But we don't need the highest level. I mean,
No,
we need
we need a
recreation
bigger
level lighting.
Field one day, right?
So yeah, we would absolutely bid that out and just make sure that it has all the features that we feel we need. Any other questions on the CIP? So again, it kind of breaks it down a little bit more here for
Pretty,
what our ideas would be for this year. Asphalting Lake Park Trail, by working with a smaller contractor, we had a hard time trying to get one of these larger asphalt companies to come out. A, it's a small job for them. B, it's tight for all their larger equipment, but we were able to find a smaller contractor with smaller equipment who was excited about the job. So I think we'll be able to get that in at a pretty reasonable price. Obviously, that gives you an idea of what the swinging benches would be. I think they will be highly utilized at the lake and a nice feature. That said, the engineering report for Lake Park Ridge is kind of a late add for us, but we need to get on top of that. And then obviously the HVAC would be this coming year's requests for CIP. Any questions on those? Got it covered.
How many swinging benches are you proposing?
We were looking at 2. So they would be basically kind of behind the building, before the lake, kind of along that walkway that we would add. We would add a couple of pads and just put in the swing. It's just a real pretty spot right there. So you got the fountain, you got the view down the lake. Again, I think that would be a nice addition and feature. And I think, honestly, for those, pretty minimal when you're looking at the overall cost of that project.
you know, that area on the other side of the lake where you guys removed the concrete stuff or whatever, on the old benches that were broken, that's a beautiful spot too. We could somehow put something, even if it's wooden.
It gives you a different view.
It does.
And
I
we've
like to
tried to
stop
take
and
some of
run
our
along.
older tables and put them up. Of course, some of those are broken, we've had to get them out.
Right,
The only issue we've got over there is if you wanna come in and do a picnic, you really still have to park on this side of the lake and walk over. We don't really have good parking.
right, but I was just thinking for like, just to relax, read a
Sure.
book, whatever. Just
And we'll
a
have several
bench-
people
A
that'll,
bench would work.
yeah, we've got several
Fancy.
people that'll use that trail and then they'll pop off. It gives you a nice, different view of the look down the lake. It is a nice little spot. So staff has started keeping that a little better maintained so that people can go out and utilize. We left a pad there, actually the pad from the old building, we left just in case we wanted to
Yeah.
reutilize it for a shelter perhaps or something down the road. Again, the only challenge we're running into is without having a direct parking spot and access there, I don't know how much it would really be utilized. But some picnic tables and benches.
Back in. What about that area that we found out later that we actually did own, that's down from the dam?
Mhm.
I know Philip was saying, have we got any plans for that, or do we gonna use it, or?
Honestly, what I would like to see,
Gator racing down there.
what I'd like to see is get that old shelter out of there.
Yes, thank you.
And plant some wildflowers and just let it be natural.
Okay.
That area we saw with Matthew floods, there's really not a whole lot you're gonna wanna put down there.
No.
Between it almost constantly staying wet, possible snakes, it's not really an area that we really wanna utilize. I think we really could turn that into a wildflower area. I think pollinators.
Outdoor learning environment for your
Oh, sure.
summer camp too.
Yeah. But like a nice little pollinator garden, you can see it from the dam. It would add some color, it would add some nature. And again, anything we can do to promote pollination and, I think it would be a pretty good use of that area. Instead of, right now, I think it's a little bit of an eyesore with the old shelter. I think we can turn that into something that would just add a little bit of aesthetics.
And it is a hangout,
it has been.
the chief knows that.
I'd love
My
to really
opinion
shelter
is-
that bridge that's there at all.
My opinion is tear that thing down. I've
The
been,
bridge is scheduled to be taken out already.
I've
There's
been
no problem
advocating
with
tearing
that.
that shelter down for a long time.
Yeah,
Walk down there and you can find broken
I
beer
agree.
bottles, anything you wanna find, because people go down there at night and it should not even be there.
Shouldn't be.
We own the property now. Send somebody down there and tear it down.
Well, then we'll turn it into flowers. Anybody wants to go down there can get stung by bees and
Sure.
bit by snakes.
Yep.
But Public Works is up next.
It's on the schedule, it's been on the schedule to move the trail bridge and it's just hours and days.
There used to be a stage down there years ago. That was Schamberger Park, and it was one part of the town, Schamberger's family. That shelter was down there, and it had a stage, and they used to have bands that would play on that stage. I mean, it was a great place to go, but it wasn't part of the town. And I remember years ago, it hadn't been too many years ago, I think Philip may remember this, it was when Ricky was maintenance, Public Works. If you went down there, drunks and whoever was down there were taking beer bottles and breaking them against the stage. It was a brick stage, glass everywhere. You remember that? Down
Before
there?
me.
Before you, okay. But anyway,
You've met some of those drunks, though.
yeah.
They're still here, right?
You knew some of them. But anyway, it was dangerous because people were going down there. And at that time, we probably thought the town owned it, but we didn't. And I got up, I can't remember who it was, it might have been before Paul, and I said, told Rick, you get down there and knock that thing down because it's a hazard. Broken glass everywhere. They went down there and tore it down. Turned out we didn't own the property, we didn't own the stage, but it got torn down. You remember that, Phil?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And it got gone, but we didn't own it. Nor did we own the dam until recently.
We do.
All right, any other questions for me? All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So Mayor, we got time for about a 10-minute break, and then we'll start in with Joe and his departments.
Started it so we can get back on schedule here. Thank you. Public Works and Water and Sewer,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wood.
Good morning, board.
Hi
Mayor.
there, how are you?
Hope y'all had a good morning, and we'll try not to drag this out too long. This year, for Public Works, introduction, as normal, we're divided into 4 basic areas: streets, beautification, PAL bill, that's where we use the state funding for local streets, sanitation, building and grounds. All are budgeted separately, routinely share and employees between each department. That is one key area we have strived to cross-train everyone, whether it's streets or water sewer, but if we're missing in any department, we have other staff that can assist. This is the year in review. We're anticipating an increase of all disposal fees. I have not received those numbers. I believe it's mid-March is when they said they would probably most likely have any rate increases provided to us. This year we completed the streets and sanitation building, received a new backhoe, new message board. It was money well spent. That has been a great use there. Eric, he completed installing containment box that hold all of our wet materials brought in from the back truck. And we did complete surveying at the sports plate so that all of the parking areas could be striped. Year in review, this is our trends for 2024 on solid waste and recycling. I think recycling over this year, we averaged 39 tons a month, which looking back at the 5-year trends, we did not include, you can see a 15% increase in the past 5 years for recycling.
I have a question about recycling. With the recycling, if you have items that are in your regular trash that don't get put into recycle, do they somewhere separate those on up the road, or is it just pretty much they won't get recycled?
It goes in the trash, they push it off in the bin at the landfill and wherever they take it.
Okay, and we're still not doing glass, correct?
No.
Okay.
There's always a list of, or I won't say a list, but there's a number of rejections on the recycle. What is the number one thing that gets rejected?
Plastic, huh?
Styrofoam,
Pizza box.
pizza boxes, top of the list. And we tracked that for a while, sort of, we still do it in-house, we just shorten up the weekly report, we just quit including it there. We still do track that on a daily basis. Garbage over the past year, we averaged 264 tons a month. And again, over the past 5
have a chart showing how it's increased just like from last year or year before last? With the
Ma'am.
growth of the town, I said, do you have anything showing the growth
I
from
did not,
last year or maybe year before?
no, I did not, we just looked at it over the past 5,
Well, that's what I mean, you've got that on here,
it's in our notes.
okay.
We,
I was just curious,
I have
that's
it
okay,
in-
I was just curious, like with so many new home developments out there, Bethesda, and a lot more homes are going up in our neighborhood, I was just curious, if that's fine.
Leaving limbs, we average 130 tons a month over the past year, which again, over the past 5 years, has seen a 7% increase on collection rates there. And we jump to as far as our capital improvement, garbage cans and recycling, that's all, you're always gonna see that in there. We average 40,000 a year for, what is it, 400, 500 cans?
Then we get a better deal on 500 cans at a time.
We tractor trailer load at the time, so we're looking once a year. Right now, the prices are leveled out to 40,000, you'll see that year to year as long as we're collecting. And they requested, to consider the small dump trailer. There are areas in town, right-of-ways, and just small job sites for dump trucks. They're a little too bulky and just in some tighter areas, it'd be more of a use for them to have a dump trailer in, just to get material back. A lot of our sewer right-of-ways, we would spend more time pulling the dump truck out, or Steve, he would love it. The ATV there, that we have used, the one at Sportsplex, I think Eric used that at Montrose earlier this year. That one's fine, it worked, but again, with some of the sewer right-of-ways, what we quoted was a 4-wheel drive unit to get back so we could spray right-of-ways, inspect. A lot of them are so muddy that you almost need that 6-wheel like Duke has. And below, we've thought about this the past couple of years and we hesitated on it, but we felt like now was the time to try to pull the trigger and just see what reaction we got from the board on expanding the public works. I know originally in 2000, when we built that building, floor plan changed, I'm not sure why, inside the office area, they did have it broken up, like 5 different office areas, but in the end, it was one office with an open space area for 2 supervisors. Now, you got myself and Eric with 3 other department heads, not to mention as we've expanded over the years and the growth throughout town, it's good, it's enabled us to, as far as career development, show the guys some way they can advance in their position and get into a supervisor role. So we actually have 5 additional supervisors or crew leaders, you could call it, out there that they're sharing the space, like water production. We've got 3 people that share one area, so there's a lot of downtime there waiting, one to access their area so they can do the paperwork needed for the state courts. So what Eric has come up with, it's a 40 by 60 that would be, like it's shown here at the bottom, off to the front of the building with the walkway out to it. That would help us greatly. We spend a lot of time, if we have to meet with engineers a couple times a week, we'll go to them. This, our office now, you're talking, if we're running the math, you got basically a 6 by 6 area to work that's most of the time standing room only, but it's just not enough space, so we'll go to them, but then at the same time, stuff we need, the files, spend your time and pack it up and take it with you, or you just don't have it. The way that we've got this designed inside would really help the way things are for us, the way we've been moving forward, because there's a lot of different tasks that we've took on since 2020. So fortunately, I've seen a lot of growth here. I've been 27 years, and it's majorly changed. And here's a breakdown of the 5-year CIP showing the office expansion. I'm waiting on a revised quote. I think the last we received last year was like 440 for the building. So we just put it at $500,000 right now for computer upgrades as recommended, the expense of the side-by-side and the dump trailer. Security system upgrades, I did not have a number from the central security yet. I hope I'm really overly estimating that 50,000. After the last break-in, we knew it's time to do something else and good. We had a $32,000 hit right there.
I was gonna ask you about that, is that, would the insurance cover, I think Paul's report said insurance would cover what was stolen.
We got back about 29 to 30,000 range of all that,
Did you?
because there was some deductibles involved.
Yeah, and they'll make it go up too on it. I'm gonna pay a higher next time.
And that's the second time this year. Last time they come in the same area or about 100 feet down from where they did, 5 Cadillac converters they cut out. There was some trucks we had surplus, but then they come on in the yard, got brave and come in the yard, the trucks we were actually using that.
Did they find out who did it? Not yet.
Not to my knowledge, they have not. I think since we've been down there, it's like 6 break-ins.
Wow.
So I do have Duke Energy, they're also looking at our lighting plan.
You have
Hopefully
an
with
alarm system, right, of some sort, that just,
Yes, well,
Who
on
does
the
it alert?
building, originally, when we first went in there, we did not, and they did come in the building that time. They knocked the window out and stole computers, a couple mowers, but there was no alarm. But yes, that is, we do have that alarm, but what we're looking at now is motion detection along the fence line.
Did you ever find the people that did it?
Don't think that we found anybody that have a gun.
We did not, even with the case that just happened, we have a lead we're tracking, but it's one of those things, you gotta be very careful of how you approach it. And I just kinda leave it at that, but
Okay.
Hopefully, if we get motion in there like the guys
Yeah, it would help
proposing,
it, yes.
that would go straight to us and the PD. PAL bill this year, you're only gonna see bridge repairs in there. We decided we're gonna push off resurfacing 1 more year. We've noticed in the past, we get better pricing if we'll come in with a big list of streets instead of 3 or 4. They really hit us for mobilizing, and they just seem to get better prices if we can maybe have them with 10 streets to do.
which bridges are you looking at? Which bridges in specific?
This is all the ones that we maintain.
Any of them in town? Okay.
Yes. And that, there's not much we have to do with those. There's some stuff, if it's noted on DOT inspection, we'll have to fix it, just maybe signs or weight limits, small stuff we may have to do. Anything large, I think we've already completed that within the past 5 years. And this other thing, still have the high fuel costs that impact our budgets each year. And the ability to get parts and source mechanics. Parts, somewhat. The mechanics, however, is still having to send stuff out, and I guess along with everybody else, then you could be 3 to 4 weeks out before you get your equipment back. It's just at the point now, we do not have the software or the mechanic to actually hook up to this. And evaluate all collection routes to determine future staff and equipment needs. Our main concern right now, and where focus is leaf and limb, especially garbage. I think the last numbers I looked at approved with developments under construction or ready to start, like 1,000 homes, ready to go with another 700 on the books. That wraps us up for public works.
So, quick
I have
question.
one question too. Did that put a big strain on, all that building now, right now, are you feeling it right now with the collections and stuff? With all the homes being built?
They're maintaining, and we are getting to the point where Eric's actually working on that now, with evaluating the routes to see if we can sort of change up maybe collection days and see if that helps. But eventually, we will reach the point soon that we will have to have additional staff and create another route.
Okay, but there is somewhat of a strain on you now with that, or? Could you say
Not,
something?
I wouldn't say a major strain, I mean, they're maintaining
Okay.
the way we are now. And they sometimes they start at 6:30, work through lunch, and
Wow. Is that, do they do a full 5 days, 8-hour day, just doing track, your crew that does that,
yeah, that's
all week?
And then we, of course, the holidays, or Eric's crew will pull some of the street department to help catch
Yeah.
up. That's
Cause I know when I
Christmas is
moved here,
really the
yeah,
kicker.
you guys came twice a week when I first moved here, and you had to go down to 1 day a week, which I'm wondering, it's just how 5 more days now.
And we're looking at other options. I mean, I think we're a ways out on another idea we got, but we're really gonna think that one through before we even come to you with it.
It wasn't, I just apologize, it wasn't 2 days a week, it was a different day. Where I lived before was 2 days a week, so.
That
One was limb day,
legacy,
one was
I
track day.
can't remember the day that got put on Wednesday's route. That ended up being and which still is a shorter route, but that day after they collect is when they do their bulk item. So it made a shorter route, and then they can go
Yeah.
around and pick bulk items up after they get through. It's like stuff people call in scrap metal.
But you still don't foresee a time when you could do limb pickup on specific days for certain neighborhoods, do you?
It's hard to get a route established. We do
Not
have a
enough.
lot of issues or complaints.
That's one question I get asked a lot as commissioner, can't we have like a specific day, but,
It used to be that way when I first moved here. Wednesday was my yard debris pickup day. That's when we had to have it all out by Wednesday. Now it's just, you put it out and it gets picked up
yeah.
when you got time.
Back then, I mean, when we threw leaving or the limbs, threw it on the dump truck by hand and tied it down, and those guys, they had it down to a science, the areas they needed to be, but now it just really branched out a lot.
Mhm.
When I was the commissioner before, I was out cutting the grass one day, I dumped the grass on the street, truck came around and got it, dumped another one, came back around and got it. Ready for me to finish cutting the grass? Guess he didn't have anywhere else to go that day.
Right, well, as we grow, you may get to a point where you could do that, possibly. Designate a certain day, certain neighborhoods,
I mean,
no?
I hate to dash the dreams, but
Yes, please.
that's almost impossible
It's
in this
impossible
environment.
to do.
Nobody does that, unless you're a really small town of like 300. I mean, it's just impossible
impossible.
between the trucks, the weather, and then what happens is, trash, your domestic trash, that's a Monday, a Wednesday, or whatever. That's a struggle that way, but you have to do that because it's domestic trash. But with yard debris, if we say we're coming to your house on Tuesday and we're not there, I mean, you have no idea what the
Exactly.
phones
Phone
would
lights
sound
up,
like.
yeah.
It is not realistic. And it
Well,
wouldn't
they did it
even,
where I lived before, and it was bigger than 1,000 people, so I'm not saying
good,
it
that's
may
great
not
for
work
them,
here,
but
I'm
I
just
just,
saying it has worked some places.
it has, but I will just tell you, it is almost unheard of. So that's I can call wherever you want me to and see what they're doing today, but I would almost be willing to bet you they're not doing that today on those days. It just is almost impossible, and it's just unrealistic.
It is.
If a bag of sticks has got to sit out there for 2 or 3 days, so be it. That's the
Exactly.
way it is. And again, if people don't like that,
Yeah.
they can take it themselves to the
The landfill.
to the landfill. And we had a guy from Legacy call last week who was all bent out of shape because he'd had stuff out there for what, 3 days? Yeah, and it's just, we've never promised to have it out there. And in
No.
fact, we don't technically even charge for it. It's an add-on. We charge for domestic pickup and the other stuff. So it's an add-on. So I remind them of that too when they get too picky about when we're coming to pick it up. But I don't want to be unrealistic with that. It's really not something to, even for us to build toward, to be honest with you.
Well, I thought I'd ask, I thought it
yeah.
could be a possibility
No.
with the approach we're making.
Now, we are working on or Eric is working on a map now, we'd like to come up with an interactive map we could put online, just a web map to show what areas we're in this day, just so that people know. We start off one day, where we in, if it's on a Friday, they start back Monday. We try to make one big loop, and Legacy, he's pretty much there, the same day of the week, each week.
It's close,
What day is that, by the way? You don't know?
Well, that's the thing, that's all I wanna do is schedule, cause
Okay, that's fine.
summer changes.
Well, if it's a lot of trash they put out, and it rains, it'll go into the drain, and then that's an issue as well, so.
And all the leaf collection.
Well, if they put it in their yard though, that doesn't happen. So they don't need to put it on the street or the sidewalk. So again, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you put it on the sidewalk or the street, yeah, that's where it's gonna end up, but they're supposed to put it in their yard.
No, they're not supposed to put it in your yard,
Can we
they
go back a couple of screens?
Well, then that's where
You don't
they're
put it in the
supposed to,
street.
you don't put it in the street.
You don't put it in the
Yeah,
street.
I mean, that's, again, that's.
You're
Well,
not supposed to put it on the
no.
curb? I thought you were supposed to put trash on the curb.
No,
You have
no,
an architectural rendering
You put it,
yet, or?
if you cut it, it's in your, it's what you cut, it's in your yard.
He can't get us to the end.
That's what everybody else does.
I've got an overall breakdown.
They have to keep their yards, they have to keep their yards, or they.
Well, I have to keep my yard, I have to keep my yard clean.
40 by 50.
See,
They get a
What about
violation, I'm just
once
concerned.
we get to that point.
Cry me a river about putting it in the street. No,
Uh,
that's public road.
The John Deere Gator you can get
You
for
can't take your
21,000.
limbs and put it in the street.
21.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Where was that you called?
How about telling some of those people down there what you just heard from the man? You're not, there's no schedule to do this.
I'll tell them.
I hope you will.
But it's, that was enclosed too.
Right, I was looking at the picture you had it there.
Oh, yeah.
That was 21.
Yeah, we couldn't find the exact picture of what he'd actually looked at, but the one we were was enclosed and.
Actually, it's 21,899. I mean, 28,99, so it's 21,000.
So the side by side, have y'all looked at one that maybe has the option of putting those rubber tracks on for like the excessive wet areas?
I
The-
don't know.
And that sixth one we looked at, well, I looked at, it was another, they won't track.
Yeah, I didn't know, I know some of them have that option where you can add tracks to over your wheels.
No, I see the one at the sports plate we've used, but it's what has the turf tires on it, and he used it at Montrose, but it was pretty wet out there. So we about had to pull him out that day. But as far as the leaf, I know of one area, I think it's PWC, which I think we're fortunate here, I think they do collection so many weeks during the leaf season, that's it. You've got a certain day to have it out there, and then they collect them, and there's no more till leaf season. That would be the only downside on as far as trying to make any kind of schedule for that.
Joe, is that a metal building or a block building?
Metal. Like if you seen the streets built, or the new building out back now, same, we try to keep everything uniform to what we have, but I can get a set of engineer drawings to look at, the same ones that's done the work at the sports place, so he does good work.
Joe, on the power bill, I know you only had 10,000 for bridge repairs. Do you have any need for equipment that qualify for power bill money or to pay for, like we talked a few years ago?
Don't think we come up with anything this year
Okay.
for that.
Oh, there was one other question about the, garbage truck. We're gonna lease it for $350,000 next year, or the year after next? Or is that, or is that a purchase?
No, that's a lease, we just put the 350, we inflated that, but, we're gonna stick with the lease.
How many trucks is that?
That's one.
One truck there, next year, we'll actually, I think is when we're scheduled to change out the first lease. But that's inflating for a 25-yard. It's got to work 20-yard trucks. packed
Yeah, I think
out.
what he's asking is what, like, if it's not 350 in a single year, what's the lease cost that we're really talking about? Yeah.
Commissioner, this will be the second go around, when they do it. We ran the numbers last time, but when Harold and I were looking at it. And it's a lot cheaper to do it this way, because they put a residual value on it. And it saved at least $20,000 to $30,000, if I remember correctly, over a 4-5 year period. But at the time, we have an option to finance it if we want to.
How much does a truck cost?
It costs, but that's the actual cost of it.
Oh, the cost of it.
That's the cost of it, right.
How much does it cost annually is what he's asking.
Yeah.
I can have to run some numbers, and I can go back and look at what we have now.
But it's not 350.
No, it's not 350, no.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking at here.
It's much
Yeah,
less than
maybe I was
that.
We
looking
were
at
just, we inflated because they're always throwing, each time we talk to our vendor, every 10-20% increase on chassis each time. So it just depends what they have available.
So the 350 is the lease base? is what-
Basically, the 350 is the cost, so that 350 goes away and becomes part of your monthly lease payment stream.
That's what I got. I was thinking if we were paying $350 to lease one garbage truck, we're crazy.
Yeah.
That would be about $2 million.
Yeah, really.
That's all I have for public works unless anyone has any other questions there.
Thank you, Joe.
So water sewer, of course. Water sewer is separate fund from general fund. It's like divided in 3 basic areas: water production, water sewer, building and collections. All are budgeted separately. Year in review, right now, as far as reception, we're currently at 90, it fluctuates, but we're at 97.9 reception rate on all the meters installed. By the end of this year, we will have installed an additional 350. All large commercial meters have been replaced. And we're continuing to work with LKC on the asset inventory assessment of the water system. I guess the grant was awarded in '22. They're doing a great job on that, and you'll see in our capital further back, some different stuff. They've actually, this week I received a map identifying different areas based those elevations, and they did provide a map of potential sites. We had to investigate the property a little further to see if it's even something we could access or someone would be willing to let us drill on. We do have one site on one of our new projects this year, or one that it hadn't been approved yet, but we have worked out where they have agreed to let us drill a test well. We're just waiting on them to give us notice to proceed so we can come in and drill and see what we can get. It will have to, for us to develop, we will have to get a minimum of 100 gallons a minute. And by the end of the year, all capital projects will be completed and capital items purchased, except anything with supply chain and design. And design issues, well 7, you'll see we've rolled that into this year. We did not get all the quotes needed, and we've got to schedule this, we really got to dial the schedule on this down with the state, because once we take it offline, start demo, we still have to do our sampling at this site, so they don't care if you got the building tore down unless you put that site inactive and miss your sampling, you could get a violation. So
Where is the drill site?
we're looking at one on High Road. I'm not sure where they're at with that design right now, but we have identified one area there and they've agreed to let us drill there. In the year in review, water produced, last year was total, we produced 454 million, which put us at an average of about 1.2 gallons per day. Where we had the ability to produce 2.1.
How much of that did we sell to the county?
50, no, might be like 53 million, I think it was. Pretty sure they, it's like 54 million. They started pulling, we were delayed last year, we redid our booster at the lake, so that slowed down when they could purchase water, because we could not, without that, we could not supply it. And so they started, August, they started buying water. I think by October, they were through. So they had been at 58 million, average 622,000 a day over 94 days. Work orders, this is overall, I think we averaged, over the year, that turned out to be 220 work orders a month. That is a combination of cut-offs, cut-off disconnects, sewer problems, even where we do some inspections on the finals now with the planning department. Again, you'll see, that's a screenshot from our meter system where we actually, since last year at this time, we've added an additional 300 meters, so that put us at 5,323 meters in the ground now. This is well 7, which is on Heather Trail off of Bethesda. That's the one where we're hoping by the next budget we'll be ready to go with this and just demo this building. I think it was built, it's a brick building built back in the 70s, just really aged, and we've got to get it redone. And if I can remember, some of estimating $250,000 from start to finish.
Is the well operable?
Yes, it is operable
You
now.
just need a new building.
Yeah, the building that, over the years, that chlorine gas they used, and at the time they did have caustic, which we're back to that now, but it was a brick building, it just eat the mortar joints up, brick are crumbling now. It really needs, it looks bad, and we just need to start over. The well can stay, but we're replacing pipe and all. This is the big concern and hit for us this year. Our SCADA system that runs both water and sewer. I think in November of this year, our SCADA installer contacted me. Zetron board on the left. That's a simple unit, two-way radio, 12-volt board that talks to our computer. They have discontinued that board. Will not make it any longer. I think that one board is $1,500. Well, I love this system, but it's time to change. On the right, we're looking at a cellular-based system. I know there was a lot of concerns with that. I've had Dean in on a conversation with our vendor now. I've seen this, I think Fort Bragg has it, Southern Pines, Cumberland County, Sanford. The data really comes in fast. I think pretty much as fast as you requested. It's there. Right now we have a 3-minute delay from the time it talks to the site to the tank back to us, which that's what triggers a lot of our high and low water alarms and power failures. That delay really hurts us, but we have like 7 months worth of supplies left, and that's it. He can't even get parts to fix these boards any longer. I've had our company come in and look with custom controls out of Raleigh, come in and rewire everything. All of our well sites and tanks, you're looking at $660,000. But fortunately, I mean, we could possibly do it in phases and utilize the old equipment coming out, keep it spares, because we still have the sewer system on the same setup right here. But it's like it depends on the storm. One lightning storm, one weekend could take out 4 boards, and that's it. And we typically get 5 or 6 a year. So this is a major upgrade for the water system here. That's what we're looking at.
So the 600,000 is just for the water? That's not sewer?
No, just all of our wells and tanks. Which it's a massive overhaul of what we've got.
But that's just the water side, that's not the
Just
sewer
the
side?
water.
So
Sewer will be the next year.
I would say about the same price.
That
Right.
sewer will be $360.
Okay.
We have, I think it was 27 sites, on the water side. We're reducing sewer this year because we're abandoning 2 stations, but I think there's 12 sites on sewer. We do have one system like this, it's the ATF out there at the county line that pumps sewer to us. This is the same setup used out there. It automatically generates reports once a month, sends Moore County for billing. It's a real fast system, and in most parts here, you're looking at, storm came through, less than $100 to replace.
Wow.
It comes through here, IC chips you can replace fairly cheap. The other resistors, you can't replace, it's $1,500. Zetron, at the time, they wouldn't, you say, I've got a board that was hit by lightning, they won't even look at it. Fortunately, our SCADA guy, been working with us 30 years, he's retired. He's got it set up at home where he can repair this. So we can still utilize some parts, but forward with this in some way. Bethesda Road, water main project. We have design completed, we've permitted, we're waiting on erosion control, and then we got easements to obtain. We're looking at replacing from the railroad tracks at that booster station all the way to Saunders Boulevard. That's been an area here that, over the past years, that's all AC line, very, extremely brittle. What we're looking at, you've got right now, starting at Bethesda, it's a 6-inch line all the way to Alexander. Then it transitions to 8 down Bethesda to Saunders. That's what's hurting fire flow. We put, what we proposed, a 10-inch all the way. We've had it run in a model where we've got 500 gallons a minute fire flow here. It does gradually go up to slightly under 1,200 now. We're looking at 1,500 all the way if we upsize it to a 10-inch. So that is a plus, especially after that most recent fire there on Saunders. But currently, that booster station, we redid it, I think, back in 16. We've got a $500,000 pump station that we cannot use. Every time we cut the pumps on, the mayor said it blows out the line at the church every time. It's just that, it's very brittle. So, this is gonna be a major hit. Pre-COVID, right before that, it was estimated $500,000. Since then, prices have went crazy on everything, supplies, just overall labor to install now. Engineers ran the numbers, based off some of the bids he's previously received, and we're looking at a $2 million project.
Good.
Good gosh.
What an increase.
That you're at 7,400 feet of water main
Right.
we're replacing.
I understand, yeah.
What is the pipe made of now? Clay?
AC pipe, asbestos, and it is like an eggshell. But from the train tracks at Bethesda, that area from there to Ives Drive is extremely brittle.
And that pipe's on the west side of the road.
Yes. It starts on, well, if you know where our booster station is, it runs under the track there, then goes across the road to the old church. Just that little bottleneck and that L right there, we can blow it out every time that station's on. Sometimes we haven't run it, but it was the least little water hammer.
Why does it cross the road there?
I've never understood why, when it come under the tracks and they got to there, it come across the road and the whole main runs on the Glendale, Devonshire side. I've never understood why it got ran like that, but I guess that was a short route before they got to the creek there to jump across.
Does it go back across after it gets past Devonshire?
It's on that side of the road all the way down Saunders. You have some connections coming under, but that main runs that whole side. That's our last discussion, and I was not expecting that, but he said that based on the last bid numbers, 2 million is what he was estimating. And here's a breakdown of our capital improvement. We have some piping, we always put 20,000 in for that, to replace old piping in the wells. 300 for water production well, that'll help cover the test part of it. That's nowhere near what it's gonna take, but it takes so long from start to finish on that. We put 300 in there, and some of it, that, again, fell under that special projects fund, we set aside money there, but from what I've been told, new wells start to finish now, you're looking at 1.2. Where they used to be, you could drill a well and complete it for 400,000, that's not happening anymore. Of course, renovations to well 7, SCADA upgrades. And you can see the other numbers we projected on the water line replacement. And any other capital outlay we've got identified in red. You will see one new one at the bottom, that's something that LKC is looking at on the AIA, it's the hydrant replacement project. This is hydrants that were identified by the fire department that are not working. It's either stem broke, hydrant won't open, but the problem with it, we have, I think right at 16 hydrants that need to be replaced right now, and it's 4,000 per hydrant. So we've got a map, Eric's working on a system now with a hydrant map, and we're gonna create one with non-working hydrants. But as far as the AIA, we identified that, sent all that to LKC, but we've got to get these hydrants replaced this year. I know 2 of them won't cost us anything on 211 because that's part of the widening project, so DOT can replace those.
So if you opened up the hydrant, no water's gonna come out, is what you're saying?
No, some of, any of the hydrants identified, we'll bag them. Some of them, the stem is tight and takes 2 people to open. And then when it gets like that, you risk breaking the stem, and you'll have a hydrant half on that you can't shut off. Some of them don't have a valve on the main out there for it, and we really are in a pickle. So those have been identified and bagged, and we've got some hydrants, a couple hydrants on order now, but 4,000 a hit. It's hard to do them all at once this year. So we're gonna start adding money in there, cause like they were always finding one or a couple each year that's not working correctly.
That's what they found out in Los Angeles. The recent fires, those hydrants weren't working.
They didn't have any water.
Do I?
They
And
don't
they
have
didn't
water.
have enough water to push them.
Yeah.
That's where we're fortunate, we can't check them all, and when the fire department, we're lucky to have them when they go around doing blows, they can identify bad hydrants or something that's not working. If we don't have the parts to fix it, we can get those ordered, but these, we have verified these, we're gonna have to dig these up and replace them.
I think I'd put that under the emergency situation.
Yeah, and also just keep in mind the hydrants. I mean, a lot of times you just do those, we can do so many a year, you do the worst first and you keep going. But you know, like with the fire stuff, whether it's California or Saunders, you know, when there's a fire, nobody has enough water to fight a fire for more than an hour. Nobody. You have a fire like California, well, I've been there once, they're never gonna have enough water. So when you're reading the news media, there's not enough water, there's plenty of water to run the water system. They're not gonna put out 28 fires over, 30 square miles. So take it with a grain of salt. You know, when we shift our water, we rib pump stuff on just a regular, like that apartment fire. It happens all the time, but we have plenty of water, and the hydrants work great. But when the mechanical side of the hydrant is sticking or whatever, that's a different issue, but the water is there. So, I mean, to that point, I know we've replaced some, but, whatever the schedule is, whether it's $50,000 a year for the next 5 years or whatever, we can certainly do that, but it would be like a worst first. And you kind of know where those bad ones are, I think. Make sure those are, and the ones that serve the most, that have the most protective ability probably would take a priority too.
We've got all those identified on the map now. That's where, like I said, fire department, their system has got a number that Eric has matched that up on in our mapping now. And it was just the last list we got was like 16, and I know that would break our line budget now, but there is adequate topics. I know we've talked in the past, Highway 211, Highway 5, and US 1, these are all reimbursement projects. US 1 has recently started back, all the design is at 95% complete on these. We met with engineer last week on Highway 5, and I think they're finalizing up the utility design now. Do not have an exact timeline on when DOT plans on relocating thing. I mean, all other utilities, they're on go now. Wastewater, we are looking at a potential 5% increase this year. Last year it was 5.5, I think we had for disposal. We're looking at another 5% this year. And of course, we're ready to continue to explore additional areas to get water supply. We do have new water system monitoring requirements now. Shaw Landon, they have met the 15 homes triggered water, them to become a water system. So they are a purchased system now, so we have to do all water sampling as required by the state now. So that's an added expense for us. And additional water meters. I was told a 20% increase on water meters is a definite this year, along with the maintenance and support from Master Meter. I do not have that increase in hand yet, but just purchasing meters, they guarantee 20% on top of
How
what
much of that 20% increase do we pass along to the development contract?
we will adjust as, I think right now we're paying $300 per meter. That we will recoup that.
Isn't Shaw Landon in Southern Pines jurisdiction?
Yes.
I know there was a question they were gonna use our water, but I didn't know.
No, we entered a water purchase contract with them with
Saunders
Southern
Boulevard.
Pines.
Behind
Excuse me,
Saunders.
Purchase and contract.
Yeah, we purchased water from Southern Pines for that. That didn't trigger the sampling requirements. It's just a whole,
Tim?
it's a lot different sampling from what we're used to.
But are we
Saunders, where the
making
road
money off
cuts
their,
in.
I mean, are we giving them our water? Is that,
No, that's,
We're
Shaw,
still-
that area there is Southern Pines water, but we get the sewer.
we get the sewer, so we charge them sewer?
Yes, they get charged both water and sewer. Southern Pines invoices us for water,
Mm-hmm.
but each meter, each resident up there has a meter, so they get billed also. So we recoup that back. That's all we have for water and sewer.
Joe, I got a couple questions.
Right, yeah, any kind of central.
It would have to
Okay.
be, whatever project, whether water or sewer, it just have to take out a one.
Right. Okay. We weren't here this morning, I got a breakdown.
Yeah, I couldn't remember, but I knew we had talked before.
Okay. Thank you.
Joe, do you want to do that with us this year in this budget, at $2 million?
I would love to do it and get this out of the way, cause we've actually been working on this for 2 years. We finished design this year. So we went ahead and, that's not saying it would get done, because we still got right of way or easements to obtain. That's what we're lacking now. I'm waiting on the documents where we can go try to get the easements from some property up Bethesda. But once we get that, we'll be ready to send out the bids.
So that could easily get pushed to next year's budget, the following year. The
I would
26,
say so.
27.
I mean, I would love to be able to pull the trigger in August, but I just don't think, the time we bid, I don't think we will see it that fast. But it's, of course, we're limited, some of the smaller contractors, I don't think they'll really bid on this right here. I think it's a little more than they wanna bite off. So it'll probably be some like Netcom or some of the larger ones that's doing the Highway 5 project. I know they would do it, but we just had to get it all ready for bid.
Every year we put it off, it just goes up.
Yeah, and that line just gets, it gets
Older and
worse.
older, yeah.
And I think, not this past fire, but one before it, at the same time they had the fire going, water main broke right down the road.
Right
Yeah.
there at the intersection.
Yeah, it did.
I think we had a water hammer there and that blew it out right at that intersection, and that was,
Tim, do you hear the church when it starts, when the water stops over there, there's a bell or something that goes off, do you hear it? You ever heard it?
No, but I've seen the water coming out on the highway.
Well, yeah, if you've ever seen it,
I've seen the water coming in.
boy, it comes out when that
It does.
blows out over there. But there's an alarm that goes off. And also, see, that church is sprinkled. You don't want the sprinklers to come on inside. That's the other problem. You don't wanna wet that thing down. It's a mess.
I know the line going up in Devonshire used to break about every other week.
Believe me, you remember that?
I bet
I'd be in the shower when it cut it off.
They go up there and fix this part of it and come back the next week and this part broke. Every time you go by, they're going down that hill fixing another piece of that pipe.
I think they had probably 8 high max couplings in that
That's
line,
right,
which is
8 of them.
about 1,500, 2,000 a piece.
Mm.
And we finally got where we could replace that.
Yeah, it'd be a good chance to go ahead and get that done this year,
It-
especially if you already got the contractors that are probably gonna bid it in the area.
Well,
Maybe save on some mobilization since they're already here.
You might
Well,
want to
that Highway 5,
try it.
we've almost got that project wrapped up. Hopefully, next week, they're planning on demoing 2 lift stations up there now. If Duke gets the power cut off, got 2 of them, they're gonna demo lift stations, and we'll be, that outfall will be live. That's all we have for water sewer.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
And there, I think we got lunch.
So we have honey baked
Lunch is here.
we'll have sandwiches, or salads, and we have soup as well.
Yeah, so it's just kind of, the meals are marked, so just pick what you want.
Just grab and go.
Yeah, and then, Mayor, we can take a break, and then we can even start after a few minutes if you want.
It's time to go.
Well,
Because we come up short.
I recall in the old days, it seems like I went behind Philip and all the money was gone
Yes.
by the time he got finished. Now I'm going behind Joe and it's the same situation, so we'll see what's left.
Well, he's gonna take 700,000 of Virginia's savings.
You really paid attention to
Well,
those numbers.
end of the year, 700,000 she took.
No stone unturned.
We let Philip to last now.
I noticed that.
Please, then fire. So.
Yeah, so maybe we'll leave nothing for him. Doesn't work that way, I know, but in any case, presentation's relatively brief. I think the protocol is to just ask questions as we go through it, and then there'll be more time at the end for questions. So I've been on the job for 7 months now, feels like more. But, so, you know, I really kind of, you know, jumped into the budget, trying to pull from past experience in Aberdeen, past experience other places where I've worked, and working with what had been laid out for me for this year. This slide is a little bit different from what you saw last year. I don't have numbers of inspections and permits and you know, those kind of comparisons, and especially with the technical review committee, which is a very big part of what we do, but not, of course, not everything. And so these first a few slides will focus on the programs and services that the department offers, and that's certainly one of them. One of the things that I've been focusing on here, in addition to just keeping the schedule moving, is creating some checklists that staff can use when we're reviewing plans, and that we can also share with applicants so they know what to expect when they make submittals. And I think that that will facilitate more timely reviews, more accurate reviews, and also fewer resubmittals, because hopefully we'll get complete submittals the first or second time, and we won't have to go back 4 or 5 times with these, which is what, you know, and the plans are complex, so it does take, we've got a lot of eyes on them, and planning especially has a lot of boxes to check. So, believe we'll continue to be very efficient there, and hopefully a little more so. I did borrow from last year's slides about the revenues for planning and zoning fees and the building permit fees, and I think it's been widely reported that our building permit fees are way up, over the projected amount, and don't really see that slowing down. As a matter of fact, the Martin Farms townhomes that just received approval on their final plat have been submitting 30 permits at a time for those. So our team's busy, our inspectors especially are extremely busy. So when you see that number that we're, 117% over the projection, just 7 or 8 months in, it means that there's a lot of work that goes behind that. So there's that sort of comparison, and you can see how it sort of moves up and down. The next comparison year by year, once again, borrowed these numbers from last year's slide or the year before that. I do have one of these numbers in red, which seems like an anomaly. I didn't have a final number to draw from on the previous presentation, so we looked at it was just a year-to-date number. So we pulled the numbers from our permitting software, and it just seems like an anomaly. So we'll be verifying that and seeing where that actually is. Not that I don't think our inspections were high, they continue to be high, but this was just so far off, and that was the 2024 year. But this year, expect those inspections for the remainder of this fiscal year and into next year to continue to be high. Noticed as we were putting together the weekly reports yesterday, just last week, these inspections averaged 26 per day, and that's 2 inspectors. Some of those inspections obviously are pretty quick. They're mechanicals or other things that don't take them very long, but some of them are much more involved, and so the guys are working hard, and I'm very, very proud of our team. This slide, once again, modified it a little bit from last year's presentation, and just wanted to sort of show the certificates of appropriateness that are submitted and reviewed and approved by both the Historic Preservation Commission and by staff, because the minor work, the lower level work items are approved by staff. And then of course, with this year, the planning board is into that mix now as well, but it's been slow this year. We did have 2 major work applications that came to the planning board in late 2024. One of them I think was approved in January, but I just added that to the 2024 numbers there. And then that graph on the chart on the bottom is the work that the planning board's been doing, what they've been reviewing, and what type of items they've been reviewing, and those numbers. So it's somewhat steady, fewer than 1 a month on average, but they do really a lot. Most of the things that come to the Board of Commissioners have gone through the planning board first, and let me assure you that they're very thorough in their review, and they take their role very seriously, and experienced that when I was here before, and I'm glad to see that it hasn't changed. I mean, it reflects people who care about their community, and that's why you appointed them to those roles. Looking at achievements, of course, there have been a great many achievements, some small, some bigger. We sort of asked for staff's input on this and what they'd like to see on this slide, and of course, we've gotten our kiosk in. It did take a long time, but I think everybody's very pleased that it's in and functioning most of the time, and more so now that it's been in for a little while. Of course, Tal Booth, I know that Joe mentioned that. The parking component of the Tal Booth project, the parking lot is virtually done. Michael is finishing the modification of the gates on the dumpster enclosure. We have one of the nicest dumpster enclosures in Moore County, I think. It's gonna be sturdy and last for a long time, and put in the wheel stops just a week or two ago. And so that project is mostly complete. Of course, the remainder of Tal Booth, I think we'll see that moving a little bit faster pace now. Michael installed some public parking signage in this parking lot, and also in the parking lot on Garrett Street. Lindy has been very busy with some pretty high-level activities that she manages quite well, and that includes some of the Main Street tasks. Main Street and her DAB committee are putting together that annual work plan that is part of the expectation when the Main Street community. And so we had folks from the state come in and assist with that visioning forum that they held, and also the work plan development that comes after that. So it'll be a more structured expectation for what that group will achieve over the next few years.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the parking, since Aberdeen Junction's not coming, and they're not gonna put in the freeze trap, or they're gonna finish paving it now, or?
That's, well, what brief conversations that Joe and I have been able to have was, yeah, we've no reason for any more delays on that, and I did see LKC in the parking lot today, so I don't know if maybe if he met with them earlier, but, yeah, I think that'll move forward.
Yeah, we'll do we'll gather facts, and we'll let you know. If I get anything more between now and the weekly report, I'll put it in there, but we'll hope to have a better idea next week. But I think that is the short answer is it's only going to move things forward. So
we've had Lindy and Michael both have been working on NCDOT encroachment agreements to install some of the wayfinding signs. A couple of them that were sort of remaining. We have the signs being stored. That has taken longer than we might have hoped, but it was a holdup on the state's end. So they'll keep that project moving. Of course, the social district has, as I was just mentioning to Paul, something of a soft opening for that. Not, banners and streamers and putting it out in that manner, but it is, has been kicked off, and Lindy's task and others is to monitor that very closely and to document any positive, negative, anything that comes out of that that's something that we wouldn't have seen without the district in our downtown. And of course, the board has tasked us with bringing an assessment back to you, which we will happily do, and hope that it's all good in that report. She has, Lindy has also worked with a couple of fairly recent events, Halloween and then the Super Bowl, which I'm glad to see that event is still happening. And apparently this year it was just very well received, very well attended. It's my understanding that our Main Street representative pushed it out on some of her own social media, and she lives in Fuquay Marina, and so we had people in town from that part of the state who had never been to Aberdeen before, and that's a win-win. That's exactly what we look for with these events, is locals to discover discover what's new in Aberdeen, but even bringing in, other people who maybe they've been to some of our neighboring communities, but never made it down to us, and we wanna welcome them and have them say good things about us when they go back home. And then we've spent some money, in, Lindy's downtown, development budget to, bring in some additional, branded benches and trash receptacles, which a good bit of that is to facilitate the social district, activities that'll be going on. They've just recently ordered some new holiday banners, and of course, we went through the holiday lights on the buildings, and, and we'll continue to do that. That sounds like a program that the board very much supports.
Yeah.
We've got a question, go ahead.
Well, you and I talked the other
The
day,
Cardinals.
did you find out what the schedule was? That's what our question was, the schedule of changing them, just out of, you able to find that in your?
Yes, I did. Apparently, there is a schedule, and those were supposed to have come down in early February or at the end of January. And so, of course, obviously, we're coordinating with Public Works on that. And I think that we'll see those come down right away, and that was, they're behind schedule anyway, so that would have happened.
And how many banners do we have? Well, that was another question we had. That one, the brand,
Oh, how many different ones?
do we have just 3?
Yeah,
Three,
yeah.
Three.
Yeah, it looks like we've got this, patriotic banner that comes up for part of the summer Memorial Day.
Yeah,
And then we have the holiday banners, and then we have the branded banners that, go up for the remainder of the time.
So will branded ones come up now? Is that what's coming up next?
Yes,
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah, that would
Yes.
make sense, all right.
that's exactly right.
Stay up till Memorial Day or 4th of July?
Memorial Day,
Okay.
that's the schedule that I saw, and I'll confirm that with Eric. He's been sort of coordinating the efforts to change those out on that schedule. Our short-term goals for the department, again, we want to wrap up this Tal Booth project, and it's something that, we've worked very closely with Public Works on, and now the remaining items really, belong to them, and I know they're anxious to keep it moving. I know this board is, so, we wanna make that happen, and in our attempts to facilitate, the Junction Hall's needs, there have been some delays, but, we'll be moving forward with that, and actually this slide was put together before we got this recent news about their plans.
Parking, are we gaining from, the other side, just 3, is that 4 that we're gaining, that are ours, designated town?
Yes, from over here on the left.
Yes.
Yes, that those will be, there are some, there's some ability to park over there, but the truth about all of that that's behind the planning building, it's just never well organized, it wasn't marked, some of it was gravel, it was a little bit of a haphazard, usage pattern, so we're hoping to get more parking out of this project, at the end of the day, even if it's just for efficiency of the space. Another short-term goal, and I've been in discussions with Paul about this, and of course, as this board has seen us come to you with some requested amendments to the UDO, we want to continue that effort. We have 2 certified planners on your planning team now, and we both recognize a need for some improvements to the UDO, some more sort of Aberdeen-specific provisions in it, and to make it more user-friendly both for staff and for the public. And we won't get these kind of graphics, I don't think, out of the expenditures that we'll make in the coming year, but this is just an example of the kind of things that can come. And I put the stacking lane graphic in here because not that we may or may not have a graphic at the end of the day, but that's one of the provisions that's not very well, that could use some improvement, and as we have commercial development, that becomes important. Other short-term goals, of course, our downtown, between the Appearance and Beautification Commission and our downtown development budget, it's, over 40% of the operating, budget for the department. So we do tend to focus pretty heavily on those. And, Lindy and Michael have proposed for some additional, decorative lighting, nothing different from what we already have, but just some additional spots for those. The DAB, has been asking for, there have been a lot of discussions about downtown parking. And, I think everybody agrees that, for public parking, that there's a deficit. I think there are also some misconceptions about how close you should be able to park to the front door of the businesses you want to do business with. All that being said, they do have some money in their budget to start, working with a consultant just to get some assessment of what we have and some recommendations on what we might do to improve that situation. And it's a very sort of tailored, proposal that they're working on to, not a full-blown parking study, but something that just checks the boxes for what Aberdeen believes that we need. Lindy, another sort of heavy lift that she's been involved in is, building a relationship with, Aberdeen Carolina Western Railroad and, to assist with the town's ability to use that green space. Anybody that's not from Aberdeen that looks at an aerial image of our downtown immediately says, oh, you've got the perfect spot for, an event space here, but, it's out of our control, and we've had these conversations with them before. However, it's interesting, and now it seems that they are coming to us asking for, some better facilitation for events that they wanna hold, and, bringing their train cars, to Aberdeen in a similar way that they've done in Pinehurst. So it puts us in a little bit better, position to speak with them about what Aberdeen's needs are, and she's done that, and she's, facilitated that extremely well. The pedestrian crossings of the railroad, that one has been just delayed a little bit. Once again, Michael is heavy on that, but he's, waiting for feedback from others on, when that might move forward. This year's budget has, capital improvement program for, Greenway along Sycamore Street, and that's what this slide on the right is. It's one of several, sort of linear plans that Michael has put together for how that might look. And of course, much of that, if not all of it, between the railroad tracks and Sycamore is railroad right of way, so we have to, work with them to get this approved. But he has already reached out to them. They've asked for more details, about where it would be and what the elevations would be, and he's worked with, Public Works, and they've actually shot some spot elevations out there, and he's put together that plan and re-presented to them. So we're hoping for a favorable, outcome for that project. We want to spend that money down, this year if we can. Minimum housing is, another, I guess, desire for me to see that program sort of, get some legs under it again. I don't think there will be multiple years of higher budget for this, but I do think we need a couple of years of higher budget for this. One is, of course, the costs have gone up for taking on these projects, but it's also, that it's, there haven't not been many cases in recent years, so there's become a bit of a backlog of cases that really need our attention. That being said, as I'm looking at our old list, when we had a list of sort of concerning properties, a lot of those have fallen off the list. They've either come down for other reasons, or they've been redeveloped or improved, which that's a great outcome. So we don't think that it'll be multiple years of having to put a lot of money into this program, but we would like to see a couple of years of focus on it. And these are properties in Aberdeen. I see the quizzical.
Yeah, I thought these were on the list to be demolished in some way.
Well, and that's what will ultimately happen with them. They'll be beyond, they'll be what's considered dilapidated, which means that we'll be working with the owners to to get the properties down, to get the buildings down. And, if it comes at the town's expense, there'll be a lien placed on the property that we would recoup if the property's ever sold. And with, land prices what they are in Southern Moore County now, I think that we're likely to see more of those liens come to fruition for the town.
So can I ask you, so
Mhm.
this program, Renew Minimum Housing Program, is that something new? Have we been doing that in the past? Not since I've been on the board, I've not heard about it. If
Well, we
I
only
have,
have
I
five, I'm
missed it.
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We only have $5,000 in the budget right now, in this year's budget for that. And, yes, we've been doing it in the past, and we had, more money. As I said, the cost of taking on these properties has risen, so, 5,000 wasn't enough to even do one. And yet, when I came on, the building inspectors had identified a property on Vassar Street that, had been condemned, and they had already set the wheels in motion to take that one down. They were using a different, mechanism through, building code and not through minimum housing, which of course involves building code, that wasn't budgeted for. So we're gonna do some budget amendments and move that around a little bit, so that project is done now. But we would like to, because I'm more familiar with the minimum housing code, and I understand that process pretty well, and we get help as we need it from the town attorney. That's the avenue that we wanna take with these. And, again, it does allow us to place a lien on the property for our costs that we incur in doing it.
But this is in place to help people that, like houses that are in the town limits, that really, maybe there's an elderly person there that can't afford, this is to help them maybe bring their house up to code or.
It's really we use it for properties that are past that point.
Yeah.
They're usually
okay,
not even
sorry. Okay, I
occupied
misunderstood
anymore.
then.
I mean,
It's not
they
really
usually
there.
look
It's not
exactly
really
like what you're seeing.
Excuse me?
It's not rehab. They're
No,
not-
that's fine,
yeah.
I just think
Yeah.
sometimes I pass homes that I see that might be someone living in it, that might be a widow, or,
Mhm.
and I'm like, it would be nice if the town had a fund that could help, maybe their porch is falling in or something, you know what I'm saying, because it's
I
part
do.
of the town, but then I don't know, I just
do.
didn't think we had that kind of funding.
And Moore County has a program like that, and I think that one of the things that we can do is to help make sure that people know about it and put those two entities together. Not that I wouldn't, object to us, taking on some of that role, but, with there already being a program, hopefully we can put those entities together and achieve some things. When we go with minimum housing, I suppose, is a bit of a misnomer in the title, but it really is for properties that are beyond the ability to rehab, as the mayor has said. They're not livable, they're a danger for anyone who might enter it, and sometimes they do attract, people who are inside the structures that shouldn't be,
True,
and
yeah.
that becomes.
No water running, maybe we don't even know they're even living there.
Yeah,
Okay, I
exactly.
understand.
So we'd like to just see those, come down, and that's what our effort is. If the owner wants to rehab them, that's up to them, but they've got a limited amount of time to do that. And in all the cases that I've worked with, that's not what the outcome is. They usually come down, and, the property, to be honest, some of these properties are more valuable without the structure on it, especially when they're in this kind of condition. Good questions.
Fire department burns some of them also.
Yes, sir, and that's one of the ways that we save on costs and have saved on costs in the past. I mean, this one up in the top left, and this is, all these, are or were in Aberdeen. That might be a good candidate for a burn, something that's, brick or a concrete block. Those are a little bit difficult, and they don't usually take those on, but they use them for training when they do that, so it sort of achieves two different purposes. Okay, this is not really one of our cars, but, I did, and this is actually from an old presentation that I had done years ago. So we do have a fleet that's aging. The people who use cars most often, which are inspectors, they're in pretty good shape. But we actually just surplus one vehicle on the planning side, And then the go-to vehicle for us now is this Durango, which I drove today, and I'm fine driving that around town. If we need to go out of town, we need something more reliable. That one's, 2013, and it's got some miles on it, and it's still, it still chugs along, and that's great, and we'll keep maintaining it until and unless the maintenance costs begin to outweigh the benefits of it. Just want to always plug for staff training, not necessarily that I think that we need a big increase there, but it's very important, especially for, of course, our inspectors have to have it. You have 2 certified planners who, if we're going to maintain that certification, we have continuing education that we have to achieve. We, right now, do not have a certified floodplain manager on staff. I used to be one. I let the certification go some years ago because I just had too much to keep up with. Chad has an interest in doing that, so that would be some additional, training. But that being said, I have asked each of my staff to give me an estimate of what they're going to need, and they've done that, and that's what you'll see in our request. There's also a need to sort of diversify our building inspections capabilities. And so we do use Richard Saunders when we need to. He has a full-time job already, but we do pay for his certification maintenance for his building inspection certifications. And we wouldn't mind having somebody else who is sort of a backup, just so that we're in good shape in case an inspector goes down for any reason. Board training, I think we all know that we have some boards that need some training, with the planning board taking on some of the historic duties. As a certified local government, anyone engaged in that, including staff, are required to get some number of trainings every year. These are not always costly. As a matter of fact, the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, makes a lot of webinars available that are free. So we'll explore all those opportunities, but I just always like to sort of advocate for this line item because it is so important to the department. I think I feel very fortunate to have the qualified staff that we have, and we want to continue to have that. And then there's sort of a computer replacement program that we're already involved in that Dean helps us with, just so that when we start seeing glitches, what we typically see is that particular computer, or that there's money set aside for when that happens. Excuse me, that we can already plan for a replacement as it's needed. What you did or will see on the capital improvement requests, it will include these 2 projects, which it's interesting how things come around if you wait long enough, and that's what has happened here. These projects were proposed for funding 10 or more years ago. Of course, we all know that NCDOT had some budget shortfalls, and they put their STIP program on hold. Now these projects are coming back, and they have been funded. So I had about an hour-long virtual meeting with some folks from DOT this week, just to get a read on what our schedule needs to be on these. Now that the funding's been made available, we do want to move forward. Certainly that would be what I would advocate. I think you're familiar, certainly with the first one, the Johnson Street sidewalk. Poplar Street was also proposed when I was here before, but we weren't sure if it was going to get funded or not. Well, it did, and it, of course, it's just a portion of Poplar Street. The idea was to do this in multiple phases, and to keep putting projects in front of them for funding so that we would have a continuous sidewalk on Poplar Street. But these sidewalk projects do require 20% match from the town. So I actually have a resolution of support for Johnson Street. Never made it to that point with Poplar Street, but we would put those both back in front of you for, for something to document your support for the project and the investment that the town will be making for those. And then this was this is a draft capital improvement proposal that has, these step projects are divided into preliminary engineering, and if there's right-of-way acquisition, that's another phase. If utilities have to be moved, that's another phase, and then you get into construction. So one thing that does, it allows you to sort of break down your match costs, and that, so it doesn't all fall in 1 year. And so that's what you're seeing with some of these over the next 5 years. And then we would also like to request the additional lighting in downtown. That could potentially be spread over more than 1 year. I know that you got hit pretty hard with some other capital requests today. We just don't want the planning department to be left out. And then the Sycamore Street Greenway that Michael's been working on, we recognize that could ultimately be a pretty dark path, and we would like to explore some opportunities to add some lighting down there. The summary really, I just can't tell you how, it made me a little uncomfortable to put this slide together. This is again a sort of regurgitation of one of the slides that was in last year's presentation, where you had two new staff people, and that would be Lindy and Chad, and sort of, just brief little bio on them. And so I started to just leave mine out. I'm the new person, new old person that used to be here and has now come back. But this, just went ahead and added those items for myself. We are understaffed, and I think that has been the case for quite some time. And we could compare ourselves to other communities with the same population, and we would probably still look like we have less staff than they do. But when you compare us to communities that are experiencing the kind of growth we are, definitely really don't have enough to go around. And that's that growth, it really does hit the planning department hard. We see projects from just discussion, and they may never come to fruition, and sometimes those are multiple discussions, all the way to buildings on the ground. So we are looking to maybe shore up our staff and get a little more support in the planning department. Not asking for,
I was just gonna ask you a question, I didn't use, not finished, but, when someone comes in and asks for a permit, for something as simple as something they're gonna build in their yard, or out a building, or a fence even, does one of your inspectors have to go out and inspect that? Like a storage building, they do, even if it's a prefab that's just dropped on the site, because it has to be anchored properly, and that's. So there's a lot of little things they do that we don't always think of, that they have to go out and take care of.
Yes,
right?
thank you, and that is very true. And not only that, but one of the planners have to look at where that's gonna be located on the site and make sure it meets setbacks, that it's not, higher than what our dimensional requirements allow, and that sort of thing. So a lot of hands on even those simple kinds of projects.
Well, I know they don't always do that. I mean, sometimes when I mention that to a neighbor, you're supposed to get a permit to even put up a fence.
Yes.
They look at you like, are you crazy?
Yes.
I'm like, but then I thought, well, once they do, then you still have a role to follow up through that as well, so.
Yeah.
You want to do the right thing, but still it takes a lot more people.
Yeah, we'd much rather do the first role than that role, because we don't, we don't like being put in that position. And we had, I know years ago, when a lot of the new homes were being built that were being picked up by the military, when we first started experiencing that, one of the first things they did was put a privacy fence up. And we were seeing that some of those were encroaching into utility easements or rights of way, because it was being done without them come to us first. It's not that we're gonna say no to their fence proposal. We just wanna make sure that we don't have to come to them later and say, I'm sorry, you gotta move it now that it's installed. That's the last place we wanna be. We're hoping to maybe pull from some existing staff, just been in some very early conversations to build certifications for a person that could come in. This is really a succession plan, as much as anything else, but also to help provide some support when our building inspectors, you know, they work through lunches as it is, so there is at some point where we'll need, somebody to step in and help on really, really busy weeks or months.
If there's any questions, but I always want to add that on the, the additional staff needs, especially on the permit tech, because we have done well, and you've heard this a couple of times now, in the permitting area, and we're well above budget, that money is really set aside to be used for things in that area. So it's kind of a self-funding proposition. We have enough money to do that, you know, and to fund that position, use those funds for that position to even out that amount. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think we're gonna be over, what's it, $400,000 this year or something? More than that maybe on the permitting side of things, so that will help a lot, for anything. And again, there's different ways we can do it. As Pam kind of referenced, we've got some sort of movement plans on the permitting tech side that will be, a lot easier to absorb than just going and hire somebody off the street. So anyway, there's some plans there, but you'll get more on that. But I want to give you some good news that there is some money that is really set aside for that use in particular, as opposed to just a random general fund pool of revenue.
Paul, just for building permit revenue on alone, we're already above $59,000 above budget right now.
Right. Yeah. So that helps a lot.
Yes.
So the municipal lot over by Rail House, I parked in it the other day. Is there any way that we can, I don't know if that falls under planning or if that goes under public works, is there any way we can get that restriped at some point? The striping's pretty much gone on that municipal lot, the parking striping,
Behind Keys.
between Keys and Rail House.
Right, yeah, I would think that could probably be done in-house. I don't know if we've done that in-house before, but it would be done by me, so I hate to speak for others, but.
It's included when Eric does the downtown stuff, it's on a rotation through there when they come, so if it needs, all it needs to do is, you're not talking that much money.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, they're just about gone, the stripes are just about gone over there. Thank you.
Pam, I want to be cautious in what I'm asking because newspaper is here.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It was said that there was a problem, I don't know, the word is not problem, there was some issues, a situation with the town and the planning for the junction station, if you read it in the paper. And this is from the owner.
Yeah.
Was there any issue that you know of?
All right, I'm actually glad you asked, because Lindy and I spoke with him before, he really made that announcement to us before he did anything else. And, I asked him specifically if there was anything more that the town could have done, or if, if he saw us as being, part of the problem, so to speak. And he said that he didn't see us as part of the problem, but I do know that his statement included the word bureaucracy. And,
That's where I'm coming from.
Yes.
I wanted to know what that meant.
well, Lenny and I talked about this at some length after we got off the phone with him, and the only thing that we could potentially see, and it's something that the town has taken steps to resolve, was that his COA took 6 months, which is time is money when you're developing. So that was for a whole range of reasons. It included the month of July when the boards don't meet. It was also, I think, some hesitancy on the HPC to make a decision, and some obstacles towards making a decision. And of course, you took some pretty definitive action afterwards to make sure that that doesn't happen again. He did not point to that, but I think it would be reasonable to think that 6 months for that certificate would be problematic for him in his timeline.
He did mention HPC.
He did mention it in the paper. I don't know that he mentioned it. I don't know what part of that was printed, but that was printed when I shared that with my neighbors, that then we also, you know,
Well, I don't
move
think
that,
I don't think
move
that's any,
that.
I don't think that's any surprise. I mean, it took, like Pam said, at least 6 months on the HPC.
Right.
That's a big delay in a project, but that wasn't the only problem. And you would be the first to admit that, I think. There were multiple cost issues. You've seen them here on sewer lines. Can you imagine trying to do a renovation of a building? You know, time is money, and I think the numbers were just getting very high. So it's unfortunate, but, you know, here we are. We can only take care of what we can control, and I think we've done that with the HPC. And, you know, we just gotta look forward.
I will say that, you know, the planning staff has gone out of our way to establish a relationship with him. You know, he still owns the property. We still wanna see something good happen with the property. And we very much encouraged him to reach out early as he's making decisions about next steps. You know, I don't think that anything improper, you know, was done, but again, time is money when you're working on a project like that, and there were unfortunate delays. And then he had some very unexpected costs that popped up towards the end, and I think all of that, as he described it, too many headwinds. I have not read that article, by the way, but I will. I saw his statement that he posted on social media.
Thank you.
Thank you all for
Thank you.
this opportunity. We don't get to do this very often. It's good,
Thank you.
good
Thank
for
you.
all of us.
Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome. Thanks for not hitting me with all the hard questions, Commissioner Helms. I saw.
Hey, you better sit down
Let me go right now.
You may be too. Thank you.
Give him to the chief.
Thanks, so.
Thank you.
Fine. They're doing restriping down the bed.
Okay. Thank you.
And of course, we saved the best for last.
I appreciate that. Thank you there, Chief.
You're not even getting your time yet. You just got candy.
No more money, Philip.
Take all the time you need.
Not a problem. 45, 50 minutes.
Yep. You actually get the fire department's time since he just
Yes,
got
sir.
canceled.
Y'all done heard him say last, did you?
Hey, we bought him a fire truck last year, we
That's
didn't
right.
Hey, we did
He
too.
said it. He said it, but thank you.
All right, so I won't be before you long, but this is kind of a wrap up of what we're trying to do in the near future. 2024 is a good year for us. Some of our successes, I went to go in detail just to show you what we're doing and the good things we are doing. We had 3 candidates successfully complete paid sponsorship. We currently have 1 vacant position. That will go to 2. We have an officer that is moving to the western part of the state. 3 supervisors obtained their advanced law enforcement certification, which is the highest in North Carolina. 2 supervisors obtained their intermediate, which is the second highest. 2 supervisors graduated from the North Carolina Justice Academy Leadership Institute. Our goal is to run all our supervisors through this class. A big plus to it is recognized through the Justice Academy as their top tier leadership institute, and it's absolutely free to the town. 3 supervisors became general instructors. This right here benefit our officers because on their days off, they can teach at the community college and make an extra income. 1 officer obtained his associate's degree in general education. Captain Darlin was accepted to the FBI National Academy. She'll be leaving in July. They come down next week. She'll be doing her PT assessment, which she's prepared for.
Didn't you do that?
I did.
That's what I thought.
Yes, sir. 2 officers graduated from basic SWAT school. Speaking of SWAT school, we're waiting on our certification to come through. We already received an email. We passed all the requirements to make the national team for SWAT teams, so we will be accredited once it actually comes through. 5 officers obtained their FAA license to be a drone operator. 2 of them came from the fire department, which is Deputy Chief Johnson and Fire Marshal Richard Saunders. So whenever we have a call out, one of those officers or firefighters can grab a drone and it's up in the air so we can get live footage. 1 officer graduated from hostage negotiation school. We had a new hire to come in who already had his certification from Fayetteville. That also helps us with our SRT team. That was part of one of the requirements. all 30 officers have their own body cams. This right here was probably the biggest thing that happened to us for 2024, and Mr. Paul made this happen for us. I went to him, I told him, hey, we really need body cams, and we looked in the budget, department's budget, and that's something we were able to really come through with, and Chief Phillip also helped with that. This right here was huge. We received a complaint here recently. I knew it was gonna be nothing to it, so I looked into it. I went through the proper channels because we're going through accreditation, and the body cam alone solved this issue. Once the lady realized we had body cams, she recanted everything. It went no further. It was actually a 2-day complaint. The first day she called us, she made us aware of it. I told the command staff, hey, let's start internal, and we told her we're gonna review body cams. The next day, she didn't want nothing else to do. So that body cam squashed everything, which was the reason for it. All converter kits was issued. That right there ties in with the body cams. So as soon as the blue lights come on, that body cam is activated along with the in-car camera. All patrol vehicles was issued rifle mounts. So the officers in the old days, when we had a hot call, you would have to stop, get out, open the trunk, get your rifle, jump back in. It's all right there in their center console. We issued 7 new T7 tasers to all officers. We added 2 Remington 700 rifles for our SWAT team. We actually have a SWAT officer in SWAT school this week getting certified as a sniper. We have one that is currently in field training. He was special forces in the military. He will attend once he actually gets finished with FTO training, but he has to finish that first. All officers are certified and possess less lethal shotguns. This right here did not cost anything. We had old shotguns that we had in our vehicles. We never used them. Some of the old guys like Chief Richardson will say shotguns has its place, but that's not what the officers are using. When we have a hot call, they was grabbing the rifles. So what we did a swap where less lethal is something we use now. If a subject has a knife, instead of an officer using a taser and having to use deadly force, that's just an extra measure where you don't have to go that. It's a bang bang round that's shot from the shotgun. The department raised $7,000 for Special Olympics. This right here is huge because this is the first time in Aberdeen history that our name is on the back of the t-shirt.
That's right.
That right there was really, really big. Over the weekend, we had our first event, and we raised $4,000 for a polo plunge. A lot of officers paid money to go and jump in the lake in freezing weather. I did not do that at all. But they raised $4,000 with Pinehurst PD, so that was really good. The department raised over $4,300 for Shot with the Cop. We were able to sponsor 12 kids this year for Shot with a Cop, so that was really, really big. The department held its 4th annual Stuff the Police Car. What this is, we go to Walmart, we get on both sides of the doors, and we ask for donations. We were scheduled for 2 days. We really quit 3 hours into the first day because both vehicles was filled.
Wow.
We went to Aberdeen Elementary on their back to school night. We gave out supplies. We still had so many supplies and we didn't want to keep them for the next year. We went out to the Academy Award and gave them the remaining supplies, and they were very grateful. The police department adopted Blue, a Labrador Poodle. Blue is, I'm not a dog person, but Blue is probably one of the best things and best attractions that the police department did this year. I really believe he's the one who actually raised the $7,000. Because as soon as he showed up, people just started dumping money into this bucket.
So where is Blue?
Yeah, where's Blue?
Blue's off today.
Oh, no.
Blue is off today. But he's a huge benefit. We have a lot of officers, they see a lot of things. We had one officer saw the guy over on Eastview who shot himself, and the first thing he did when he said, "Where's Blue at?" And Blue was off, but Blue came back in, so that was really, really huge. We are in the final phase of accreditation. That is next week. So on March 19th, the accreditors will come in. It's about 6 of them. They will be in all day. They come in on the 18th, and they will go through with each supervisors. I assign them policies, and they will start reviewing the policies with them. One thing about accreditation, I know for a fact, we was right around 38 policies. Now we're at around 77. All our policies have passed so far. They've already went through the first phase and they're done. So now when they come in, they will meet with people through the community. The mayor's one of them. They'll sit down with you and they'll talk to you for 30 minutes. The actual supervisors, they will quiz them on policies, forms, procedures of how we operate on a daily basis. On the 19th, it would take them about 4 weeks to determine if we're accredited or not. I have a buddy who is on the board who's going to try to get us on that session block to award us our certificate if we're there. But the timetable is kind of iffy if we're going to make that assessment or not. For accreditation, we didn't have a secure storage area for vehicles. It had to be away from the building, so we were able to come up with that. Mr. Tim did all the work and made sure that was taken care of. Calls of service over the last 6 years, as you can see, 19 was a good year for us, but we was also fully staffed in 19, and it was kind of a little small wave. But for 2024, we had 28,948 calls. This is something that we're gonna really focus on with comparison of crime. These right here are our top 5 calls throughout the year of 2024. Larceny stayed roughly the same, but it was a decrease in larcenies. That's huge, especially since we have Walmart. So that's a win. Frauds decreased 2%. From 24 to 23, there was an increase in property crimes. Assault stayed the same, and the drug tab, it went up. And I know what a lot of you are gonna think is, well, we got a drug problem. No, we really don't. What this is actual officers, that's their mission. Their job is, they're going out at nighttime, and they are actively looking for drugs and guns. That is what they're looking for. We have a problem area over on Highway 5 and off of Saunders Boulevard. Yesterday, about 4 o'clock, one of my new officers stopped the car for expired tag. He got 2 guns, black tar heroin, and fentanyl.
Wow.
They were not from Aberdeen. They were from Hope County. So, that right there is why you see an increase. I have a young crew who, that's all they really want to do is look for drugs and guns. So, that's why that was an increase.
So this larcenies, this 45%,
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is just car break-ins, home break-ins, store, everything?
A lot of the larcenies is strictly from retail. Walmart is our biggest business. We talked about it earlier about car break-ins. We had car break-ins about 2 weekends ago. 3 subjects ran, we caught one of them. The one subject we caught, we had to do a lot of other stuff with his phone. We did search warrants on his phone. We identified 3 other suspects. The problem is they're juveniles. So while we're waiting on petitions and to get a secure custody order, these same 3 juveniles went on Saunders Boulevard and broke into 3 more cars. We actually have them on video. But out of the 4 subjects, we were only able to get 2 secure custody orders. So even though we have them in custody, the other 2, what are they gonna do this weekend?
What could
So-
you get custody orders?
Ma'am?
What keeps you from getting custody orders?
Well, the 2 that we got custody orders on, they actually had guns. So the officers are chasing them. When they caught the one from Whitney Drive, they had a gun on them. We dumped his phone, did a search warrant on it, and that's how we was able to identify the other 3 suspects.
But they're just running, you have no way to hold them.
Well, it's not that. They changed the law in North Carolina about 3 years ago. So the save the age, if they're 6, if it's not a violent crime, we can't arrest them in the old days where, I think it was 2018, where if we stopped the car or we made contact with a juvenile, if they were 16 and older, we could physically take them to Carthage. We can't do that anymore.
Juvie.
Well, that don't really exist.
It doesn't?
No, it has to be a violent crime, A through E felony. If it's one of those, we can then wake up a judge, get a secure custody order, but if it's not A through E, you're not gonna get it.
So if they're caught shoplifting, you can't arrest them.
No, and the problem is they know that.
Because of their age?
Yes,
That's a problem.
So we had a kid at our school where I tutored who held up a convenience store. The kid was like 11 years old.
that's what did he hold it up with? Was it a gun? Completely
That's a
different. I'm pretty sure they issued a secure custody order.
Yeah, that's a felony.
Yes,
The gun makes that a felony.
I know he disappeared, I just asked because I didn't know.
yes.
But I wondered what would happen to a kid like that, because that was pretty young to be,
Well,
arrested.
the
but-
problem is they know that we can't do anything. So when we get there, we call parents. The parents don't care. When they come and pick them up, we're dealing with them again on the weekend. I mean, my detectives are changing their schedules and pretty much tracking these kids on the weekend or when school's out. We know when school's out, we have to be over at the school because if not, they're gonna break into it.
Yeah.
So,
Can I just ask you if the, larceny increased after you got the self-checkout, is that what?
yes, ma'am.
Oh, sure.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
I mean,
Walmart,
but it's,
on a daily basis, we average 4 to 5 calls at Walmart. That's on a daily basis. Yes, ma'am.
I see it always in the winter, but it
Yes.
seems like it's always a lot.
And we minimize that because if not, you would just see Walmart, Walmart, Walmart. So,
Yeah.
I'll let y'all look at this. This right here is the arrest for the year. We had a total of 460 misdemeanor arrests, and we had a total of 142 arrests. So the whole year, we have made 602 arrests between misdemeanor and felonies.
Hmm.
And this is not counting the warrants that we still have out that just haven't been served yet. This is something I really want y'all to look at because I know y'all get a lot of phone calls about speeding on this road, speeding on South Street. This right here is warning tickets, which are in blue, and citations. For the whole year, we issued 1,328 warning tickets. Citations, we issued, actual written citations is 1,518. This right here is not counting any type of verbal warning where their computer messed up, they were on a traffic stop and they got a hot call and had to leave. So we averaged pretty much 2,846 traffic stops this year. And this right here is with us being short. We had 4 in training this entire year. So when you have 4 in training, depending on what phase they're in, their role is not to stop cars. They gotta learn the basics, the roads and things of that sort. So these numbers are pretty much without 4 officers. And this right here is the capital improvement plan for 25 and 26. Our firearm replacement, you're supposed to replace firearms every 10 years. We're going on year 12 now. This right here will include the holster, magazines, and the optic for it. When I say optic, I don't know if you know much about firearms. It's front sight, back sight. Now it's more of a red dot. It helps officers shoot more accurate. It's a new common thing. Most agencies already went to them. The second one is vehicle equipment for 4 vehicles. The reason we normally ask for 3. The reason we're asking for 4 is because we added a new detective last year, and the vehicle she's in now is a money pit. It is an absolute money pit. So we're just waiting for it to go out any day now. Flock camera systems. This right here is huge. This is something me, Dean, and Joe have talked about. Do anybody know what flock camera system is first, before I go in detail with it? It runs license plates all day, every day. That's all it is. And people say, well, we're not using them. Southern Pines already have them, and Lowe's Hardware actually have them. That is what the black box are when you come out of Lowe's. So a lot of times when we have larcenies, they go from Lowe's, Target to Walmart. Our goal is to put them on US 1, 211, and some of these problem areas we're having. So if we have a vehicle that we're looking for that just left Walmart, we type in white F-150 pickup truck from this time. And if we know it's on US 1, it's gonna give us every single tag. Now, if you notice when we had the missing juvenile here recently, we called Raleigh PD because we was trying to, the first suspect we was tracking wasn't our guy. Well, we called Raleigh and they ran the tag for us, and we knew then he wasn't our guy because he didn't take that route. So that right there is really, really huge. A lot of agencies already have it. Moore County is getting on board with it. We use Southern Pines and Hope counties a lot right now.
I was told that that system actually helped save a young lady, a teenager, from Moore County area
I went down
that was abducted, and they caught the guy before he went across the Canadian border with her.
I wouldn't doubt
And
it.
it was all because of those cameras.
We use Hope County a lot because of 211. That's where everybody tends to go back to. I know Carthage just bought some, and I know Pinehurst is doing it this year. And Southern Pines, they're a little bit ahead of the game, but they're going to complete theirs up this year. It's really big. It's really beneficial. The only reason why we like Flock, and me and Dean's talked about this, if we go with Flock, we have access to everybody else who has Flock. So if I want to call South Carolina, I have access to it. I can just type in South Carolina, what road, and it's going to pop if it's there.
So where would you put the 7 cameras?
Both directions. It got to be near Walmart. So 2 on 15501. Well, the problem is Best Buy. Best Buy has a policy where they don't call until the person leaves, and Best Buy's been getting hit really, really bad. The good thing is we've been solving those cases because of Facebook assistance. But the vehicle description, things like that, they're not getting because they can't come out on the sidewalks. So we would put a camera on 15501 front and back because we don't. Lowe's camera is not coming out; it's just in their parking lot. 2 on US 1, 2 on Highway 211, and near Bradford Drive, because Bradford Drive is going to be a problem this summer. We already know that. Off of Highway 5. In-car cameras, we're asking for 2 in-car cameras. That's just because we have body cams now. It has to sync with it. The taser completion will be the tasers that complete our setup. Myself, admin, and investigations, we still have the tasers from, this taser is actually from Mike County era, but it still works. I used it this week actually. So that will complete our taser setup. Drone, this right here will be pretty much for us in the fire department. We have one here, so that will go up on the hill. Dean has a system for us for computer replacement. It's every 5 years we're on a 5-year rotation, I'm sorry. So we try to replace a certain number, which is 5. Dean has a master list of which ones we need to replace. The speed sign, I know y'all have seen the one out on 15 South. Ms. Beavers helped get that sign, so that was awesome. But this right here is the one that you actually put on signposts. It's like what you see in the bottom right-hand corner. You actually put it on, adjust, so any type of speed issues, it actually monitors the speed, the complaints, gives you the total speed and all that.
Well, the 2 that's on 15501 are from DOT.
Yes,
Yeah.
but we can't move those.
I know, that.
We've already asked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the one you're talking about is like it's on Poplar Street right now, isn't it? The
That
one
right
that's on
there
wheels?
That's a trailer though.
Oh,
But
okay.
if
So
we-
this is different. What is
this-
this speed sign?
This right here, it does the same thing it does.
Same thing as the DOT ones do, okay.
Yes,
What do you need more
But
of
this
those?
right here is actually connected to a cloud, and it's like our speed trailer where it can, let's say we have a speed issue on Bonniebrook, you actually attach it to a post and it gives you a reading of how many cars was on the road, how many cars were speeding from this period to this period. And the PD side, the mayor brought this up, and he brought it up a while ago, and that's when we had a class here at the PD, and they rode by and they said, hey, y'all need to put a sign on the front of your building.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. So I called around and I had Jay Sodds to come out, and this right here is the exact same sign that we have on the front of the building with the badge that says Aberdeen Police Department. So I
We
did
want
put
a permit for that, by the way.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I'll let the mayor apply for it.
So that sign cost doesn't include the permit fees. Wait a minute, you just generated more work for your department.
This right here is our capital improvement for our 5-year plan. 25, 26 years, everything I just listed. Over the next 4 years, we're not asking for anything huge except for year 26 and 27, or 26 to 28. And if you can see, that is a K-9 position. That is something that is I know is very, very expensive, but I do think it's a need in the future. We had Southern Pines to come out and pretty much show us how their vehicles are, you know, the cost. It is up there. I mean, a basic K-9 for the handler, the equipment, everything is right around $27,000, and that's not counting the vehicle.
He has to have his own vehicle, right?
Well, it's not, well, he would have to have his own vehicle.
To put his, put his
But it's so much of
kennel
this-
in and everything.
There's so much stuff that come with it. You gotta have, special doors, you gotta have cooling systems. It's a lot that comes with a dog.
Yeah.
Everything else is pretty much, computer replacement, LPRs. The only thing the LPRs is B2 for next year, just to get both lanes. Other than that, we're not really asking for anything. That's why our capital numbers are kind of consistent towards the bottom. But if you have any questions, I'll answer those for you. Watch guard systems, that's just something we gotta have when we replace vehicles because it's so much to replace them if they break. So we switch the camera systems out whenever we buy vehicles.
I'd like to make a point. Chief, you don't mind going back to that? If you take a look at the equipment for the 4 leased vehicles, not 3, 42.8, when they get vehicles, lots of times what they'll do is they can change it out and put it into the newer vehicle from the older ones on
Yes.
certain things. So it's not like you have to buy new equipment. So we don't lease the equipment, we buy that, but we can refurbish it and reuse it. Make sure everybody knows that.
Yes, that was up front with the 4 vehicle equipments. All our equipment goes straight back. As long as we don't switch model or anything like that, or Dodge don't do anything drastic, that's how we use all the same equipment except the computer.
Well, maybe those signs that you were talking about that mount to the pole, how many were you asking for?
One,
Just one, like the ones that are on 5501?
yes ma'am.
Where were you gonna put it? Just move it around?
That's
as
it.
needed?
We get calls about speeding. We had one on Sun Road not too long ago,
Right.
and this guy just told me it was a speeding problem. We put the trail out there. It's not a speeding problem over there.
Okay. And how much are they, you said? $5,000 for one?
Well, if I put 5,500, I think it came in right around 5,480 or something like that. I just rounded up.
I don't know, maybe you could use more than one, but just one
Well,
for right now.
our trailer that you see on Poplar Street does
Maybe
that.
count too, yeah.
It's just to get it in these smaller neighborhoods where we don't have enough room to actually put the trailer there.
Like Bethesda Road, maybe.
Yes. But if you wanna give us more, we'll definitely take it.
No, I was just thinking, if we need them, I don't, depends on.
Well, we could take the fire truck away from Philip, take that money and order it.
That's a good idea.
Y'all need to quit over there. 3 trucks, man.
Everything with that. Our short-term goal here is successfully pass accreditation audit March 19th. Like I said, they'll be in on the 18th. Conduct at least 1 DWI checkpoint each quarter. Implement more community engagements. We're gonna see a lot of that with especially some of the new hires we have. We already have them wanting to do special events and things of that sort, so that's huge. Quarterly checks on high liability policies for state accreditation, that's gonna be a mandate. All supervisors to complete the North Carolina Justice Academy Leadership Institute. Conduct visible and direct patrol and select enforcement in high crime areas. You'll see more of that, and SRT get used a lot more here in the future. Host more Special Olympics fundraising events. Monitor and analyze crime trends. We're able to do that now through our Citizens Connect. They offer us a portal for that. So that's how we get trends and things of that sort.
Did you guys do the thing with the torch this year?
Yes,
Torch
ma'am.
run?
We're gonna, we did it in Lakes for 2024.
Yeah.
But Pinehurst and Southern Pines and the Sheriff's Office wants to come aboard, and since Shannon started it, we're gonna probably need a bigger area to run, so she's still working on that.
But y'all get to raise money through that too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, to help with the special.
Long-term goals, prioritize internal leadership, focus on developing future department leaders, increase the amount of revenue generated by APD, increase in narcotics, arrests, property, and monetary seizures. That's something that you're gonna see in the next few months. That's gonna go up big. Continue to work towards increasing departmental personnel and patrol. Create a culture of physical fitness, wellness, and well-being within the police department and its personnel. Continue personnel development and encourage career development for incoming officers. Keep increasing technology through APD, using drones, LPRs, and cellular analyst software. Any questions for me?
Blue didn't make an appearance.
Yeah, he's off today though. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I think we got a quick break schedule, and we are on schedule. Yeah, it's just taking 5 minutes.
You're up.
I'm Tim Bird, the facilities supervisor, and I just wanted to thank everybody for this opportunity. The budget comprises of all the town-owned buildings and grounds, and we have 16 properties, 1 facility supervisor, 2 custodial staff, and 1 landscaper. This is my 5-year capital improvement budget for things that I've identified since I've been here and doing kind of inspections and talking to facilities or department managers and heads and everything. For the town hall, there's 2 old sections of roof that the rubber's starting to deteriorate, and I have that on here along with upgrading the rotunda ceiling. The echo in there is really loud, and I had an acoustical company come in and they tested and they come up with an idea of what they think would remedy the issue. And then also the front entrance, there's a knee wall when you first come in where you can sit down, and it's kind of unsecure, and I was wanting to remove that knee wall and put a regular wall in there, and it'll kind of match the offices that are there with glass, and there'll be a full-size door to go in and out of versus a small half door. For the Parks and Rec building, I looked at the Colonial Heights Park. There's the walls in there are just old sheetrock, and they need to be painted and different things. And I was like the Aberdeen Lake Park, we put a fiberglass panel on the wall inside so it's easier to clean, and that's what I was looking at doing in that facility to make it easier to clean and take care of. And also there's 1 air conditioner unit there that still needs to be replaced. I was looking at like a 15-year turnaround on AC units. That way you can kind of schedule when you replace them versus waiting until they quit and then you have to get what you can get at the time.
You know how many tons that one is?
I'm thinking that one was 5 tons.
You can get it for 15,000, it's a good deal.
Yeah, that's the same unit that Adam had in his, so.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
you won't pay for it twice.
That means we take that money
It's
out of his
not
budget,
bringing
put it in
all
this.
units into one.
'Cause I just put one in my house and it was 16,000.
Yeah.
for Public Works, I looked, they don't have any units that are coming up this next fiscal year, but the 2029, 2030 budget, they have one that it'll be hitting 15 years old then.
Tim, have you thought about, anything about the lighting in the rotunda? If there's any way you could increase, because the big round balls that are already like, frosted, so, I mean, even if, I might be the only one that sees it's dark in there, but it sometimes would be nice if we had a little bit more lighting,
I would
especially
assume
during
that if he
meetings.
does the acoustical ceiling, that includes additional lighting and different lighting.
That would be good.
That would have to be added. The actual acoustical ceiling, that was the cost per
Just the
their
ceiling.
quote, just for the ceiling panels and stuff.
Wow.
So how are they gonna fix it?
They
Drop
are-
ceiling or?
They're gonna put they're like a foam acoustical panel, and they're actually gonna fit inside of the pie-shaped pieces of the roof, and they're gonna put them all the way around, and then the very top where the skylight is, they have a clear panel that he was trying to explain to me. I told him he was gonna have to send something for me to look at, but apparently it's an acoustical panel that you can see through, so the natural lighting will still come through it.
Oh, good. And that's okay during the day, cause I've had meetings there during the daytime, but even if those, light could be clear rather than, frosted, that's just my suggestion, so.
If we didn't have that light underneath, you couldn't see what you're reading.
He is replacing all lights, like on the outside, the LEDs to LEDs, and that's gonna change it anyway, as it's going through anyway. It'll be LED lighting instead of, it's already in place.
All right, thank you.
For the depot, the outside paint is starting to chip off of the building and stuff, and that was the quote I got for painting that building. On the finance building, there's the carpet inside, it's worn out and it needs to be replaced. That's a quote for replacing it. And also the soffits, front entrance, and the window trim and stuff all needs to be repainted, and this is a quote for that also. The 2027, 2028, they have a unit that will hit 15 years old. I put a quote in for that also. The police station, the shingled part of the police station, the shingles are really old and deteriorating, and it's time for them to be replaced. And I've got a quote for that also.
What police department?
This one.
Right over here.
The
The
old
old
building is
building.
over
Yeah.
here, we didn't,
Okay, cause I thought we had totally renovated everything, not
Mhm.
just
we
No.
this new
renovated,
building.
That was the
did not
interior.
replace the roof.
You just
We
did the
not
roof,
replace the
okay,
roof, we renovated the bottom part.
okay.
The Station 41, they actually have 6 units that will be hitting 15 years old, but I kind of spaced them out to a year for the next 3 years. And then Station 42, it actually has one of the oldest units I've ever seen out there that needs to be replaced. It was like a mid-90s unit, so it's definitely on its way out. The AA building, they have one unit in the 2027, was actually 2 units in the 2027 fiscal year that they'll both be hitting 15 years old.
Is that the one down there you told me about?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not.
You
Yes.
own that?
Yes.
Which one?
Used to be a church, didn't it?
No,
It didn't?
On Wilder Avenue.
no, it was built as a community center,
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about? AA building?
yes,
Where did you say that is?
Wilder Avenue.
Clover Heights.
Athletics? Is it just a storage place?
No, it's a building.
It's off away from the fields. It's just, like the mayor said, it was built like in the late thirties, and it was,
I don't know.
It's a brick building, low cut, it's a good meeting room. Again, AA uses it, they're the primary user. It's kind of just in a neighborhood, if you haven't been back there. Good space, and they actually take pretty good care of it.
And who uses it?
AA, Alcoholics Anonymous,
Yeah.
regular meeting back there.
Okay.
Do you know who dedicated that building?
Yep.
Eleanor
I wrote my
Roosevelt.
wife. Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt.
Wow.
Wow.
She came to Aberdeen and dedicated that building.
Did you attend that?
Yeah, I was there.
He laughed louder than I did.
I got her autograph.
For the Aberdeen school, the old Aberdeen Elementary School, there's still having a little bit of a leak issue, and I've narrowed it down, we're narrowing it down to the stucco that's above the roof areas. And I'm still trying to get quotes on that, different vendors and stuff, they see things differently, and I'm trying to get everybody to kind of rein in. They also, the soffit and or fascia looking stuff across the front that's green and the paint's kind of flaking, there's a bunch of areas that are rotten that need to come down and be replaced. And that also the TPO roof that's been replaced up there, it kind of comes over the edge and is screwed to the soffit. And that's something that it really does need to be replaced so that the roof TPO doesn't come loose. And there's also gutters and things that are they're busted or split to where they're going to have to be replaced. I'm still working on getting quotes for that. I just couldn't get everything in by this meeting. Relocating the HVAC controls, that actually would need to be moved to this year because now that they're starting construction over there, they keep hitting things, cutting wires, and actually the heat's out now over there because of it. And so this is something that we're going to constantly keep fighting unless we go ahead and get all the controls moved into the parts that we're keeping.
Can I ask a question about, nothing's going on over there other than the town, I mean, the DOT on the frontage part. I mean, the back side where the grass has been cut,
Mm-hmm.
who did that? The town? Did
No,
we do that?
the buyer.
The
I
buyer.
mean, they bought that, they bought.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they bought
what's-
most of that property, yeah.
Okay, so what's been done to the property Fabio's doing
Yeah.
so far? And the lights down at night, he's the one paying those, or I mean, or is that us leaving them on for safety? Or
He's doing, I mean, we're doing gym and auditorium, and he's doing the,
it's the school
the
building?
rest of the school building, yeah, that's
Okay,
his.
someone-
Yeah, we transferred all the power, the meters and all that down,
Okay,
yeah.
someone asked me
Yeah.
what was going on in there because the lights are on, and I said, I don't know, it's the owner.
He leaves the lights on to help prevent
Safety.
vandalism.
I
It
agree,
makes
I
it where the
think, I
police
thought
officers
that, I thought
can
we
ride
did it,
around
we were
and
doing
see.
it, that's fine,
He
I
is
was just
doing,
curious.
that is by design, to keep people out.
Okay.
Also, there's two old boilers that heats everything. It heats the old school that we don't own anymore, heats the gym and the auditorium. And they are older in age, and you don't really need boilers for what we're keeping to keep that up, and plus the cost of keeping boilers up is extremely high. So I was working through with some heat and air vendors on options of using natural gas and actually heat pumps and getting rid of the boiler system altogether, and then actually heating and cooling the whole building separately without having to use the building management system also like what we have there now. And they would be standalone units, and that also, it works better in case one unit you have issues with, you only have one section that's not working, versus now, if something happens to the controls like is going on now, it knocks everything out. There's no way to, unless you fix the controls, nothing runs until that's done. I've got most of the quotes for all of the heat and air units. I just am still working on electrical and gas piping prices for each of the units and stuff. I'm still waiting on a couple of contractors to give me quotes on their bids.
Tim, question, on the lines, is auditorium downstairs and the bathrooms between the gym and auditorium,
Right.
so would you prioritize this as line 1 and 3 first, and then the other two, or they all go together?
I think if we were just gonna replace, like, say, 2 units at a time, the main auditorium room upstairs, the 20-ton gas packs,
Right.
it would be 2 of them. That's what I would do first, because one of those is bad and needs to be replaced now.
Okay,
And so, both of those together, that would cool and heat that whole section, and we wouldn't have to worry about that section during the winter freezing and stuff in case the boiler does
okay.
go down and have issues.
But the second line, the auditorium downstairs, is that heat and air, or is that something else?
That will be heating
Okay.
and air.
That's what, like a 7.5 ton, 5 ton unit?
I'll
For the
have to look
downstairs?
at the exact, cause I know there was 3, and I'm kinda, when I'm getting quotes for these things, if they're saying, well, there's a 2 ton, a 3 ton, and a 5 ton now, well, why can't we break that down and just put 2 units in, and then reworks and duct work to make it more cost effective, and also to make it more easier to maintain and handle too.
It gives you a backup unit too if one goes down.
Yeah. I don't see anything, any projected capital improvements the next fiscal year for the Mayor's Memorial Park, the Exchange Building, and the AA Building. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question about depot. At one time, when I was on ABC board, when you repainted it, we could only go back with like a particular color. Is that still the case, or now that we have the HPC town product buildings under our planning board has them? Or do we still have to go back with that color, or can we?
I'm pretty
Change the
sure we
colors.
still have to go back with that color, and that's I had a quote that was a little bit cheaper, but because it has to be the same color and painted the exact same way and how things were there, they kinda made the price a little bit higher so that they could account for all of
That's
it.
a question for Pam.
I didn't.
I wanted to know, if, before they said that we had to go back exactly to paint the same colors that were there before. Did we repaint it?
On the depot?
On the depot.
Yeah, and since it's part of the historical buildings and we moved
I
that
think
to
that
the
was
planning
something that-
board, I didn't know if we had jurisdiction, if we wanted to change color, not that we want to,
I
but
think
if we
that came
wanted
from
to.
Raleigh, didn't it? Wasn't it because it was on the
National
registry, it was on the
Historic-
national registry? I think it had to be, I remember some discussion about that at some point.
The color was designated by the
By the state, yeah. And
Because
that's
there's
what
other
it-
depots that are historical around the state that are not that color, you know, that are,
But they may not be on the registry.
most of them would, well, anyway.
We can find out.
Yeah.
We'll dig into it. I mean, the guidelines don't require that you go back with the same color, but I suspect that there were some decisions made on the colors that we'll have to look at. But we'll take a look at it.
I'd be curious to know, when it was built, was it painted?
That's what I'm saying, it was beautiful back, the original brick,
I doubt when it was built, it was painted.
and I don't know how much more expensive that would be.
I don't know I don't know the timeline, it's 1907 or something like that, when it was built. I don't know if it was painted. And I got jumped all over about that, I always got to go back, and I'm going, well, if it started out not being painted, who painted it first? Who painted it? If it was just brick, somebody painted it. But I don't know that.
But I do know that the historic group at that time did go through the state to get them to give them the right color.
The Aberdeen and Ashboro building, which is right beside Page Church.
Uh-huh.
The church owns that building now.
It's brick.
That was brick. I had heard that they wanted the train station to match the AA, Aberdeen Ashboro Railroad building. Because if you notice, the corners, you know, some of the bricks are red. You go down 4 or 5 bricks and it's white, and it goes back to red. That basically matches the Aberdeen Ashboro building on Main Street. But I've got old pictures of that railroad station, and I'd like to go back and see, was it originally painted when it was built? Because it doesn't make sense. You build a brick building, why would you paint it?
Are these brick painted red, or is that the original color of the brick?
No, it's painted, it's all painted. But if you'll notice, if you go down on Main Street and look at, Page Church owns that building now, that's the administrative office. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Sacred Church, yeah.
It's right there on Main Street. That building was the Aberdeen Ashboro Railroad building. That was their headquarters. My understanding, and I may be wrong on this, they wanted the train station to match that building. That's the reason why you can see the red and white brick, because that building on Main Street is red and white brick. And I don't know what the answer is. If it's under the Historic Commission now, that's fine. But if you go back and think about it, the railroad built that building, not the town. That was a railroad train station. Seaboard Airlines built that building. If it was a brick building, why would you paint it? Now, I don't know the answer.
Kinda makes you wonder if underneath that gray paint, if there's white brick under it.
It's a brick building. I mean, if you
Yeah.
took the paint off, it's obviously a brick building. And I'm not suggesting to do that. It's just that right now, we're kinda, I don't know what's the right term. Right now, we're talking about repainting it back to what it looks like today. But I don't know if that's what it looked like when it was built. So I don't know. But it does need painting because what's on there is flaking off.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, because there's a place here that's where the paint has chipped off and it's red brick underneath it.
It's a brick building.
Yeah.
And that was a standard, Seaboard Airlines, that was a standard design. Wherever they built those stations, basically it was the same station. As they went down the line, you could probably find this station somewhere else where it's not painted.
That's what I was looking for.
So the
I doubt they painted them all the way down the track.
The building beside the church looks like it's just white brick. It doesn't look like it's painted. It may be.
No, it's not painted.
Yeah.
It's the original building, the Aberdeen Ashboro building. It's original, it's not painted, it's just white brick and red corners,
Yeah.
which matches what the train station looks like. Well, that train station matches that old railroad office. I'm not advocating either way, I'm just saying, it'd be interesting to know when it was first painted. And I don't know the answer. You got it? Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody hold your wallets.
In line.
Thank you.
Well, I sold all my fire trucks today.
Here he comes.
Good job. Can't leave now.
Well, we started today and I
Philip,
didn't have any fire
Philip,
trucks.
I think
but
we're at-
I'm
we're
looking
at
for
time.
three so far.
Hit escape. There we go.
Well, I think it ain't about 5 fire trucks now. Hey, as much as I seen a garbage truck cost down there, as much as a fire truck used to be. Yeah, I appreciate everybody's time today. It's one of the first times we've really been on schedule and stream. Some of our, go over quickly some of our, successes that we had this past year is we received and placed that new tanker into service at stage 2. It's in service run. We've got MTD and AVLs in all of our first out response vehicles, just like we brought in CAD systems in it. We've been able to maintain, we received at the beginning of the year our ISO 2, which is outstanding. We've been able to maintain it. Some of the challenges that we have are the same challenges that we have every year. With multiple calls at one time, maintaining response time, and actually having personnel tenure longevity. Trying to get the fan here and just the general
Explain
line.
what the ISO, those who don't know what the ISO, rating stand,
Yeah, as everybody knows, they're not, the ones that've been here, the ISO goes from a 1 to a 10. A 10 being the worst, being an unprotected area, 1 being the best that you can get. There's not many ones in the country. It used to be up until a couple years ago, there was only 3 in the state. Wilmington, High Point, Greensboro, Charlotte, some of the ones that was over 100,000, and they're actually inspected by a different agency once you have over 100,000 people in it. You have seen, since the State Fire Marshal's Office has taken over ISO, you have seen a reduction in a lot of fire departments being able to get it because they work with them more. ISO, when it was actually administered by the insurance, the national insurance stuff, it was closed to you. They would not let you know what you had to do. You just knew. You didn't, so you were guessing blindly. When the State Fire Marshal's Office in the North Carolina Department of Insurance started taking over our ratings and everything, they opened up the book and said, hey, here's what you need to do. You need to increase your training. You need to increase your water. And it's a 100-point system. It's really a 105-point system that they give you, and you get 40 points for water. You get 10 points for your communication center, which we don't have no control over. So they get, which we get rated pretty highly, and you get rated for training in operations and stuff like that, and maintaining records and stuff like that. And now there's even one for education. That's how it went to 105 that you could get. So the one is best. And there's not a class 1 in our area, and for a department our size, we were the first ISO 2. Since then, Southern Pines and Pinehurst have received their 2s. So it's, we've come along.
makes our fire insurance cheaper.
Do what?
Makes our fire insurance cheaper.
It makes your fire insurance drastically cheaper. If you take and the higher it is, the bigger the difference is. If you go from a 10 to a 6, it's significant. Once you get below 6 and start going down, the percentage of savings for the homeowner isn't as much as the percentage of savings for commercial business. That's when you really start to split here. So, I mean, you want to maintain as low as you can, and a 2 is very good. So a two makes us more lucrative to go out and solicit businesses to come in, manufacturing places, stuff like that, because our ISO for the businesses is going to save those businesses a whole lot of money difference. So that's the main thing we do. Any questions about that? So those are our successes and our challenges. As you can see, our call volume it has increased, but over the last couple of years, it's kind of been right up in there. I will say that it's mostly because the increase in medical calls. I'll break it down right here. What type of calls that we actually are running, which you break it down by structure fire, fire alarms, cooking accident, brush fires, medicals, rescue, and other. And if you'll take the 37% that are medical calls, and then you add the rescue 40%, over 50% of our calls are medical rescue related. So, and that's about true about any fire department you're in now. Most of your calls have some of that. The actual burning structure fires have reduced in what we used to have because of fire prevention and fire codes and everything else. It's helped reduce it, but our medical calls went up. The bottom chart there that it has, it actually breaks down where our calls are being at. Station 41 is the main station here. Station 42 is the station out on 211 Old Crestline Department. And as you will see, still 63% of our calls are inside the city limits here in Aberdeen, inside out of this station here. And then we break it down by the county because we have a district that's outside of the city that the county contracts with us, and we also have a district that Hope County direct contracts with us to do. And then the other two main mutual aid stations that we run with are Pinehurst and Southern Pines that we run with. Let's see where our percentages are. But like I said, the majority of our calls are still inside the city limits of Aberdeen. Statistics for 2024, we run 2,256 calls. Of those 2,256 calls, 467 or 20.7% were at the same time. So that's the call. That's what we run into. You're out on a call and you catch another one. You know, you can't, or you catch 2 or 3, and then you know you got to take that same personnel and divide them up and conquer. You know what I'm saying? You can go out and handle it. And then another thing that we always look at is what we want to do is we don't, when we get to a scene, we don't want it to escalate. We want to stop it where it's at and make it better. We don't want it to go more. So if we get to a fire and it's burning in a trash can, if it comes out of the trash can, we've lost the bottle. If we stop it in the trash can and push it back, we're done. So we call that keeping a fire in its contained origin where it's at, and 95% of the time we're doing that. The fire doesn't grow once we get there, and that's what we're doing. We're mitigating that. We can't control until we get there, but we can control. I told Anna a few minutes ago when we were standing in here, we were talking about fires and how the weekend fires were. You know, this past weekend we had so many fires and everything else. I said, there ain't a fire in the world I can put out with a cup of light, a cup of water, if I get there fast enough. So I guess I just need faster vehicles. I don't know, but that's what you do. The smaller it is, the less water, the less equipment you need. So, I mean, that's the way it goes. But that's the main thing we're trying to do. To show you that over the multiple calls, over the last several years, over the last 5 years, our average is 21.3%. We had 9,869 calls. Of those, 2,104 of them were overlapping. This is our executive summary that I turn in every month. I got performance measures that we try to abide by. That's in your slide and your stuff, and it just shows that, you know, are we containing to the room in origin, you know, what type of deaths we have and what type of injuries we have, and that's the data that's put in there. The executive summary here really breaks down and shows you where those fires are and what type they are. So you can, you know, see which station's running with and what type of calls they're running. It goes back to saying again that the majority of our calls are medical calls that occur inside the city limits.
But an overlapping call could be where somebody calls you like, Pine Bluff has a fire. So you might be on a call here at Aberdeen and Pine Bluff needs you.
It could be a call, yes, and that does happen.
So pretty much when there's a fire anywhere in our area, you guys get that call.
Correct.
Us to support.
We run,
to
if it's an
support.
actual burning fire, right, if it's a structural fire, you get a multi-station response. You can get Aberdeen, Southern Pine, Pinehurst, Pine Bluff. If it's in Pine Bluff, you can get Aberdeen, Southern Pine, Pine Bluff. If it's in Pinehurst, you can get Aberdeen, Southern Pine, Pine Bluff. It don't matter where it goes. And so that way, a lot of times, it does help us. Sometimes that first truck may get there and say, hey, I can handle this with one truck. I'm gonna send the other truck to the other call. And it may be that we show up, maybe the call's on, I'll give you a good example. Hardy's on Highway 5. Unfortunately, we've had it catch on fire this year. Pinehurst happened to be coming out of Food Line getting their food, so they were there first. We have another call. They were able to divert our truck to that call because they were already there handling that call. So that's kind of when you're working together. So.
Right, so I'm just saying, do you have the ability to evaluate, like, which one is like the most severe if you only had?
Yes,
or you just
can.
go to all of them?
That's where you hope, you gotta go to all of them. But hopefully your dispatch on our EMDs or EFDs, emergency fire dispatch, emergency medical dispatch, the protocol that they have where they are asking the question, prescribed questions in there, that dispatcher is gonna prioritize that call, you know.
The
You know,
alarms,
and
like
a perfect example is the night that the fire over here department, the dispatcher come across by the time I had left my house and going past the cemetery, the dispatcher said, we've received 9 calls. Okay, this is gonna be a high priority call. 9 people done called in and said that they could see it. So we know versus, hey, we've only had 1 call, and we get that sometimes. The other night we had one on 501 out towards Legacy. They kept saying it was, and it wasn't but 1 call, and it was a passerby that had coded. By the time we went out there, looked around, a couple of the police officers was out there, which couldn't locate it, wasn't nothing to it. You know, one person was fine, thought it. So, you know, you're relying on your dispatchers there to prioritize your calls. Our capital improvement, and man, I never knew how fluid a capital improvement can be. You always plan on going on just like Kenny when he was sitting there talking about trying to do things, and things change and they're moved. Last year we were in here talking about, and I said, well, we ain't gonna get a truck, but we're gonna order one, and it'll be in this year's budget, you know what I'm saying? Well, with supply and demand, that truck hasn't been ordered yet. So I'm gonna tell you again, we're gonna get that truck, but it won't be in this year's budget, because it's gonna take us 18 months to get that truck. So, you know, last year, where our capital outlay, I was asking for 800,000 2 or 3 years ago, and then last year we asked for 100,000, this year's gonna be 100,000 again, it's all dropping down, because there's no big truck, because of supply and demand. It's taking so long for us to receive these apparatuses, they're coming in a different budget year by the time we get here, and didn't know how to get them done. So, you know, that breaks down our capital outlay for the year, so, or for the next 5 years. But now, if you'll look over there, you'll see in year 27, 28, there's an $800,000 engine. And I'm guessing that same $800,000 engine 7 years ago was $450. We're guessing they're $800 now. I hope that they don't go up that much more. We don't know. We'll see what happens with the cost of steel and technology and everything.
It'll be made in America though, for sure, so.
That's right, yeah,
It'll be cheap.
Our goals for the upcoming years to maintain our apparatus and vehicle replacement schedule. You know, we've laid out so that we know when these trucks and this apparatus and this equipment will be what its life expectancy is, and that's why we have a replacement schedule on it. Maintain the staffing level, improve community programs, and plan on the rising costs of emergency services. Rising costs are everywhere. All emergency services, what used to cost $10 is $100. What used to cost $100 is $1,000. It's the way it is, and we have a plan to do that. Short-term goals is to increase our pre-plan, maintain our capital improvement, and maintain our staffing, and maintain our vehicle replacement. One of the things, like I said, and this was a slide I used last year, and I went back and looked at the percentages. This year, there is an increase, but it was nothing like it was from year before last to last year. That's when it was just significant over a 1 year period. This year, there was still, you know, a considerable, it was still going up, but it wasn't quite as bad. Air bottles used to cost us $550 to $1,200 a piece. How in the world, you know, that's just the bottle. That ain't the pack. That ain't the whole thing. That's just the bottle. So, I mean, the trucks and apparatus keep going up. Turnout gear keeps going up. On the turnout gear, very quickly. And I was probably one of the world's worst sitting talking about a coat and a pair of pants and a hood. It's about $4,000 now for one person. One set. And 5 years ago, I was getting them for $1,700, but they're about $4,000. The other night in that apartment fire right up here. I know all of you heard that one of our employees got hurt in it. Had to go to the hospital. That's his turnout gear that he was wearing. I took that turnout gear, brought it straight, locked it in my car, brought it straight up here, laid it on the floor, up here, took pictures of it, because I wanted to make sure it worked. I wanted, you know, I originally, that night, was told by paramedics that this boy was burned. I sent 2 chief officers over to the hospital to sit with him. 30 minutes later, they called me and said, he's burned. He's scared, he's hurt a little bit, he got knocked in the head with a 2-4. He got sunburn on him. So I went back and I pulled his gear. That gear did what it was supposed to do. If it wasn't for that $4,000 right there, we'd have been walking slow and crying. Right here is the only burn mark, that's his hood, that I could find anywhere on any of the gear. And that was his hood. That's the outside, that's the inside liner. It didn't even make it to the inside liner. So I need to be quiet about how much turnout gear costs for this thing to put in line. Because that right there, we washed that gear, it's back in service.
It's a whole lot cheaper than a workers' comp.
It sure is a whole lot cheaper than workers' comp.
Yes.
And I've been the one that's just been all upset about it, but that right there is a picture of that gear, and it did what it was supposed to do. So, what,
This is face mask.
That's his face
Oh,
mask that he
okay.
wears. That's the
Just lay on it.
speakeasy, so it's Darth Vader, so he can talk and you can hear him,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
his
a bit
face
of
mask
front, yeah.
that he was wearing. And I didn't include it, I took a picture, he had his air pack on too, and it made it too. But those were the only charring mark on him. I was standing at the door when that boy rolled out on the floor, in the front yard, and he was on fire. There was actual flames on him,
Wow.
with the debris that was on his gear. So, it did what it's supposed to do. So, I added that, just so.
How much does that coat weigh? I mean, just,
How much does it weigh?
yeah, is it a heavy?
It isn't till you wet it. And, it's still, probably 8 pounds or something like that. A total set of turnout gear, if you're in your turnout gear in SCBA, you're adding about 60 pounds to a person. So, I guess that's what I used to feel like walking around 2 years ago. Our capital improvement for the upcoming year is going to need to replace one more staff vehicle. They're on regular rotation. It's about $59,000. Extrication equipment that I was gonna get last year, I was not able to get. I always save some of our money to the end of the year in case something comes up. And sure enough, we had a truck that cost us $60,000 to get fixed. So we didn't get the extrication equipment that I put in last year, so I'm gonna try to carry it over to this year so that we can pay for that truck.
One of your big
Teresa.
fire trucks?
We had 2 trucks. get
Your big
repaired
fire
this year. 2
truck?
trucks.
2 trucks had
Right,
to be
we had
repaired.
2. We had other routine maintenance. Of those 2 trucks, it was $116,000. We had $50,000 in that budget. It didn't run out, so we had to go somewhere else. Yeah, these diesels, and Public Works is seeing it too. Getting these diesels worked on are getting to be more and more expensive. Now, that $60,000, which I know y'all want to hear this, was the half-life expectancy of the ladder truck. The truck's 10 years old now. And so we had to do an upgrade, maintenance on it, at the 10-year mark. And that's where that $60,000 came in. Education equipment, $29,000. Dean has set us up a computer replacement in our vehicles and at our station. Between those, it's $12,000 for our upgrades of some couple laptops and they're the rugged laptops. We can't just put regular laptops in these vehicles. They have to be the same ones we put in the vehicles. They gotta be toughed up and a couple of desktops. We're gonna finalize the rescue truck that we've been planning last year and this year to buy, which it won't affect any money this year, but it will with the following budget of $500,000 because it's an equipment truck. So that's when it comes. But our total request for this year is $100,000 that'll go into capital, other than probably an 8 to 10% increase on operating. That's all I got. Unless you got a question.
I got one. On your $500,000 out, and you says 18 to 24 months, do you need to order it now?
Yes. We need to order it in the next few months. And that last year, I said the exact same thing sitting in here. And with supply and demand and money, it didn't happen. And so we've pushed it back. We have still know about where it's gonna be at. We're not expecting a drastic increase. We had put 500,000 and we thought, it's still about it. I think what we looked at last year was like 474, 75, and it's gonna be every bit of 500,000 now. This ain't a truck to carry water. This is a rescue truck. This is a service truck.
Yeah, just remember, when we buy this equipment, typically we'll get a loan of some sort. So basically, there's a 1-year capital cost, but that first year, if it's 500,000, it's usually matched by a $500,000 loan. So it balances itself out, and then the net amount will be 1 of 5 or 7-year payment, which is, depending on what it is.
Whatever it is.
$89,000, whatever it's gonna be, depending on the cost. So it's bad, but not to encourage them, but it's not as bad as it might sound.
But and at the same time, we get lucky enough sometimes, we got, in Butcher Grove, we got Lumber River and so forth, co-ops and stuff like that, that'll help fire departments and emergency service finance these big things like that, 0% or no percent.
3% or
1-3%, and they'll make a loan a little bit more. And we've been, believe it or not, taking over Station 2, Crestline area, gave us Hope County, which opened up Lumbee River to us, because that's our first response area for us, and they have been wonderful about financing stuff because we service their people in that area out there, so we get their, citizens and everything, get the benefits of it. Anybody got anything else?
Who makes these trucks?
There are about 6 manufacturers now, and they are really starting to monopolize it. You've got Pierce, you've got Spartan, which is one that we use, you've got E1, and a couple other that have come in. The problem is big corporations are buying them up. E1, KME, Spartan, and there's a couple more. They were all bought by one company called the Rev Group. So they're corporizing, making it all like that. Now, the specialty trucks, sometimes you can get out of those that are the ones that aren't just pumpers and stuff like that. You can get out, like the tanker we bought. We bought it from a company called Midwest, which was up in Minnesota. Minnesota,
They left you by the time.
Yeah. And that was it, and we were able to get it a little bit cheaper because there's some more. There's like Fout Brothers and something like that. Like the rescue truck, we'll be able to buy it from another. But the other trucks, the big 5, and the ones that we're talking about, all their pricing is running about the same thing.
Thanks, Phil.
We still
Good,
4 minutes
thank
ahead.
Thank you. I think that's you, isn't it?
Yep, so I think that's all the presentations, and we talked earlier about the schedule. So, we've got a lot of work to do between now and then, that kind of key meeting on April 14th, which is you'll see a budget, in the budget format you're used to. This is before the notebooks where we just kind of staple the spreadsheets for you, and then let the department heads kind of represent, department by department. But just, again, a lot of work to do, but just, everybody's heard everything. I know these aren't official requests yet, but I just did some tabulation while Philip was finishing up. So our normal budget, it depends, every year is a little different. Our normal budget, total all capital projects, has about, give or take, somewhere between 1.8 and 2.5 million in capital costs for all departments, including water and sewer. So I did a quick tab of all the capital requests you heard today. Anybody want to guess what the number is?
5 major.
Good guess. You must have been adding 5.1 million, give or take,
Fire truck.
of everything. So, and there's no fire truck. So, I wish, how many department heads are here? Joe's here.
They're the main one over there.
They're here. Where's Adam? We got somebody text him.
Sorry.
So I'm just saying, we've got a lot of work to do. And again, some of it, like I said, some of it, it may look like, if it's a truck for $350, but we finance it, it's really not as bad. That's like just the cost of it, but in the out of pocket, it's not so bad. So that number that's it. But I'm just want everybody to know that that's what it is. So that's what we gotta kind of work with a little bit. So, anyway, but I appreciate y'all being here. That was a good session. And I really do enjoy, you guys hearing, what we see every day, but hearing, what the departments are doing, non-money side, but just on the operational side, because, you just don't always get that, and it's a good kind of, actually, I think always encouraging me to hear that. So, if y'all have any questions or anything else on these, on items or other things, like I said, we've got, a month plus. If you have any other budget questions, of course, I'm getting the letters from all the people we do support, just making sure, hey, make sure you include us in your budget again. These are, whether it's the chamber or the Moore County Economic Development Group, those groups asking for, their annual funds. So we gotta, we plug those into. So, but we'll have a good, a good presentation for you in a month or so. So, Mayor, that's all we have?
Well, two things. I want to thank Regina and whoever stayed up all night fixing lunch for us. and breakfast. Thank you so much for that.
She always does a good job.
Yes, she does.
Always.
Whoever helped you, tell them thank you for the support.
I don't think she got much help this time.
Thank,
I did have a little bit of help.
thank Dean for the new laptops, they're
Yeah.
nice.
Absolutely.
I forgot what the other thing was.
Thanks for giving them.
Meeting on Monday, don't forget, got your packets already, you should have them in your email for Monday's meeting, so.
I think it's been a very good budget retreat.
Good,
I enjoyed it being here today.
good, well, thank y'all. I know it's a big effort to get away from work sometimes, but I appreciate it.
Oh, I'd like to say one thing, the mayor likes to hear this every year. Where we are in the ranking population,
Yes.
okay? Well, we lost ground this year, we're not 92nd anymore, we're 102nd. There's only
What?
like 10 people in between us, because our population went up a little bit more than ours.
Yeah, wouldn't take much. Give it, give it.
So you're now 9,775, and that numbers are from last July, and new ones come out, it's coming July.
9 what?
9,775. The 102nd largest city in the state.
20 what?
That's our
102nd,
population.
and 102.
Oh, 9,000. Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
What's my name? Biggest city? Or the ranking state?
Make sure you get.
Out of 455.
Different numbers.
It's a very enlightening day.
Yeah.
Ours.
Good.
Very
Gotta
enlightening.
make sure it's up to date.
Now, everyone that presented did a very good job.
Okay.
You too.
Keep on big changes.